Colin, welcome to the show.
Thank you so much.
Really delighted to have you here. Like I say often at the start of the show, we've no idea where we're going to go. I have a rough idea. I know that you're a man with military background, police background. You've served. I know you've been all over the world. I know we're going to talk about PTSD. I know we're going to talk about trauma. I'm going to start, actually, it was kind of while we were doing the sound check. I was like, well, how am I going to open up this conversation? And just on a gut level, I'm going to do a question that we usually do at the very, very end. And it's, if you could take anyone in the world out for a cup of coffee, dead or alive, who would you take and
My
why?
dad.
Tell me why.
I never really knew him. My dad wasn't a good guy. He had a very heavy friendship with alcohol. And my mum, I believe she's only 16 when he got married, and she just had a really, really bad life with him. My mum was from Sheffield. My dad's from here, near Omagh. And she saw a side of him that we didn't. So we were only kids. I was like 4 or 5, maybe something like that. But I remember him really badly beating her when I was a kid. And the next thing, we were taken away, me and I have 2 other brothers and 2 sisters, and we were put in a home, in the children's home in Omagh, a place called Connie Warren. And I think we were there for about 6 months. And I never saw my dad again after that because we moved to Sheffield, where my mum was from.
Yeah.
And I never knew him till I think it was about 13 or 14 when we came back. She'd remarried. Another guy from the same town moved back again. And one day I was walking down the street and this guy jumps out and he goes, "Hey Colin, I'm your dad." And I near had a heart attack.
How old were you at that point?
About 13.
Jeez Louise.
You know, and I knew him barely knew him from the age of 13 till 19 when he died. He died 2 days before my 19th birthday. We spent a little bit of time together with each other. He was a great fisherman. He loved to fly fish. He taught me to fly fish. He taught me to, go camping and set snares for rabbits. I didn't really like doing that. I don't like hurting animals. I didn't even like fishing, to be honest. He would take me shooting pigeons, and that type of thing didn't sit well with me. You know what I mean? Just shooting something and leaving it. Kill something to eat it.
Sure.
If you have to. Not for sport or any of this stuff, but, if your life depended on eating something in the wild, then obviously you're gonna do what you do to survive, And I kind of spent a little bit of time with him between the age of 13 until the morning that he died. I didn't get on with him. I never really got on with him. There was just that hatred inside of me for what he did to my mum, and I just couldn't come to grips with it. But if I could take somebody for a cup of tea or something, or a drink, I would sit him down and ask him why. Because you never get closure.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And that's what I would want. Not to find out if he was a good guy. He probably was inside. Everybody has demons. We all carry demons of some kind. You know what I mean? But I don't understand when you're married to somebody, because that's a commitment that you both make, then to beat somebody half to death. I can't fathom that type of thing.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So, but if I could take anybody, it would be him. And I would want to know the reason why he was, or turned out the way that he did. You know what I mean? Not to exonerate him, but to
help you. Yeah.
You know what I mean? To understand
try to
why.
close the loop a little bit in the head.
Yeah. Because I just believe that there's some people you can't help and there's some people you can't rescue. And I think he was one of them.
Yeah.
So
between 13 and 19 then, when you saw him, were you forced into seeing him? Did you voluntarily see him? Because I think all of us in the room have experience with father figures, that extremely strong magnetism to a person that you might even see as a monster.
I couldn't care about him, to be honest. He lived opposite where my mum lived, because it was just a small village. That's, you know crazy. What I mean? Like, my last name is Gibson, so the church Bray in Fintona, where I grew up, it was just basically known as Gibson Bray, because most of my family, relatives, uncles, cousins lived on that hill. And my grandfather James was quite a nice guy back when he was alive, and he was like the person people go to for advice, and so it was just, he just happened to live across the street, and it was my mum who kind of pushed me, or tried to encourage us to get to know him, and so I thought I'll give it a go. you know, and I tried. I wouldn't say I tried hard, but I tried. But there was that fine line that I wasn't going to go over because of the memory that I had of him pounding her, you know, beating her when I was a kid.
Yeah.
And I just didn't want to cross that line because I was scared of what I was going to do to him when I got older.
Yeah, of course.
Because I had that in the back of my head. And I told him, when I'm old enough, you're going to get it.
Yeah.
I'm going to do to you what you did to her.
Yeah.
Because my mum's tiny. You know what I mean? She's like 5'2", 5'3".
Yeah.
And I just thought, you're going to get a taste of what you did. And that was always in the back of my mind. And I was scared because I was really bad-tempered as a kid. I would have eaten concrete to get at you. You know, honestly, I would have fought with a shadow in an empty room, that type of temperament, you know. But I had a streak in me that nobody would ever change, you know. And I knew it when I was old enough. He was going to get a taste of it. Yeah. Because I always dreamt about that, and that's the only thing. One of the only things in life that really made me cry was watching my mum go through that. You know, and why. So that was always the thing that kind of stood in the back of my mind, and I wouldn't say drove me forward, but I think I took some kind of strength from that because nobody was going to ever hurt her again, and that was it, and that was how my mind was back then. Yeah, you know what I mean. So, and then he died 2 days before my 19th birthday, and it was a massive sigh of relief. To be honest, because I didn't have to go and see him anymore. Yeah. I didn't have to see him in the street. I didn't have to. I never called him Dad. His name was William, and I just called him Bill. I would, no, my name. I'm your dad. I'm like, no, you're not. Yeah. So I would never do that, you know, and that made me happy because it really pissed him off. You know what I mean? And that was just a one up on him. Yeah. You know, I don't know if I can say that on air. I'm not too sure, but I just really it didn't sit well with him. Yeah. He didn't get his own way. And I think that was the first time in my life that I just actually stood my ground and thought, this is good. This is how I'm going to be. Yeah. And I think that was the first really bad sign of violence that I had saw that I was going to take a stand against. And that was it. So.
Yeah, him down at 19, it also meant that you didn't have to kill him. You know, you didn't have to beat him.
I used to. I mean, I did. I think like a lot of people in my situation, when you are young, you know, you do wish that. I wish you would die. I did wish that on him. You know what I mean? Sure. I wished cancer on him. I wished the worst forms of cancer and all that he would suffer. You know what I mean? I don't know if he ever suffered in his life. He probably suffered mentally because I went down the route of alcohol myself, and it was to keep myself sane. So not that I know what he was going through, and I'm not going to compare it, but he obviously drank for some reason, whether it was to, you know, help with the pain that he was feeling or whatever demons was inside him. I don't know. You know what I mean? So it's, but I'm not going to compare mine with him. Yeah. You know what I mean? Because it was completely different. You know? So I think at 13, I think that defined me. I think I had a friend once tell me, he's passed now, by the time you're 13, you're going to be the person that you are for the rest of your life. Because I think for guys or boys or men, whatever you want to call them, you know, I think these days especially, they seem to be a lot more aware of when I was 13. I think things have just changed so dramatically. Everybody's too sensitive now. Everybody has feelings now. You know what I mean? Everybody needs a safe space and a pillow and a bag of marshmallows and a big quilt to feel good about themselves, where we dealt with things in a different way. Yeah. You know what I mean? And it was a fight round the back. And then you were friends afterwards. Yeah. These days you don't do that. Yeah. It's a grudge for life. You know what I mean? So I think by the time I was 13, I think that it kind of defined me that I would not be in a position where anybody would rain violence on me, and because that just wasn't going to happen anymore. So you know,
so that temper you talk about, the aggression, I'll use the word violence. Where did you start to channel that throughout boyhood?
In school.
Okay.
In school, I went to a school called 5 Mile Town High School, and it was very Paisleyite. I come from a mixed family. Great. I come from a mixed family, but we weren't raised with any denomination. You know, we weren't saying, you know, you have to be a Catholic, you have to be a Protestant. I grew up in the UK, and there's none of that's over there. You know what I mean? And when you go to church in the UK, there's no hatred, you know, for your neighbour type of thing. You know what I mean? Unless you try to steal your goats or your sheep and all that type of stuff. But when I came over here, I was 12. I'm suddenly thrust into this Catholic and Protestant, you know, really weird world of religion, and I couldn't understand it. And because I come from a mixed family, and because the town I grew up in is a very small town, you know, we were all friends, we were all cousins and related to each other. Firetown High School was a different planet, to be honest, because it was very Paisleyite, you know, and the teachers were high school students who'd graduated and went to Enniskillen College and then got a degree or whatever it was in maths, and then came back to teach at that school. Yeah. So the people that you grew up in school with were all of a sudden your teachers, you know, and it was really one-sided. And because I was friends with Catholics, they didn't like that at all. They would separate us, you know, when you go into school in the morning and you go into, you know, the assembly hall, you know, the Catholics were taken out and they were taken to the library because there was no Catholic area, basically. And I couldn't understand that, so we were separated, and that was a form of separation that I didn't like, because I played with my friends every day. Yeah. You know, I'd go to their house now before going to school, and then as soon as I go home, you know, get something to eat, we were out over the fields like rabbits with each other, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. And that was till the sky was black. Yeah. And to see that first thing in the morning where they're taken away and sent to the library, I didn't understand it. And so there was a guy in school, he's passed now, and I don't want to speak ill of the dead, but he wasn't I could describe him in a few choice words, but I'm not going to do that. He was a guy called, I'll just say his first name, Graham. He was a big farmer. And Graham was about 6'4", 6'5", when he was 13 or 14. Big rugby player. Monster. And he took a dislike to me for being friends with Simon, this Catholic kid. And so Graham got to the point where he would stand behind me and he would punch me in the ribs at the back, or push me, or somebody would come walking down and he'd push me into them. And we were in woodwork class one day, and he's throwing pieces of wood over, you know what I mean, all this type of stuff. And I just snapped, and I picked up a wooden mallet, and I ran over and jumped up on his desk and smashed him in the face with it. Just in here, and he had a big lump, and he kind of went down. Of course, I got taken to the headmaster. I got caned, I think it was about 10 times in the cane. And every time that teacher hit me, I asked him for another one. I just wasn't going to give in, and my hands were swollen really, really badly. And that's when I started retaliating, was about 13. I was only then, for some strange reason, just awoken to how people can be for no reason. You know, that would do it, picking each other, spit on each other, call each other names, you know, and I didn't understand that. Because that's not how we were raised. We were raised to have manners, you know. I called my stepfather Sir. I didn't call him Dad. Yeah. My dad was military. My stepdad was military. I called him Sir. No Dad or nothing like that. And in the morning time, we stood by a bed and made the bed and did all that stuff, you know. And, you know, when I just was suddenly taken out of that comfort zone of being in the UK and brought over to Northern Ireland, the troubles were beginning. You know, the hunger strikers and all this type of stuff. And suddenly I was just thrust into this world of weirdness. You know what I mean? There's no answers. All of a sudden your friends aren't your friends anymore because you were either one side or the other. Yeah. And 5 Town was just a rotten place where it was just one-sided, and it wasn't good. And that's just when my temper really started to flare. Yeah. And I fought every chance I could get. Yeah. You know what I mean? So,
can I ask a question? Yeah. When I suppose, but who was your first role model? And when was that?
I never had role models. I never looked at people like that I wanted to aspire to. Right. You know, I never, oh, geez, I want to be like him, or yeah, I want to be like him. I just wanted to be like me. I wanted to be the fiercest person that I knew. that had no fear. I wanted to just be me. I didn't want to take crap from nobody. I never went. If I got into fights and I got beat, I was guys that were usually older than me, and not the toughest guy in the classroom, but if anybody gave me crap, I was just like a dog with a bone. I would have chewed your leg off, you know. And you would have had to beat me to death to get me off your leg as a kid. Or if you beat, I'd come back the next day. With I was black and blue. I'd come back the next day with a brick or a lump of stick. I'd come for you again, Yeah. And then eventually people just began to leave me alone. Yeah. Because they knew I was kind of crackers.
Binders will do that.
But I never had I never remember looking back and having a role model. Yeah. To be honest.
So you didn't model that behaviour on anybody you'd seen.
No, that was a part of me that was born into me. I just don't think you become that way overnight. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? I think we have excuse me, male men are animals. Mm-hmm. We're animals, you know what I mean? And our role back in the day was to defend, feed and protect. Mm-hmm. And when you're a kid and you're learning, you say, people say that you learn from what you see. Well, I just saw violence. Yeah. So I was born from violence, and that's just what I carried in me, was just a really bad temper, and I just wasn't going to let anybody roll over me. Mm-hmm. And so I carried that up until I think my early 20s. Yeah. You know what I mean? I just wasn't about to lay down and play dead for no one. Yeah. So role models, no, I wouldn't think so.
So how does that start to spill over into career choices? Talk to me kind of like post-school. How do you start thinking about all that sort of stuff?
I had a cousin, David. God bless him. David died a few years ago. David was 6 or 7 years older than me, and he was in the military. And David was a physical fitness instructor, red-haired, Irish, crazy as a box of frogs on acid, and he had a twin brother, Andrew, but they weren't identical twins, they were, paternal twins. Andrew was very wiry, brown hair, and could box like anything, whereas David was just a complete psycho. David would have ripped holes in the door to get at you. He cried when he got angry, and he would shake, and, he would explode like the Hulk. But David, he showed me that it was okay to live. When he came back on leave and stuff, he used to take me everywhere. He'd spoil me. I didn't have much growing up, but he had loads of money. He would take me to Belfast. He would buy me this. He would buy me that. He'd buy me whatever. You know what I mean? But it wasn't to appease me. It was because he loved me. And he was the first father figure, really father figure that I had. And when David left the military, he moved to Belize, and he married a Chinese American girl called Sue, and Sue had the best restaurant on an island called Hamburger's Key. And so I was in and out of trouble with the police, fighting, stealing boxes of biscuits, stealing tractors in the local field. The things that you do as a kid, you know what I mean, back when I was growing up.
That's Roscoe. Roscoe does that every weekend.
So I was one of those rambunctious kids that when the sun split through the sky at 6 a.m, I didn't go downstairs. I jumped out of my bedroom window onto the coal shed and down the pipe like a rat, and just away. That was it. I was gone for the day, and I'd knock on my friend's door because like a rat.
That's what I got.
A rat in the pipe. So,
very good.
David had a younger brother who was my age, Barney, and his name is Bernard John, and I used to nickname him BJ. And so him and I were the best of friends, and there's 13 days difference in age, So we'd be gone. We'd be like two rats in a pipe. We'd be away the whole day. So we grew up together, and we got in fights together, and we just did literally everything together. We were like Siamese twins joined at the hip. He got in trouble, I got in trouble. I got in trouble, he got in trouble. If somebody hit him, they'd hit me. That type of thing. And back then he was my one true friend. It didn't matter what, he was there. And he's like David. You'd have thought that Barney was David's twin rather than Andrew. Yeah. Because these two guys look so much alike, really stocky, flat hair. BJ, he went to the Marines, and then he eventually went on to the SAS. yeah, David was like a dad to me. And when he came back and forward, I was always in trouble. Or back then we didn't have telephones. We wrote a letter, or we sent a postcard. And I still write letters now. To me, it's very personal. Yes, we have a phone that I can text, "Hi, I'm outside," or "What are you doing?" Say, "Do you want to get a coffee? Should we go for pizza?" That's all fantastic. But if I could go back to 1994 when I was in Belize and saw my first computer, that's just when everything just went down the toilet.
Yeah.
But they would come back and forward. I'd be in trouble. And when I was 20, I was like that up until I met my son's mum. Jenny was from Dublin. I met her in London. And I think I was 29 when my son Connor was born. And that's when my life changed. That's when all the BS and all the crap and all the anger that I held inside changed when he was born, because everything that I thought was important was no longer. It didn't mean anything. And anybody who has children will know that feeling. That all the crap that you thought was important and all the issues that you held and all the anger, it just wasn't important no more. You focus on that little... Connor was 5.5 pounds when he was born, and I cried like a baby at the hospital. And the nurses were betting I was going to cry, and I'm a big dude, and I was a big dude back then. I was, in the gym all the time, and I picked my son up, and it was like a bag of sugar.
Yeah.
And everything changed, and I cried, and I made a promise to him that I would always be there for him and protect him. And all the anger in me just disappeared from the day when he was born. That was it. I just changed. I didn't want to be around my friends anymore, you know what I mean? Not in a bad way, but I didn't want to spend as much time. I didn't drink. I wasn't a drinker. I didn't go to the pubs. I wasn't out shooting pool all the time or stealing cars or nothing. I just liked to walk over the fields. I'm quite spiritual. I would take my shoes off and walk in wet grass. Like in the town where I grew up, there's a 9-hole golf course. And I would go in the rain and I would take my shoes off and I would just walk on the wet grass and walk through the puddles and find a tree and sit under a tree and just sit there grounded, feeling that squishy, muddy between your toes. And I would just watch the rain. And that might sound stupid to people, but it gave me comfort.
Yeah.
Everything stopped. It was like time stopped. I had no anger issues. I had no, I was empty. I was happy. And then as soon as I moved away from that again, I just went straight back down that rabbit hole of just wanting to just rip people's heads off and, and I don't know why that was that way. I think just that being away from people and just being in nature was very grounding. When Connor was born, I would take him with me. When it was raining, I would wrap him up and I'd put him inside my jacket and I would walk the golf course hoping that he could feel what I was feeling, that it would come through me and into him and that he would maybe appreciate it, you know what I'm saying? I would sit under the same big tree and I would just take him out and I would sit him forward and then let him watch the rain with me. And he was only, I don't know, 6, 7, 8 months old. Yeah. But I was hoping that I could transfer that through me to him and that as he grew older, he might feel that as well, And unfortunately, the relationship with Jenny, who was an absolutely lovely person, just didn't last. So when Connor was, I think, 2, we decided to kind of split ways. And I started working with a friend. I was labouring, doing all the donkey work, as you did, for very little money. But it just got me earning some money, and it just got me kind of grounded and realising that, you have to work to better your life and stuff. And so they moved back down to Dublin. And she says, I don't want to be here anymore. And I said, okay, we'll go down home, and I'll come down every few weeks and we'll go from there. And it just didn't last. So I started to go back down that rabbit hole again of fighting, you know what I mean? And finding, not excuses to fight, but not walking away from it when I probably should have. And I got into trouble with the police and stuff like that. And David came home just out of the blue. He knocked on my door and he was standing there and he says, I'm taking you to Belize. Out of the blue. I didn't even know where Belize was. I'd never heard of it. Never ever heard of it. I didn't know if it was another planet. He stayed 6 weeks and I'm gonna go back, Colin. I'm gonna send you a ticket, and I'm gonna bring you out here, and I'm gonna teach you to scuba dive, and I'm gonna do this, and I'm gonna do that. I was like, okay, you know what I mean? And 6 weeks later, I had a ticket, and I was on a plane to Miami, and then to Belize.
And this was early 20s?
I was 29 at this particular time.
So would it be fair to say that when I said role model, this is exactly what I'm talking about? Would it be fair to say that David was the first positive male influence?
Yes.
That ever
when
in your life at
when him
20
and I
something?
actually spent time together.
Yeah.
When we actually got together.
So you were starting to be fathered for the
Yeah.
first time almost at that age?
David always cared for me. David was the only
Yeah.
person who put his arm around me and told me he loved me
Yeah,
Wow.
right.
when I was young, and I used
What's
to push
the
him
age
away.
difference?
Eight
8
years.
years, yeah.
Yeah.
So bigger brother kind of...
And David was always there, except, when he went back to the army again, the time that he could have been away for 2 years, but to me it was 2 weeks, because we always stayed in touch, and I'd always get postcards if he was in Germany, or if it was in Cyprus, or wherever he was, I'd get a postcard and it'd be a few quid in an envelope or something like that. You know what I mean? And so he's always taking care of me, and I felt embarrassed because I didn't want the money. I wanted to be with him, type of thing. I wanted to have the crack and and run around with him, because David was an absolute nutter, and he was fearless. David was 5'5". He was fearless. He was as bold as a door. And for his size and his character, he blocked some light. He just blocked the light when he stopped. But he had a magnetism in him that everybody gravitated to.
Yeah.
He was like gravity. He could walk into a room, and people would just kind of stop, and within a few minutes, they'd be gathered around him, listening to his stories. He was a great storyteller. Not all of them are true.
Oh, well, every good storyteller.
You know what I'm saying? David would embellish a little bit, but he embellished to draw people in and make people laugh.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because I didn't realise throughout David's life he was suffering from PTSD. Back then, when I grew up with ADHD and dyslexia, but you wasn't reckoned. You were stupid, because nobody in school took the time to spend the time with you because you were stupid. So I remember being put in a corner, and having a bucket put in my head in maths, because maths was just like gobbledygook to me. My reports were, Colin can count the cars as they pass the windows, but he can't do maths. He can't add 2 and 2, which I couldn't, because I just I didn't want to be in the classroom. I wanted to be out. I wanted to be in nature. I wanted to be swinging on a rope. I wanted to be, building dens and fishing and, just being away from people, And so David could light up this room, and I would sit there and I would listen to the stories that he told. And I wanted to be David. It was then that I knew I wanted to be David. And he was having a massive positive impact on me, because he had been to all these different places and all these different worlds, whereas I knew Fintona and the UK and Oma. We'd go down to Oma once a week on the bus, get a coffee, and maybe see somebody that we knew, or I go down to Dublin and see my son, or I go to work. And it was just that boring, monotonous, constant nothing, where it was the same stuff day in and day out. You were like a worker ant, outside, bring a leaf in, outside, bring a leaf in, outside, bring a leaf in, fight, die. And that was that ant. That was the life of that ant. And I felt like just trapped, whereas with David, it was escapism. And all these magnificent stories that he told and these worlds that he opened up to me was just amazing. You know what I mean? And when I was like 15 or 16, I loved a guy called Jacques Cousteau. And you guys, you probably know who he is, the explorer. And I loved watching his programs on a Sunday, And little did I know, 20 odd years later, I'd meet one of his sons in Belize, And I would dive the Great Blue Hole where Jacques Cousteau made famous. So this is where my life went.
Yeah.
Yeah. So David opened up this world of fantasy and wonder and possibilities, is the only way that I could describe that. Because I would sit back at night time and think about this stuff, and it would drive me nuts. I just wanted to get away. And David says to me, I'm going to come for you in 6 weeks. Save your money. I didn't drink, I didn't smoke, I didn't go out. So I had money in the bank. I had a few pounds in the bank and everything. And I was more determined to get up and go to work in the rain and the snow than I ever was to get out of there. You know what I mean? And I just thought to myself, I'm going to do this, and then David's going to say, I'm sorry, you can't come.
Mm-hmm.
You know? So I'm one of them people, and I've always been that way. I don't believe stuff till it happens.
Yeah.
You can tell me the rainbow has several different colours in it, and I'm going to say it's just black and white until that thing actually happens for me, and then the colours will come through, and then I'll see all the colours of the rainbow, you know. So 6 weeks later, anyway, they're banging on the door at 6 o'clock, 6:30 in the morning, and I was downstairs, and I thought, and there's David. And he literally kicked my door in and ran in past me. You know what I mean? Right, get a brew on, get the tea on. And David would drink tea by the bucket, not a cup. David would literally just sit and drink a box of tea bags in a day. He would honestly love tea, you know. So I did another brew. So the kettle was on 24 hours a day when David was home. You know what I mean? And he says to me, "Pack a bag." And I just looked at him. He says, "Pack a bag." He says, "We've 2 hours to be at the airport." And I was sitting Google-eyed looking at him, and I said, "Don't mess me around."
Yeah.
He says, "Get a bag, let's go." And that was it.
Wow.
When we got to Belfast, I got up to the airport, and I was still
waiting for the pun to be dropped.
Waiting for the thing to drop.
Punchline.
I'm just joking with you. You know what I mean? And I'm no. Plane arrived. We checked in on that plane over to Miami. You know, and the plane was empty, literally. And I'd never been on a plane before, you know, and it was a big 747.
That's a big flight for your first flight.
Yeah, 9 hours, 8-9 hours or something like that. And I just remember the whole middle seats were empty. And David, he says, "I'm going to lie down." And I was terrified to leave the seat I was in. That was my seat.
Yeah.
Nobody was taking that seat from me.
Yeah.
That was it, you know what I mean? And I'm sitting there, and I was kind of white-knuckling. The plane was shaking, and it was up and down. And I'm like white-knuckling. And David, he's just out like a light on the roll across me, like, you know. Yeah. And I kind of looked over, and I think that was the first time that I ever really wanted to cry. Mm-hmm. I just felt emotional. Yeah. And but my manliness held it back. Yeah. I was going to show anybody was going to cry, you know. But I just looked at him, and I thought, you know, nobody's ever done this to me. Nobody's ever done anything like this for me. Not my own family. Nobody has made a promise to me and kept it. You know. Anyway, 8 hours later, landed in Miami. And it was like, to me, it was like Disney World. I was just landing, like, and the air hit me as soon as the door opened, and it just near scalded me. It was that hot. And back then, I didn't really have much. I had more hair than I do now. But it was wet, humid, and my hair just went like a Brillo pad, just curled up, you know. And so anyway, we got off the plane, and we went through, customs as you do, and security and stuff. And David's cousin, Pauline, a Chinese girl, Sue's, his wife's niece, picked us up, drove us to her house, and we stayed there overnight. And then we were to fly down to Belize the next day, and David says, "Let's stay for a few days." Okay. He paid for everything, paid the hotel, paid everything. Could have stayed at Pauline's house. But David just wanted a bit of fun, you know what I mean? And David and his wife had an open relationship. So when the cat was away, David would play type of thing. And they knew, they both had that type of relationship, like, you know what I mean? They didn't have kids yet, they just wanted to, they loved each other, but they just also wanted to do their own thing. And that was the first time that I'd ever kind of experienced that type of relationship as well. Because to me, when you're with somebody, that was concrete, that was ironclad, and it was locked and the key was thrown away. But David was a real fun guy, and he knew everyone. He knew everybody in Miami. Hey, Joe, hey, and everywhere we went, somebody knew him, And I didn't delve into David's personal life. I never asked him any of his personal business. And we went like to the cinema, we went to the malls, you know what I mean? And we sat and I had the biggest bowl of ice cream I ever saw in my life, you know what I mean? And I couldn't believe this was happening. So a couple of days we spent up there, and we went round seeing David's friends, and I met quite a few of his special forces military friends that he had acquired over the years in the military and stuff. And then 2 days later, we arrived in Belize, and the heat, I thought Miami was hot. The door opened on the plane, and I thought my face fell off. I just thought I just melted. The breath was taken out of me, and I just stood there, and it's just jungle.
Wow.
Jungle. when you fly into Belize, it's two parts. You've got a runway down the middle, you have the airport on one side, and you have the British Army camp on the other. So you've got APC, which is airport camp, all the British Army, Special Forces, Marines, RAF were down there when I was there, all on one side, and you could see it, the big army camp, you know. Then there was a big American plane, I think it was I don't know, one of the big C-130s, all these guys were getting out and then just taking up positions on the tarmac, and all the guys would come out in the vehicles, come out, and then they just drove across and entered into the camp, you know. And then the smell of the sea hit you. You've ever smelled ocean, that salty, seagrassy smell? I was like, Jesus, what's that? You know what I mean? It stank. I was like, oh my God, you know, I thought it was sewers, but it was just seaweed. I was like, you know. And a big slap on the back of the head from Dave, you know, let's go, you know. And we got through customs again, and we got into this rickety vehicle that was held together with string and chewing gum, you know. It was just all rusted and beat up, and cable ties, and well, back then probably weren't cable ties, lumps of bale of twine, and thanks, you know, all this type of stuff, and it was fantastic. The windows in the car didn't have any windows, so you were blasted by the hot air. Obviously didn't need an AC because there was no windows to keep the cool air in anyway. And this reggae music was playing, and Bob Marley, No Woman, No Cry, you know, and I thought it was brilliant. And I did always like Bob Marley as a kid, and I thought, wow, this is fun. And we were driving down the highway, and the river was on one side, and the jungle was on the other, and the sea was on the, and I was gobsmacked. I'd never seen anything like this. No one knew, except on TV, that these places existed. And then we got to the municipal airport, a smaller airport, and then we got on what's called a puddle jumper, little, I think it was a 170 Cessna, and it was like this. I thought the pilot was drunk, to be honest, you know. And there was 8 of us crammed into it, and all the luggage and stuff, and he had to turn into. I remember him turning into the wind to take off, you know, and he clipped the fence as he was going over the fence, this chain link fence, and he's like, hold on, you know. And David, he's just sitting there chatting. David speaks Creole, watch your boy, like, you know, and he speaks fluent Creole, and he all of a sudden he just transformed into this completely different person. If I hadn't knew that David was white and sitting behind him with red hair, I'd have thought David was Creole or black.
Mad.
He just transformed, you know, and I was like, who's this person? You know what I mean? But he got on with everybody. He could talk to anybody, you know. He could, you know, he metamorphosized from one person into all these different characters, and he fit in wherever he went to, you know. He was like, I used to call him the chameleon, because David could fit in anywhere, you know. And he's chatting away to this taxi driver who obviously knew him. And so anyway, we got into the plane, and next thing we're gone, and we took off, and the plane had to circle to climb. It had to hit the thermals.
Right.
And I didn't fly back then. It was a few years later that I ended up taking lessons to fly and stuff. And I didn't realise that the 170 Cessna was so small, you know, and we were actually heavier than was allowed in the plane. So the guy was circling, corkscrewing to get height. And so we got up, I think it was to about 5,000 or 6,000 feet, and then everything was just amazing. The sea was so blue. I had never seen colours like these at all, you know. All of a sudden, the airport went, and then there was jungle, and then there was blue, turquoise, blue, and dark blue as the water got deeper and deeper, and then all these little islands were just popping up here and there, and they just looked like emeralds, just in a blue setting. It was amazing. And then the horizon, you know, it was amazing. And I sat, and I think I held my breath for the whole 30 minutes, just looking out the window. Just glued to I remember, like, on a bus, my head was glued to the window, trying to see down as much as I could.
Sweat stain on the window.
Big stain on the window, like, you know. Meanwhile, David, he's in his own world, just chatting away to the pilot. And the flight seemed to last forever. And it was just amazing. Absolutely amazing. And then I could hear the pilot saying, okay, you know, guys, we're going to start descending now into San Pedro. So that was the town that was on the island of Ambergris Caye. Ambergris Caye is 36 miles long, and it's all jungle except for San Pedro, which is St. Peter in Spanish, and this little town at the butt end of this island, you know, and that was it, you know. and you saw the runway, and you saw this little strip of town basically, and houses, and the rest was just all jungle, and you know, and then you could see the little hotels and everything. It was, I couldn't speak. Then we landed this really bumpy Disney World type of roller coaster, you know, type of a landing, and I was just glad that we got down, and we got out, and I couldn't speak. Dave just looked at me and let's go. Wow. That was it, and my life began.
Began.
So we are 43 minutes into our podcast. We have touched so far childhood, Belize, and there's about, I don't know how many hours left of basics to cover.
Yeah.
Of just, I'm really
well,
upset.
I
There's so much
I already made a thing in my head where if you're happy with the call on it, just to make it a two-parter.
Yes. Please.
Yeah, if you're comfortable.
Yeah,
if you're happy enough.
Because I've no desire to go fast here.
Yeah.
You know, I'm enjoying this, and
Sorry if I'm talking too much, but
no,
it's
wonderful. Roscoe's on the edge of his seat. Roscoe can hardly even produce properly. He's so captivated.
That's the thing. I relate to a lot of things that you've been saying and all that. And the fact is, I found your story extremely interesting. It is so good. I cannot get over it.
You haven't heard.
I know, and I want to hear more. This should be definitely a two-part thing.
This is like the first act of Oppenheimer. It's like there's still a lot more to go.
There's still a lot more to go. This is a three-part series.
Yeah.
This is a series.
Yeah, no, it was. That's just when David showed me that it was okay to live.
Yeah.
That it was okay to enjoy life, and that there was so much more to life that I had yet to enjoy and to discover. So that was just the beginning of when I found happiness. When I could just say that the only place that I can put my hand on my heart and say I was ever really happy was Belize. I've never been happy really anywhere since leaving Belize, and that I left in '98, so I was down there for 6 years, over 6 years, and it was magic. It was absolutely magic. You know what I mean?
And you were, so the main thing you were doing there was scuba instructing and
I
diving
was
and
scuba instructing, and then I got into
flying after that.
Yeah, I got into flying and stuff, but I got into military stuff down there as well because David had loads of friends who were special forces, ex-special forces and stuff, and they liked to go camping in the jungle in Belize, and I would go along with them, and that's when I kind of, you know, discovered that I just wanted to be something else rather than just. I loved scuba diving, don't get me wrong. There's a movie called Cocoon. I don't know if you guys have ever seen it. It's an old movie. Yeah. It was a two movie, and it was about these old guys in Florida that discovered these giant pods and they were aliens. Yeah. And
spoiler.
The aliens kind of, when they swam in the pool, they kind of got invigorated and felt a lot younger. Well, the boat that was in that movie, we ended up getting the Manta-4. And
no way.
Yeah, David, and there was a guy down there called Dick Davis, and Dick, I think back then was 50 odd, and Dick came from Texas money. The guy was a multimillionaire. He walked about in a pair of shorts, a raggedy t-shirt, and Dick was the easiest going dude you could ever imagine. You wouldn't have thought that this guy had money to just put on a fire and light. You know what I mean? His house was just a mediocre house. He didn't live in a big flashy mansion. He drove a golf cart everywhere. You know what I mean? He wore a pair of sandals. You know, Jesus creepers as we called them back then. Jesus. And you know, you would meet Dick, and you know, he would buy a coffee, and you would sit and talk. He was great into judo, and I was big into judo back then. So we would, you know, do some training on his judo mats under his house and stuff. And Dick was also a pilot, and you know, he said one day, he said he wanted to get into shark diving, and I just wanted to try everything. You know what I mean? And Dick says, "Oh, would you be interested?" I'm like, "Yeah," you know what I mean. So he made a shark cage. He welded a shark cage together. Okay. Now I hadn't been to the Blue Hole yet. Okay, so we just took it out past the reef. On the island is 36 miles long, and you've got the beachfront, and then there was a river that separated the South Island from the north, and there wasn't really much up north except jungle and people. Well, Madonna had a house there. I remember seeing her when she was down. Kelly LeBrock and Steven Seagal paid a visit to the island. Tupac, before he died, in '95. I met him on the island. Tupac, Snoop Dogg, and Bobby Brown
Glad you
came
didn't-
down.
Before he died, not after he died.
Yeah, no, they came down. And they were on the island, and they were playing basketball with the local guys. There's a photograph of us somewhere, black and white. Another good friend of mine, Gary Cooper, who now lives in Thailand, and Gary was a scuba instructor, and he was a big influence in teaching me to dive, as well as David. So anyway, Dick just decided one day he was going to go up to St. Petersburg in Florida and buy the boat. And it was after the second movie, Cocoon: The Return. And Raquel Welch's daughter, Tani, had been in the movie, and I slept in her bed. She wasn't in it at the time, mind you. But in the cabin, you know, where she was, that was when I worked, because I worked in the boat as a dive master.
Yeah.
And the boat was then, we used to take people out to the Blue Hole for 4 or 5 day scuba diving snorkel trips. And so you go out to a couple of the atolls, you do a few dives, a few snorkels, and then the morning of your last day, you would dive the Blue Hole. And when I first got there, I'm not scared of anything. I'm not scared of heights. I'm not scared of depth. It doesn't really bother me at all. When I went into the Blue Hole on my first dive, I went with a guy called Oliver, and Oliver was a local guy on the island, a young black kid. Very tall, very handsome guy. A bodybuilder type dude, you know what I mean, into his fitness. One of the nicest guys ever. And Ollie was the dive master on the boat, so he was in charge of taking people diving. I give a little briefing and stuff. And David says to me, okay, you're going out with Ollie. You know, I was already by that stage a dive master. And he says, right, you're going to go out with Ollie and you're going to learn the ropes on the boat and you're going to learn the Blue Hole. And the Blue Hole is just a bounce dive. You know, we would go to 100 feet for 10 minutes. So basically you would just get in, you'd give each other the thumbs up, the okay or the okay, look at me, let's go down, deflate, and away you go. And you would get down to 100 feet as quick as possible. And at 100 feet, you've got giant stalactites and stalagmites like this. And these things are 60 feet in diameter, okay, and maybe 100 feet long.
Wow.
And coral grows at an inch a year. So the Blue Hole apparently was about 60 million years old. I'm not too sure on the details, but apparently it was a collapsed cave and a roof fell in. And it was a perfect circle. It's so big to see it from space. And it has coral around it. And Jacques Cousteau dynamited 2 parts of the coral to get the calypso in and, you know, see how deep it was. And so as you dove in, it was sand that kind of went like this. And it was like diving into a pint of Guinness, is the only way I could describe it. So it's the first 30 feet is light. And then you get down to the edge of the sand. And then the sand would it was like a waterfall. The sand would go down, would just go over the edge. And then you went down as quick as you could, and it was black. So a flashlight was no good down there because you couldn't see colour and you could barely see the light. So you just went down and you could see where each other was. You could hear people's bubbles, you could hear them breathing, tapping on the back of the tank and, you know, and that type of thing. But you would take a little swim in through these stalactites and then you would surface. Then you would spend 3 minutes or 30 feet in degas and then go up on the boat. And the first time I did that, I panicked because I couldn't see anything below me. And it was just like black, like this, looking down. And the first time I went in there, I saw a flip of something white. Shark was the first thing I met. And it was a manta-ray. That somebody got a picture of it and it turned. And I thought it was a flip of belly of a shark. And I was, oh my God, you know what I mean? And that was the first time I kind of felt helpless. I couldn't defend myself. I'm going to drown if I do anything. Somebody's going to grab me, going to pull my regulator and my mask off, and everybody's going to panic. But no, past all, we got back up. People say, oh, did you see the manta-ray? And did you see this? And I was like, I thought it was a shark. You know? But that was the first time in the Blue Hole. And I had then realised that was the first one of my wishes to come true, was to dive in the Blue Hole. What Jacques Cousteau had seen on TV when I was a kid, when I was about 15 or 16. And things just got better.
Wow.
After that, that was just one of the many things. And I remember that night when we pulled into a place called Half Moon Cay, and it has a lighthouse on it, and it has a sanctuary for birds called booby birds, blue-footed booby birds, and they're very rare. And I think they're only found in Belize, these birds. And there was a little platform built up into the trees, so you could stand and you could watch them, and people go up and take photographs, be very quiet. And everybody was going down. It was about quarter of a mile away from where we pulled in, and the chefs on the boat were preparing key lime pie and coconut pie, and rum and coke and food for everybody because it was the evening time. And then the music we were playing, and we carried 22 people on the boat, you know. So the boat was 54 foot long and 20 foot wide. It's quite a big boat. Cabins and deck space where people slept. And so we pulled in, and these guys were preparing, and everybody went down to see the baby birds while this was being done. And I just didn't want to go with them. As soon as they all came back, I just went off on my own. I wanted that space on my own, you know.
Yeah.
And I went down, and it was just getting dark, and I just remember sitting there, and then all the birds just suddenly stopped singing and squawking, and it was deathly quiet, and it was the most peaceful sound ever. But when I looked up, you could see every star in the sky. There was no false lights from the houses. So the moon was rising on one side, and it was I don't know, it's like everything you would just see in a movie. It just started to light up the water. Like it was a big yellow moon, and then all the stars were there, and you could look up and you could see everything. It was amazing. I just lay on the deck and just didn't want to leave. And I lay there for about 20 minutes, and an alarm hit. Oh, I better get back. And then it got back, and then the party began, and everybody was having a good time. You know what I mean? It was brilliant, and that was, you know, David gave me that. And when I went back in, then the next morning, he just looked at me and he went, "Well." and I just says, "Yeah," and he went, "That's just the beginning, Col."
Wow.
And that was it.
So, very, very, I've loved hearing some of the things that you did in Belize, and I'm sure there's like a million things more.
Yeah.
I'm interested now in what happened to you in Belize. How did you change?
What
did you become in those 6 years?
I found me. I found a very calm. I found a complete opposite of the monster that I allowed myself to become. You know what I mean? There was nobody threatening me. People spoke. "Hey, how you doing?" Didn't get that here. What are you looking at? You know, was what I grew up with. You know, and I'd be walking downtown, and people would say, "Oh, you were the diver on the boat yesterday. What's your name again?" And then people wanted to, "Oh, you have an accent. Where are you from?" Because I wasn't American. You know, I didn't have an American accent. You know, grew up in Northern Ireland. "Oh, where are you from?" "Oh, you're Irish." "Oh, you guys are crazy." You know, I'm like, "Do you know Joe Blow? You know, from Dublin?" I'm like, "No, I don't think I'm." Because everybody thinks in America that you know somebody. You know, they think that Northern Ireland's tiny, which it probably is, isn't it? You know. But "Oh yeah, do you know so?" No. Do you know? No. Don't think about him yet. You know
I've been asked 3 times in the States, "Do you know such and such?"
Yeah.
And I have known all 3 of them.
Have you really?
Yes. The first one was Stuart Townend.
Crazy.
In Hollywood. He's
Man, you're the one
yeah.
that's keeping the stereotype alive.
Yeah.
It's guys
just
like
me.
you perpetuating this myth.
That's what it is.
Absolutely. So yeah, it is that small.
But I found me. I found a piece of me that it just made me realize that it was okay to live. You know what I mean? You know.
Or this is what life could be
Yeah,
like.
this is what life could be like.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I could get up in the morning and hear the waves. The reef was a quarter of a mile away. Belize has the second largest reef in the world. It's 180 something miles long. Comes from Mexico, goes all the way down, and then down to Guatemala. And it's all blue water diving in Belize. It's all canyons, finger canyons. So when you go down, you can go down through a canyon, and then it goes to a sandy bottom, and then it's 3,000 meters straight down, you know, and did some crazy diving out there as well. But it was blue water diving, and the fish and the colours and the corals, and it was just unreal, absolutely unreal. So you could dive, like on a good day, you could see the 60 feet down to the sand.
Crazy.
In the water was so blue and clear. You know, and you couldn't wait to get in. The water's 80 degrees most of the year round. You know what I mean? So I never dove in a wetsuit. I dove in a pair of shorts. And that was it. A pair of shorts, a set of fins, a mask, and a scuba tank. I very rarely wore like a wetsuit. The only time I would wear a wetsuit was jellyfish season. There was a jellyfish called pica-pica. And it's a thimble jellyfish about the size of your thumb. And they sting. They lay eggs in the water. And I didn't realise how badly that they hurt. And I remember David telling me one day, David goes, pica-pica call, you'll see it, it's just like vomit on the top of the water. It's just vomit, the colour of vomit. And it's millions and millions of these little jellyfish that are just but they lay their eggs, and their eggs stick to you and they sting. And David says to me, pee in your wetsuit. Pee inside your wetsuit. I'm not peeing in my wetsuit because it stinks, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Pee in your wetsuit, Cole, or I'll be peeing on you when you come out. You know what I mean? I'm like, thanks, Dave. And he was right. And I didn't pee in my wetsuit at all. And I came up, and what I tried to do instead was I took my regulator out and I blew bubbles to clear them. And so I went up through this space, and then they went down my wetsuit. And I was stung from across my chest, my back, my neck, all up to the back of my head with these stinging eggs.
Yeah.
And David peed on me. And then he scrubbed me with one of those green Brillo pad things, because urine, you know, or vinegar. We didn't have vinegar.
Yeah.
We had Dave.
Vinegar Dave.
Dave was just sitting ashore, just drinking a few gallons of water. He'll be up soon.
He'll be up soon, so I'll save it up. So he peed down my back.
Is it ammonia? Is that what it is?
Yeah, ammonia. And then he scrubbed me, you know, and I was quite sore for a good week. You know, not just me, but everybody, you would dive anyway, you know what I mean? So, but yeah, life just got better. But I just discovered a part of me that I didn't really think existed. And I just found peace and quiet. And I could walk into town, and people generally wanted to know me and wanted to talk with me, and didn't grow up so there was no animosity, you know, there was no jealousy about what you were doing there, because I got a lot of that from my family, because I used to write letters, and then you had to get photographs, and it was 2 weeks to get your photographs, you know, developed, and then it was 3 weeks to send it from Belize back to Northern Ireland. So my family didn't believe me, the places I'd gone and the things I was doing. So I took photographs to prove what I was doing.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? There was a lot of jealousy, you know, because I was the only one who left home, you know. And so I was continuously proving myself what I was doing and where I was going. And you know, and it was a really, really kind of like a sad feeling to think that the people I grew up with weren't believing me and were calling me a liar. And then I just kind of thought, David says, look, listen, their opinion of you doesn't matter. Nobody's opinion of you doesn't matter. You're out here now. You just live your life and enjoy yourself, you know what I mean? And just, you know, be you. And the same thing happened to David. He found himself when he went to Belize, you know, and he was happy. He became one of the highest rated PADI scuba diving instructors in America.
Wow.
And he brought that down to Belize, and he built his business down there, called Dive Dreams, and his motto was "Dream you dive you dream," at Dive Dreams, and he ended up getting a really good dive scuba centre going. He put me through basic open water, advanced water, you know, rescue diver, in diver water medic, assistant instructor, blah 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 blah. You know what I mean? I ended up working and helping to run the local hyperbaric chamber on the island as well, with a lovely guy called Dr. Otto. So I got into hyperbarics as well, you know what I mean, to understand more the effects of people who were getting hurt by the bends and, you know, bubbles trapped, cerebrospinal and all this type of stuff. And I flourished. I was like a sponge, wanted to learn, and the more I was showed, I couldn't retain anything in school, but because I was doing something I loved, I could remember everything that I was being taught. And you know, it was brilliant. I didn't really have much faith in myself academically at school, but when I got out there and I got into scuba diving, there probably wasn't nothing I didn't know, because I got every book, I read every book, and then I would speak to other instructors and I would learn something new, or they'd say, yeah, go and dive with Larry Parker. And Larry was quite a famous American guy, you know, he had a place at Victoria House, you know, and he had a great diving centre, and I met Larry, and I'd go out and work with Larry on his boats, and he would learn me something different. Then he brought Entonox and Nitrox and all these other different types of diving down. I got into this type of diving, mixed gas diving, and I've flourished. Yeah. And I just learned, and then I realised my own capacity of how capable I was of learning when I was told I was stupid in school. You never amount to nothing.
Amazing.
I said to myself, I'm going to go back to that school one day, and I'm going to tell them they were all wrong. Yeah. You know, and 30 years later, I'm back and give it to them. No.
I think that's a good place.
Yeah.
So I think that's a good place to
for part one.
For part one.
Yeah.
That's good.
Feels natural.
Solid end, yeah. My next, if you're comfortable, come back in, Colin.
Absolutely, I'd love to. Yeah.
The next.
I can talk forever, mate.
I can listen forever. So we'll see. We'll see who wins.
I'm very blessed. I have to say, like, I'm very blessed, because David, you know, he opened up this world to me. Not just me, he helped other people. David just didn't help me, you know what I mean? He helped other friends as well. And, you know, David was a great teacher. You know, he was the life lessons that he learned was amazing. I used to think he was full of it most of the time. But it was only later on in life that I realised that he was really good at teaching, but not forcing an opinion on you. Dave was very political. He's into American politics, and Dave would argue. He'd argue with the President of the United States and still win. But he was really passionate. He was passionate about life, everything to do with life. And he was one of those guys that would, you know, within 5 minutes of talking to him, you learned something. And he wasn't pretentious in his way of doing it or pushing an opinion on you. He would say something and then you would think about it and you would think that you thought of that yourself. You know what I mean? He was a great positive influence and he touched a lot of people and he helped a lot of people. He brought people, local guys from near poverty, and taught them to dive and helped them set a business up. Yeah. You know, and I probably met 2 people in my life since him that have done that. Yeah. You know what I mean? So
it's class.
Yeah.
At the risk of sounding like a TV show, next time.
Next
Best
time
of Belfast. The opening question I think should be, why did you leave Belize? And what took you out of that paradise? Yeah. And we'll see where that takes us. That laugh is so mysterious.
That's gonna be a good one for you.
Keep this for next time.
Yeah.
Next time.
Everybody needs a Dave. By the sounds of it.
Yeah, you know, I miss him. Dave died. He died in really bad circumstances a few years ago. I taught Dave to be a paramedic because I'm a qualified paramedic, a tier 2 paramedic, which I was doing in Iraq and Afghanistan and a few other places. And Dave and I. He was a first aid instructor, so he set me on the path of doing first aid. And then when I left Belize, I just went a different path, and I started getting into more tactics and other areas and stuff, and incorporated remote medicine and all this other stuff into this other world that I moved into, and. Dave had been in Iraq as well and a few other places, but he wasn't a paramedic. He was a medic, and I says, right, you've done for me. I'm gonna train you now. And I trained him as a paramedic and got him certified as a paramedic, and then his life took a different turn as well, like, you know, and we separated. We went different paths, same paths but different roads. And so
brilliant.
That's another.
Colin, thank you for today. I really look forward to next time.
No problem. Thank you for having me on. It's been brilliant. I haven't really spoke about this stuff to anybody. You know what I mean? The few people I did tell it to just didn't believe me. Yeah. You know, because it is
unbelievable in the correct term of the
you
word.
Know what I'm saying? Yes. Because I haven't met anybody that I met that's done what I've done. Yeah. You know, and I don't mean that to be pretentious or sound like inflated ego or nothing. Yeah. But my life it's had ups and downs. It's not all been sunshine and rainbows, but for the most part it's unbelievable. You know, and in life I have very few regrets, but I don't regret my life at all, you know, so
it's great.
Yeah, thank you for having me on. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thanks, buddy.
No problem.
See you next time.
Yes.
Ta-ta.
I was in Iraq, and I had this driver, Louis was his name. I say was because he's no longer here. And I watched him one day washing himself. And he used to go to this little trough. And because of the Muslims, they would wash their hands and their feet. And I just kind of inadvertently stopped one day, and I was watching him do this. And he called me over. And he said, sit down. And I sat down. And he took my boots off. And he pulled my feet over. And he started washing my feet for me. And I was just totally blown away. Wow. You know, and he never said why. And I didn't say thank you because I didn't know what to say. But that's what he did. And I still, to this day, don't know why.
I guess one of the most intimate things that you can ever do for somebody and that you can ever receive.
Yeah, I got a lot of attitude from a lot of guys after that. You know what I mean? Other contractors, because a lot of contractors don't like the Iraqis or Afghanis or the people that they're in the country working for. there are good and bad guys. There are really bad guys. I've had the experience of that. But there are also a lot of really, really good guys. You know, people who follow their religion. You know, the Quran's the devil's book. You know, I read the Quran. I read it, and you know, but I've never read the Bible fully. You know what I mean? But I was given the Quran in English. I have cousins who are Muslims, Muslims, and I got this, and I read it, and it was really weird because I wanted, if I go somewhere, if I go to a country that I know is going to be, most of the countries I've been to are hostile. I haven't really been to a country that hasn't or isn't except on vacation. And then you're always looking out for something to go wrong, you know, and you always see something that goes wrong. But I would always try to study a bit of the language and learn a bit about the culture, because I think it's ignorance to go somewhere and not do that. I just think it's pure ignorance, really. You know what I mean? Most of the places I've been to have just been for cash. I didn't really care about what was going to happen, what could have happened, or what did happen. It was just for money. It was to build my lifestyle, you know. That I don't know whether that's good or bad in people's eyes, but that's just the way that it was. And when I was getting my feet washed, I was really embarrassed. I was totally blown away by this, and I was kind of like, you know, like looking over my shoulder, and, you know, to have another male wash my feet, you know. And I got a lot of flack and a lot of crap from a lot of the guys, and that went on for quite a bit, and it kind of pushed away from a lot of people because of the ignorance, you know. So and even the team that I was on at the time, one of the guys on it, and I'll not mention his name or anything like that there, but he didn't like Iraqi people, even his driver. And this particular guy that I'm talking about, I'll tell you later on what happened. But yeah, he was quite a hateful person, turned out to be quite a hateful person, and just hated everybody. And I mean, by everybody, I just mean Iraqis, you know. And I took a lot of flack about that, but it again proved to me how shallow people are. Yeah. You know, when they don't understand the reason behind somebody doing something for you. And it's like you say, that was quite an intimate thing, you know. And Iraqi people, they hold each other's hands. Yeah. The guys will hold each other's hands. Right. They used to come and hold my hand, you know, and I'd be like, you know, I don't do that, but it was kind of like an acceptance for me, you know what I mean? I was probably one of two guys that would go to my team's hut and eat with them. Now, they eat on the floor, they'll eat on a big carpet, and they'll have a massive tray of lamb and rice and bread, and they break it with the left hand, and they eat, you know, scoop it up and eat it. And I used to go of an evening and they would have chai, tea, and I would have coffee. And their coffee would be like something that the local council would put on the road. You could stand a spoon in it. It was just thick and black, you know. You come out, your teeth would be black, you know. But it was an amazing experience of acceptance from these guys, because I didn't really know them. I'd only known them a few months, you know. And to be brought into, you know, somebody's life like that unexpectedly it blew me away, you know, because I had never even had that. I'm not from my own kind of people, from Westerners. Yeah. I'd never had that experience. But to go to a country that was really hostile, and to have, you know, Iraqis as drivers and shooters and medics even, was quite unnerving. Yeah. Because there was quite a lot of instances where these guys would turn on their teammates and kill them, you know, or something of that nature. So I was totally blown away by, this guy did this for me. And I never, like I say, I never asked him why, and he never told me why. And, you know, even to this day, I still think about it every now and then. You know, but that was an amazing experience. Yeah. You know, so.
Really interesting. I worked in Rwanda for a short time, 3 months. Wow. I was 18, and experienced what you just described. Yeah. You know, older, you know, 40, 50-year-old Rwandese men holding my hand, walking down the street. And whenever I kind of got over the Northern Irish isms that it all brought up in me, I actually found it to be a very healing process, because through circumstances, I realized I never really had a lot of intimacy with other men. Yeah. And particularly older men. Yeah. And there was something about it, I was like, this is a beautiful part of that culture that now I'm moving into fatherhood, I'm like, I would like to reflect this in the family and the community that I'm a part of. My best mate in the world, Nathan, he won't mind me sharing this. He's dating a woman from Spain at the minute. And they're a very, very affectionate culture. You would never walk into a room and not embrace each other. And we made a pact recently. It's like anytime we see each other, with the friends, we're all going to get up off our seats and we're going to have that embrace and have that little connection.
Yeah.
Something so simple, but it actually is really meaningful.
It is. I think it's the contact. I didn't get much contact from my parents growing up, so I was never a huggy person. I didn't really shake hands with anybody, you know what I mean? And you had to stay striking distance from me. That was it. Something's going to happen. You're going to get smacked, and that was like a defense mechanism for me. Mm-hmm. You don't step into. There's a line between me and you, and you step over the line. You're going to get it. You know what I mean? Because I saw everything as a threat because of the way I grew up. So I always kept people at a distance. Si actually was one of the first people I hugged.
Wow.
And I don't really do that for people. But not because Si's sitting there. Si and I are quite very, very good. I like to think we're very good friends and very close. But that he was the first person that I actually hugged probably since leaving my team, my guys, my friends in the sandpit. Wow. You know what I mean? So because we would shake each other's hands and hug each other because we didn't know if we were going to see each other at the end of the day.
Yeah.
And it was not like a silent goodbye or anything like that there, but it was just, take care of yourself. That was never said. Take care of yourself, watch your six, watch your back, I'll see you later. We never said I'll see you later, or I never did. I'll just say, be safe. Stay low, move fast.
Yeah.
Well,
Colin, welcome back.
Thank you so much. Good to be here.
You're actually you're the first guest we've ever got back.
I appreciate that. I feel honoured. I really do.
I say that to honour you, but also just to communicate to you listening that I think there's something really significant about this story. And I was talking to Rosca and Si and a bunch of other people. I think it's really significant that we're having these conversations, and I'm really excited to see what will happen as a result of it. But Colin, if we pick up where we left off last time, like a telenuevo, I think is the Spanish soap opera.
Yeah.
So we kind of ended, you went on this massive journey. You kind of brought up through a lot of abuse, a lot of trauma. You find yourself, you move to Belize. This amazing character in your life, David, turns your life around. You're 6 years in Belize. You're scuba diving. It's colorful.
Yeah.
I still can picture the different shades of blue that you describe in the water. It's just gorgeous. And it's like, mate, why the heck did you ever leave that? You were in paradise. You were in the Garden of Eden.
I will give you one guess why I ended up leaving Belize.
I'm going to say a female.
You are 100% correct.
Oh, Si Kelly coming in clutch with the male insight.
It's always a woman. Not to slag. But.
I was when I was living in Belize, I kind of I used to stay at this little, I wouldn't say a dingy hotel, but it was just a very basic hotel called the Pirate's Lantern.
What a great name.
And it's in the Caribbean. And it was run by a guy called Taff Elliott. And Taff was ex-military. And he walked out with his chest stuck out and a big, deep Welsh voice and his moustache all tweaked up and everything. And he was a complete tool. He was not a... he thought a lot of himself, and he looked down on the people around him, and Taff was part of the politics out there. There's two political parties, the PUP and the DUP, and they're red and blue, Crips and Bloods, basically, and I think Taff was the Reds. I don't remember if it was the People's United Party, I'm not too sure, but he was big into this. But he also sold land, so he was a realtor as well. He was a really greedy guy, and I didn't know that in the beginning. And he had two daughters, Amanda and Fiona. And when I was scuba diving for my cousin David, the eldest girl, Amanda, was David's secretary. But she was also a dive master, so every now and then, to earn a few dollars, she would take people diving. But Amanda was quite void of emotion because of the way that she was brought up, you know what I mean? She was really nice, but I didn't like her, to be honest. I felt absolutely no emotional connection or feelings with her at all because she was just like her dad. And that was unfortunate because she was nice, you know. And yeah, so I was staying at that little dingy little place, and I didn't realise that Fiona had existed. She was up in college, up in the States, and she was half Chinese, half white, and her mum was from Kuching in Indonesia. Rose, lovely, lovely woman. But one of those women that walked 4 or 5 paces behind her husband, you know, it's the culture that she came from. And Rose is tiny, and she was really nice, and she's always polite, and she was like, make me a sandwich and kind of like sneak it to me, which I didn't understand why that I'd get a sneaky sandwich, you know what I mean? I thought because I was a paying guest, and I just ate when I wanted to eat. I don't have set meals even now. I don't come home to dinner on the table at 5 o'clock. You know, I don't wake up and have a breakfast every morning. You know, I eat when I'm hungry, and that was the way that it was nearly my whole life. And so I used to get a sneaky sandwich from Rose, and how you doing, Colin? How are you today? And is the room okay? The room was basic. The room was, you know, not much bigger than a regular bathroom. It had a single bed in it, a sink and a shower. That was it, and curtains on the window. That was it, and that was my life in a nutshell. I didn't like owning anything. I probably owned 2 pairs of shorts, a pair of long pants, and a couple of shirts and T-shirts, a pair of sandals and a pair of trainers. That was it. That was it. I just wanted to be able to grab my bag and go. I didn't want to belong to anywhere. I didn't want to belong to anybody. You know, I didn't want to. I never attached myself to anybody or anything that I couldn't leave in 5 minutes. So that was the way my life was. So the only person that I grew close to out there was David, because David was like my dad. You know, he scolded me, and you know, and he mollycoddled me, and you know, he did all the things that a father would do. And there's only 8 years of difference between him and I, but he was really much a father figure in my life. He guided me through some of the roughest times in my life, and if I hadn't had him, I probably would have been swinging from a rope, to be quite honest, you know. And he actually talked me down. He talked me down twice from doing that. And so anyway, this little room was...
Can I just ask, Colin, was that while you were in Belize or later?
No, it was stuff that I had dragged with me. You know what I mean? The stuff in my life still that will never leave. And it's a constant battle sometimes to either jump into a bottle or to swing on a rope. And that's how I'm just going to put that. It's just stuff it's like luggage. You take it everywhere with you, and you just don't unpack it. And you know, even when you go to unpack it, there's so many layers that you just don't get through them. You know, and that's just how I can describe that, really. So, so not every day is sunshine and roses. As a lot of us know, you know, it's not just me that experiences that. There's I don't know if you guys in this room experience that too, but we all have a certain degree of crap that we take with us wherever we go.
Just for context, you know, you're talking to a suicide survivor, so
Okay.
I've experienced that multiple times in my life, and you know, even in the last decade when my life has radically turned around, there's been seasons and moments where you're facing that demon again.
Yeah.
And we all experience life in different ways.
Sure.
But yeah, there are days where you're fighting to get through to the next.
Yeah, that's why I'm grateful for every day.
Yeah.
You know, so I wake up and, you know, I'm not religious, I'm spiritual, you know what I mean? Not probably to the way that Sai is or to the way that you are. Maybe these guys, I don't know. But I have certain beliefs, you know, that I think, and I don't want to get too deep on this, I like to think that when we leave this place, we go somewhere better. I don't know where that is or whether it's heaven, if people call it heaven, but I just don't think this is the be-all and end-all of our sentient life, you know what I mean? So, but yeah, that's a bit deep for me, that. Hang on, I'm going to wipe it here.
That's good, it's good.
No,
so you're talking about David, you're talking about
Yeah.
Scott, and you're talking about, and ultimately why you're leaving Belize.
So anyway, I was living in Taft's place in the Paris Lantern, and very carefree, scuba diving, dating chicks, you know, just living the life of Riley, as you say over here, you know, not a care in the world. And then one day I meet Fiona, and didn't really pay her any attention. She was gorgeous. She was a lovely looking girl. Really, really, really smart girl. And Fiona had once been Miss San Pedro, so she'd won beauty contests. And And I think she was like 6 years younger than me, I'm not too sure. But I paid no attention to her, you know, I didn't want to know, I didn't care, I wasn't interested in getting involved in anybody, you know. There was no room in my life for emotion for anybody or from anyone. The only person that I cared about was David. I cared about what he said and what he was trying to teach me, even though I fought against him, you know. I just didn't care. I didn't care about nobody. I just wanted to scuba dive. I wanted to have a good time. I wanted to do a bit of traveling and so forth, and go, you know, camping up into the jungle with the ex-military guys, all that type of stuff. Anyway, and then Fiona pops into my life. And for about 6 or 7 months, she was working in David's wife's restaurant, the Jade Garden, probably the best restaurant on the island. It was absolutely phenomenal. And she'd be working in there, and I'd see her every day, and she'd say hi and all this, and I'd be, hey, how you doing? And never really bothered about anything. And then, I don't know what happened. One day it's just like, bang, like a punch in the face. And I just started talking to her, and I found out that she was also a Gemini. Now, I don't know if that's... I'm not into the stars or into this alignment stuff, or, you know, they say Geminis are... I'm a typical Gemini. I'm either nice or I'm bad. There's no in between. I'm either good or I'm bad. That's it. I prefer to stay good as long as I can, but sometimes that doesn't always go. Anyway, started talking, started hanging out, and on all of a sudden, against my, I shouldn't say better judgment, we started dating, and her dad didn't like it. You know, he didn't see me as a threat, but I just really didn't like him, and he was the patriarch of the family. He said jump, they said how high, type of stuff, you know what I mean? And he ran everything around him with a fist, like my stepdad, and that just didn't suit me. You know what I mean? How one other person could try and have so much power and control over your life, tell you what to do, when to eat, when to sleep, that just wasn't going to work for me. So we kind of started seeing each other and hanging out, and then all of a sudden, I suppose, things just got quite serious, and we started dating seriously, and I was completely out of my comfort zone because I didn't really, whereas a relationship was, I didn't really know what I was supposed to do. I wasn't nice. I didn't have nice things to say. I wasn't rude to her, but I was nice to her, but I didn't know the lovey-dovey stuff that you're supposed to say to somebody. You know what I mean? She'd say, oh, do I look nice? And I'd be like, yeah, you look okay.
Grand.
You know what I'm saying?
Not too bad.
Yeah. Does my bum look big in this? Yeah, it does look really big, actually, you know. But then again, you're only in a small bathroom. But no, it was, you know, I didn't know. I just, you know, I wasn't, it wasn't in me to be emotional. Anyway, things got really good, and she wanted to, well, her dad basically told her that she was going back up to college. He didn't want her working in David's wife's restaurant, and she was wasting the talents, you know what I mean? So we moved up to Florida, and up in Florida, I had met this guy who sold scuba gear in Belize, a guy called Andy Holub, and Andy was an ex-fighter pilot from Vietnam, half Polish, half American. As ignorant as a person, he just was yes, no, yes, no, yeah, and that's just how he spoke. He didn't explain anything. No, yes, no, but I got on all right with him. You know, I kind of understood where he was coming from. He just didn't take crap. And he was a big dude, you know, he'd been through a lot. And so I started working for Andy while Fiona was in college, or in university, should I say. So I would fly off to Mexico or Bermuda or wherever Andy was going, and we would sell scuba gear, pick money up, fly back to the States, get more scuba gear, and we could be away a week or two, and I made a lot of money doing this. But I also learned how to fly, and he had an ex-drugs plane that we used to ferry drugs all over the Caribbean. It was a Cessna twin-turbo aircraft, and he just said, you want to hear, put your feet on the pedals and take the steering wheel. And I'm like, and he says, no, you fly with your feet. So the pedals, if you want to go right, press the right pedal, she banks over, left, and she's left. And so I got to grips with it quickly, learned how to trim everything in and check everything, check ailerons and servo tabs and everything on the ground, the pitot tube, everything. He taught me how to fly, and I ended up getting a PPL, a private pilot license, about 6 months later. I never really used it. I just had it. It was something he wanted me to do. So I did that, and Fiona was doing good in college and stuff, and I just missed Belize. Living up in Miami was nice, but I didn't like crowds. Everywhere you went, you was shouldering people, and I am just always one of those guys that looks where the door is, you know. And even as a young kid, I would be doing that. I wanted to go back down to Belize, and so I just sent to Fiona, I want to go back to Belize. I don't want to be here no more. So she gave up. She didn't want to be in college either, to be honest. And she's like, oh, I said, I don't care about your dad. I'm just going to tell him. It's down to me and you. And that's when things went down the toilet. So we went back. She gave up college. We went back. I got a little apartment, and I opened up my own business. So I got my own dive centre. With David's help, got my own boat, called it Paddy's Pirates. nice big skull and crossbones on the side, and it looked really good. Business was great. You know, everybody knew me down there. So getting a small dive centre was easy enough. There was a guy called Chris Alnott, and Chris was ex-RAF, and him and I got on really well, and I ended up taking over his dive centre, me and Fiona, and we ran it for quite a while, and then things just started to get really bad. You know, her dad started interfering and all that type of stuff, and it got physical with us. He just decided one day he just wanted to teach me a lesson, and Fiona and I had, by this stage, got engaged. I think we've been together about 2 years at that point, and she used to work and live up in the jungle, excuse me, in a place called Chanchich, and it was an eco-tourist lodge. It was absolutely stunning. It's in the middle of the jungle. It has Maya temples, you know, that are still covered in grass and everything, you know. So they were unexcavated. And the guy, there was a guy there called Tom Hardy. And Tom, he could do anything. This guy could build anything. He's ex-Vietnam vet. And his wife, Josie Hardin, was a nurse, Vietnam. And then they had a guy called Norman Ivanko. And Norman was Josie's brother. And Norman was a tunnel rat in Vietnam. He's only a small guy.
Wow.
And I used to call him Magic Hands. This guy was awesome at martial arts, you know. And so I had met Norman about a year previously one morning on the beach. And I was walking into town, and it was raining, and it was lashing out of the heavens. And I just had my T-shirt and a bag, little bum bag, or fanny pack as they call them. T-shirt, no shoes, no socks. They say no shoes, no T-shirt, no socks, no problem. So I had to walk down a pair of shorts. And as I was walking down the beach, I saw this guy surrounded by 4 or 5 local kids. And I didn't know Norman at the time. And Norman was kind of, he liked his rum, you know. So Norman, this is about 8:30 in the morning. So Norman's kind of, I think, suffering the effects of the night before, you know, and he's walking down to maybe find a hair of the dog or something like that. And these kids were surrounding him, and they were asking him for money. And Norman was about 5'2", 5'3". And Norman was in his 60s, I would say maybe close on 70 back then, you know. So he wasn't a spring chicken. And he's a little moustache and, you know, really bright blue, twinkly eyes, you know, that just, you could see into this guy's soul when you looked at him, you know what I mean? He just expressed himself. He was always smiling, and he was always laughing. And these kids are harassing him anyway, and they're trying to get money out of him, and he's smoking, and these guys want his cigarettes, and Norman was like, yeah, you're not getting anything, you know what I mean? And these kids were just the scum on the street. These little gangs, you know, down there, and carrying knives and whatever. And so they surrounded Norman, and Norman's got his plaid shirt tied around his waist, and he drops these guys. He drops all 5 of them in a flash, and my chin hit the ground. I'm just standing there, and I walked over. Stupid question. I said, "You all right there, mate?" And he goes, "Damn kids." And he says to me, "Are you Irish Dave's brother?" And I said, "No." I says, Dave was my cousin." And he says, "Come on." He said, "Let's go for a drink." I didn't drink. I said, "Okay, let's go." So we found this little wooden bar that was open, and we sat down, and he's got his rum and coke going, and, you know, he just introduced himself as Norman. And so that was my introduction to Norman. And I didn't realise that later on he had actually lived and worked in Chanchich. So my first time going up to see Fiona, up into the jungle, again, I was blown away. I was absolutely blown away by what Tom and Norman had built in the jungle. It was, if you look up Chanchich Lodge in Belize, you'll get an idea of what I mean. So Tom and Josie ran this place for a guy called Barry Bowen. And Barry Bowen was a third-generation Belizean. He's dead now. But he owned Coca-Cola and he owned Bellican beer. And this guy was... he sucked the life out of you, this guy. He was like a vampire. You know, he was nasty. He was just a nasty, over-opinionated, rude, forceful individual, you know, because he had money. And but he owned this lodge, and I had never met him. I just heard of him. And unfortunately for him, I was up when he was there, and I was sitting having dinner with Fiona and a couple of the people that were there. And she goes, "Oh, that's Barry." She goes, everybody was around him. I said, "You know, who's that?" She goes, "Oh, that's Barry Bowen, that's the owner." And she's like, "You know, go up and introduce yourself." I'm like, "I don't know him." She said, no, just go up and introduce yourself, and, you know, tell him you're with me, and you know, and you know, it's nice just to say hello. I walked up anyway, and he looked at me and he turned his back. I just kind of stood there for a few minutes anyway, and so he knew I was standing there, so I tapped him on the shoulder. Turned around, and I says, "Nice place you got here," and just walked up, and he's like, "Who the hell's that?" You know. I went back and sat down, and that was my introduction to him. And he was, yeah, the few times that I had met him was just not good. You know, I just never had nothing in common. Anyway, stayed up with Fiona for about a week, got to know Normal, Josie and Tom, and started working around the place, helping them move stuff and, you know, lift things and help build things, wee bits and pieces and stuff. And then the rest of the time I just spent, when I was on my own, because Fiona was obviously working there, she was, you know, she was doing the bookings and everything. I would just walk in the jungle. There was loads of paths down in the jungle. And they have an animal there called a jaguar rundi, which is a really odd-shaped cat. And it's a dark brown cat. And it has a small head, and it has a big body and a long tail. And I'd heard people talking about this, and Norman goes, "Oh yeah, you know, be careful. You might see one of these things. They're very elusive." And I saw one. On my second walk, I heard this really strange, like a guttural, not a growl, but a noise, and I kind of stopped. You know, I'm in the jungle. Anything could have happened. They have the Furderland snake up there, which is one of the most poisonous snakes. It looks like a diamondback without the rattle, you know, and they're really poisonous. You get bit one of them, you're gonna go down very quickly. Even the baby ones can bite. And I heard this noise anyway, and I kind of like looked off, and I saw this face, this little head looking at me, and it was a jaguar rundi.
Mad.
And he just kind of jumped and ran. And I thought, right, I'm going to go back and I'm going to tell them. Not one of them believed me. None of them believed me. You know, I said, "Oh, Norman, I saw one of those things." And Norman was like, "Yeah, that's cool." You know, but I says, "Honestly, I saw these. Where did you see it?" And of course, I couldn't describe where I seen it because I didn't know the jungle trails, you know. And I said to Fiona, I said, "I'll take you down." I couldn't find it. I couldn't find the place where I seen it, you know. And I was like, I just felt like a peanut. Basically, nobody believed me, you see. And I was like, "Oh, God," thinking I'm lying, you know. So I stayed up for about a week, had a brilliant time. Got to go around the place, and then headed back to San Pedro, back to the island. And Fiona's dad confronted me. He waited at the airport for me. So as I landed on Tropic Air, which is the little Cessna planes that skim the wire as they're taken off, too heavy, I seen him at the airport, and he just verbalised me straight away. Oh, I don't want to see you. You not seeing Fiona no more, and you don't fit into our family. You don't do what you're told to do, and and I'm the head of this family, and I run this and I run that. And what I said to him, I'm not going to repeat. And I just walked off. So I went back down to my place, and I didn't have a phone. I couldn't phone Fiona. I couldn't tell her what had happened or anything. But I'm pretty sure by the time I got home, he was on the phone to her, because he had a phone. He had the luxury of having a phone and stuff. And so I just kind of resigned myself to the fact that I was just going to beat the crap out of this guy the next time he gets in my face. And must have rubbed a genie's head or something. For about an hour later, he comes down to where I was living, and he offers me out to fight.
Really?
Yeah, he did, yeah.
Wow.
Now, mind you, I'm 30
Yeah.
back then. And I was big, and I didn't take crap from nobody. I would have fought in an empty room, you know what I mean? And this guy, Taps in his late 50s, early 60s.
Yeah.
And apparently he was a boxer in the army, I don't know, so he liked to tell people anyway. He was a champion boxer. And so I went out with him anyway, and you're not seeing Fiona no more, and you're not welcome in this family, and and you're just fighting against me all the time, and you need to comply and you need to conform. And I'm like, you need to get away, whatever, politely. And he starts all this.
Oh, the wee fisticuffs go up.
Starts it to me, and I just looked at him, and I burst out laughing. And so he's like one of these old pugilists, and he's kind of,
Yeah.
and he came running, and I just whacked him in the throat. And his tongue literally came out, and he couldn't breathe, and I was like, oh God. So he couldn't breathe for a minute, and he goes, I've got you now. And he goes to the police.
Ah.
And he went to the police.
Dirty.
And so he had a red mark on his throat.
Yeah.
I knew all the police because I used to do judo with these guys, and we used to go to the gym, and I would give them free dives and all this type of stuff, they were nice guys. They got paid very little money to do a really crappy job, and so I got to know the guys and stuff, and some of them used to get beat up, being a police, and so I taught them a few locks and a few throws and a few chokeholds and some dirty stuff so I got on really well with them anyway. About an hour later, the police van arrives, and I can't remember the little guy's name anyway. It might have been Norris. I'm not too sure. And he goes, "Oh, Mr. Colin, you've got to come with me." Okay. So I'm thrown into the back of a flatbed truck on the back, handcuffed. Okay, with a police officer sitting on each side of me through the town for everybody to see. Okay. So then I'm taken to a police station about the size of this room, and there's a jail cell in the corner. Now, they didn't put me in jail, which I was quite grateful for. So the inspector was there, and I can't remember the inspector's name, but he was quite a cool guy, and he asked me what happened, and I told him what happened and everything, and, Taff had given a completely different version, and Taff had a lot of power down there for being in the political party and stuff. So he had, I would believe, quite a big hold on a lot of people, because each party stayed in for 4 years, and they just literally destroyed it for the next, same as in politics, literally destroyed it for the next party coming in. But he reaped a lot of benefits and a lot of rewards from things, little backhanders here and dodgy dealings there and all this type of stuff, So he's quite affluent. And because he was quite good standing in that community, he had a big reach. So anyway, I had to go to court for assault, which was probably just going to be a fine, a couple $100 fine. But the fact that Taff had paraded me like a common criminal through the town for everybody to see was really embarrassing for me. And it was devastating for Fiona once she found out that this had happened. So then her mind just started to go. So anyway, I didn't end up going to court. I got really sick. I had malaria. I got a really, really bad bout of malaria. And I went up to the States. I went up to the clinics in Belize were okay, but I went up to the States, but I didn't tell the police I was going. I was rushed up on a friend's airplane. And so I missed 2 court appearances, and when I came back, there was a warrant out for me. So I wasn't home for about an hour, and the heavy duty police landed, armed this time, pistols and everything. You don't usually use that anyway. Again, this time they cut me behind, threw me into the wagon, took me down, threw me in jail. And Fiona, I didn't realise that she was home. She'd stayed at her dad's place. So I'm in jail anyway. I'm in a jail cell that was probably by 8 by 8 with about 20 other local guys, sweating, the smell of urine everywhere. There was a hole in the toilet in the corner, you know what I mean? So it wasn't a clean place. And the floor was just wet with pee, urine and everything, you know. And it was a sweat box. And I was sat in there, and it was it was the most unpleasant experience ever. Anyway, Fiona came down to the jail, and she told me she didn't want to see me anymore in front of everybody. That was it. And I just said to myself, okay, that's all good and dandy. So they kept me overnight, and then the next morning I went to court, and Taff appeared in court, cap in hand, looking all meek and mild and you know, and all this type of stuff. And there's me, filthy clothes from the night before. And the judge was quite a pretty easy, cool guy. Why is he still in these clothes? Why is he in court in these clothes? You know, because they should have allowed me to shower, change. I wasn't going anywhere. I'm on an island. I'm not going to swim to the next, you know what I mean? So they allowed me to go home, have a shower, change, and come back. And Fiona and her mum was there. Oh, my heart sank. My heart went down the toilet, you know. I didn't care about nobody else. I cared about her seeing me like that, a criminal, you know what I mean? And she knew what her dad was like, but she took his side, you know, and I was gutted. I think that was the first time that I had felt pain, you know, not betrayal, but let down, really, really let down by somebody that it was supposed to love you, you know. And so anyway, I got a fine. I think it was $350 American, which was not really much, you know. And the judge was very understanding, and he, you know, I give my version of it, and of course Taft gave his version of it. And then the judge saw the bit in the middle. He connected the dots, you know, and he said, you know, he told Taft, well, you did come down to this guy's house. You did threaten him, you know, you did want to fight with him, you know, but because Taft hadn't put hands on me, you know, because I could have busted his windpipe. I give him a good old dig, you know what I mean? And he still had a sore throat and all this type of stuff. But you know, because I'd laid hands on him, I'd committed the offence. And
this is long before. Sorry to interrupt you. You were teaching me a lot about preemptive
strikes
and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
The legalities behind this stuff, but this is probably long before all that has come. Well,
this is the Caribbean as well. You know what I mean?
There's different legislation over there.
Belize, it used to be British Honduras. It was part of the British Empire. And I think in the early 80s, it got its independence. And so it went from, and you might want to look this up, I could be wrong. So it went from British Honduras to Belize, and I think Belize means free road or free travel or something like that. So it became Belize. But it's still governed by British law. You know, it was still part of the Commonwealth. The Queen was down, I think it was 94, I was there, and she was down in Belize. And something around that time. And so anyway, I got a fine, and I went home, and Fiona had moved out. Okay, so no note, no nothing, no nothing at all. And Taft then had the audacity to, when I got the fine, to come over and try to shake hands. No hard feelings. But
I've won, and you don't have my daughter.
Yeah, but he says that's the end.
You.
He goes, that's the end of you and Fiona. He says, and you'll be off this island, he goes, by the end of the week. I can guarantee you. And he was right. He was right. A week later, Fiona came to me and she says, you need to leave. I don't want to see you again. Don't contact me. Don't look for me. Don't email me. And the emails had just come out at that time. Nothing. Don't contact me again, and that was 30 years ago, and I've never heard from her or seen her since.
Wow.
I've seen her on Facebook. I've seen her, you know, on other apps and stuff, but I don't, you know, don't engage, like, you know. And she's a nurse now. You know, she always wanted to be a nurse, and I tried to encourage her back then to go into nurse. Now she teaches nurses, so she's doing really good for herself. You know what I mean? She's a single mom and all that type of stuff. And so I kind of experienced the worst kind of heartbreak ever. Not only did I lose somebody that I really cared for, but I lost myself again, and I lost living in paradise. I lost the only place that I was happy, that I got up in the morning time, and I went down on the pier, and I had a cup of coffee or a Coke, and I watched the ocean. And I watched it when it rained, and I watched the grey turn to blue, and I watched all the colours in I watched all those, because I'm quite sensory when it comes to colours. What that gave me peace, and all that was taken away. Okay, and I had to come back with the tail between my legs, back here. I had to phone my mum and say, Mum, can I come home?
Oh man! And after like being known as the guy that.
But I didn't go home. I went up to the States and I joined the Marines. That was it. I met this guy called Kenny Brown the day before I was leaving.
And just conceptually, Colin, like, I know you're about to tell us how, but the why. Is it just a case of you just had so much pain, you just didn't know what to do with it? Is it I've always wanted to do this? Is it?
I always, like, I'd thought about the military, because David had been in the military, and he'd served in the Signal Corps and Special Forces. And, you know, he was a great influence. His fitness was unreal. You know, David was built like a bull. He was a small, red-headed guy, and for his size, he'd block some light. He was maybe the width of that door. He was a huge guy, like, you know, really fiery. You know, didn't stand for nothing from nobody, but his morals were really good. And the military, his childhood was bad growing up. He had two brothers, Andrew, who was his twin, and his younger brother Barney, Bernard John, who I call BJ. You've met. Did you meet BJ? Yeah. And BJ is ex-Marine and SAS and medic, so he's had a real big life. And so David was always, and Andrew was a Marine as well. Andrew was a wee bootneck as well. He's probably one of the smallest at 5'3", you know what I mean? But they all had a big influence in my life, but I just didn't have the intestinal fortitude or the guts, okay, to join the military, because I was just too bad-tempered. I think I would have just went ballistic and did all the wrong stuff for all the wrong reasons. I wasn't going to take crap from nobody. I wasn't going to let anybody tell me what to do. I'm not going to let anybody order me around. I'm not going to let anybody tell me when to go to bed and when to get up and when to jump and how high. None of that stuff. I just wasn't having it. But as I used to go on these trips up in the jungle with David and these guys, like, you know, and learned not how to live in the jungle, but how to, you know, build a basha, as they call it, you know, a sleeping, you know, a little sleeping tent, or put up a little canopy, or, you know, build a little platform off the bed and off the ground for your bed and all this type of stuff, and swim in the river like in Belize and stuff, and river crossings, and, you know, rappelling from trees and, you know, all this type of stuff. I just thought, that's it. So I went up to the States and I joined the Marines.
There's probably also an argument for family and community.
Yeah.
Watching them as well.
I didn't realise that at the time. Like, you know, I was just angry, and I wanted to channel my anger. You know, I wanted to get a grip in it, because if I didn't get a grip in it, I was just going to do something to me, or I was going to kill somebody else in a fight, a rage. Because when I lost my temper, I couldn't stop. You know, they say the red mist comes down. You know, this was like a curtain that just came over me, and, you know, and I would just go nuts. I would pick a rock up. I just, you know, I just wasn't going to stop until the worst thing was done. And that wasn't the road I wanted to go down. So I went up to, David by this time was living up in Houston. And I went up to David. Of course, they knew everything. Fiona and David's wife, Sue, were really good friends. So she knew what was going on even before I did. She knew what was happening because Taff was really good friends with Dave. Fiona used to work in a restaurant, and, you know, they used to eat there all the time. And, you know, so there was that, you know, they knew what was happening before I did. Yeah. Everything was discussed about me behind my back, you know, what the next step was. And Dave tried to tell me, but he couldn't, because I would have confronted them. And then they would have known Dave told me. So he was stuck between a rock and a hard place, you know. And it broke him to watch me get broken. And knowing that he couldn't do anything about it, that he couldn't help me, because, you know, he's got his wife on one hand, you know, and then he's friends with Fiona, and they'd known Fiona before me and all this type of stuff. And it was just a chain reaction of crap, you know. So I saw the pain in Dave's face, you know, when I went up to see him. And it was the first time I'd seen him cry. And he took me for, he took me for a coffee. And then he told me what happened, you know. I didn't blame him. I couldn't put the blame on him at all. So he says, what are you going to do now? And I said, I'm going to go back. I'm going to go home, tail between my legs. And he was like, no, F it. Join the military. Get in there, you know what I mean? You're young enough, you're fit enough, you know, you're tough enough, you know what I mean? Just go, Carl, go. And I went, bollocks, I'm going. So I went to the local military recruit in the mall, Marines.
I did the same thing.
That's
Okay.
so
I walked
crazy.
into it's really funny because you walk in, they're like, hey, come on in, you know, cup of tea.
Yeah.
And you go, oh, I can't, I'm British. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, there's a flyer.
Yeah. Yeah. So, like, I was born
Really
in Houston.
excited.
I was born in the States, you know, just grew up, you know. And so I've got that funny accent, not an American accent. So I went to the Marines. And he's like, hey, you know, showed all these little movies going and everything, like, you know, and I'm got a cup of coffee in my hand, and I said, listen, cut the crap, I'm joining. And he was like, oh, okay, you know.
Yeah.
So they allowed me to go to college for 2 years to, you know, get a degree. So I went up and I did marine biology, because I wanted to save the ecosystem, because being a scuba diver, all this type of stuff. So I went to Paris Island, South Carolina, which is quite famous. That's where they filmed the movie G.I. Jane with Demi Moore. And I remember going up, and there's this big, massive sign over that said, we make Marines. And I said, I'm having some of that.
Nice.
You know what I mean? And so I'd done all the paperwork previously, went to college, you know, they were still paying me a Marines training salary, blah, 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 blah. So I went up and I did 13 weeks basic training to a place called Port Royal. And your first week there is like, it's like, you know, orientation, you know what I mean? But there's 2,000 or 3,000 other guys in your position as well, like all off the bus, you know what I mean?
You're 32 here?
I'm about 31
at this point,
something
right,
like
yeah.
that, you know what I mean? And so I'm up there, and all these other guys, all these buses are pulling in, everybody's getting off these buses, and then you shout at straight, get in line! Okay, you know, attention! And all these huge black dudes, big drill sergeants with these big hats on, kind of headbutting you, in the face with these hats, giving you, and you're standing there, you know. And it bewildered me, you know what I mean? Firstly, I just wanted to punch the guy in the chin, you know, because they hurt, those brims hurt, you know. And then he's screaming in your face and he spittles all over you, you know what I mean? And he's moving down the line and everybody's getting in touch, you know. And but I'd been screamed at my whole life, to be honest. So that wasn't going to, the screaming part wasn't going to bother me, you know. It was the constant telling what to do was going to grip me, you know what I mean? But I thought, no, I'm going to give it a go. See, first week is orientation. You walk around you see all the guys doing the drills on the drill square, and there's women on one side, you know, training Marines, and guys on the other, and it was a massive place, you know. So the first week is your orientation, and then the fun begins. Then you're up in the morning time, and you're running around the place, and you're doing your push-ups and all. So 13 weeks. So your first week is your orientation, then you got your 12 weeks basic training. So I did that, and then I was still finishing my my degree and everything. So yeah, I did that, and slowly got into things, and I loved it. I loved the running, the physical, the shooting, you know, the orienteering, you know, and everything that you're learning, your map reading, everything that you're learning in the basics was brilliant, you know. And you're on the range constantly, because you don't get, unless you're a marksman as a Marine, you don't pass. So every Marine is a marksman, male or female, is a marksman, and you get your little badge, your marksman badge. But you will not, that's part of your passing out. If you don't cut that mark as a marksman, See you later. So anyway, I didn't have anybody come to my passing out parade. David couldn't get there, obviously, because Sue, his wife, got cancer. She got breast cancer and ovarian cancer at the same time, which was, he didn't tell me. I didn't like Sue. I didn't like her at all. But I wouldn't wish that on anybody. You know, it's not anything I would wish, even on my worst enemy. You know what I mean? To watch somebody rot, you know, from the inside. But she was lucky. She had breast removed and she had stomach removed and rebuilt, and she went through chemo and she survived. She's a survivor. So that's, you know, 30 years ago, 25, 30 years ago, and she's a survivor. You know what I mean? Which, fair play. Not too many people get that chance to go through that and come back. You know. So I'm getting deployed. I'm going here and there, and you know, getting stuff done, and yeah, so I had a great time. The physicality of everything was great because I was able to challenge and channel everything that was in me, you know what I mean? And I wanted to be a better person. And they break you down. I mean, they break you into bits, but then they build you into a robot, you know what I mean? And you're just a killing machine. You are just literally somebody who's primed and ready to just let rip, you know what I mean? You're paranoid about everything, you know. Nothing makes any sense. You get orders and you do them orders. You know, you don't question anything because you're now programmed a certain way to do certain things without question, you know. And I thought it was great because I finally had a purpose. I found myself had a purpose.
Did you enjoy almost like the relinquishing of control, if that's maybe the wrong way to say it?
Not really, because I was unable to control the bubble around me.
Tell me more.
But in the sense of, I no longer have to plan things for the future and figure out who I am and where I need to go. Yeah. That's being taken care of.
Yeah.
Is that what you meant?
Yeah, that's what I meant.
Yeah, so that's basically it. Like, you know, I knew what was going to happen. I could control that. You know, I could control, you know, if we were like in Iraq or Afghan or wherever we were, you know, I could control that 3 feet around me to the next guy, and he could control his and he could control his until something happened. You know what I mean? And you knew...
That's really interesting.
How you get out, you know, how you dismount, how you're sweeping, how you're moving, you know, how you're dropping, you know, all this type of stuff. So you're controlling that environment that you're in up until the point something goes boom.
That's really amazing. Like, I've never heard said like that, that you are in full control of 3 feet around you, and that's all you need to know. That's amazing.
To the span that you touch somebody.
Yeah.
So that's what, 6 feet.
But metaphorically as well, for the unit, for your life, that you got 3 feet, and you're master of 3 feet around.
That's it. I control that space. I control what goes on in that space. Then the guy beside me controls his, and he controls his, or she controls hers, or whoever's beside you. You know what I mean?
Somebody controls all your spaces.
And then there's somebody there's an eye in the sky. Yeah. Hopefully there's an eye in the sky watching over us, or there's, you know, overwatching some building, you know, keeping an eye on us and telling us what's happening or what's going on, you know. So you're able to control to a certain degree that space around you until it was no longer controllable, until you had to react, you know, with aggression, speed, and, you know, force. And then you just give whoever was unlucky enough to be downrange the good news, and send the message home, basically. So, you know, I had a great time. I'm not going to go into detail of, obviously, you know, some of the stuff that kind of, you know, went on and stuff like that. But you guys get the picture. But it was great, and I loved it. And I did 5 years with the Marine. I was 2nd Battalion, 2nd Marines, and I was. I then moved to Camp Lejeune, and I had my eye on MARSOC, Marine Special Operations Command, Marine Raiders, and they were in Lejeune. And then the fun began. You know what I mean? The training was more intense. You know, you were training with a green team. We were fortunate enough to have guys from SEAL 3 with us, you know what I mean? And we were, you know, there was more intense drown proofing, and I don't know if you know what drown proofing is. Drown proofing is when you're captured by an enemy and your hands and feet are tied and you're thrown into the water. You know, it's quite a really scary experience because, you know, you're blindfolded at the same time as well. So when you hit the water, you kind of, you know, being a diver, it was easy for me to stay calm because your body will right itself. If you start flapping, you know what I mean, when you first go in, you're going backwards, or you're just thrown in like a sack of spuds. So you're in a heap, like, you know, and then people panic and they start, because they can't move their arms and feet and start this, you know, people can just drown automatically. But when you get to the point where you're a Marine, you've already done drown proof in the pool, in a swimming pool, in controlled conditions. There's a diver in the water with you, you know what I mean, there's several divers, and, you know, he will, if you're panicking, he'll take you to the surface, you know what I mean, or he'll right you up and stuff like this. Drown proofing is quite an intense experience. Your hands and feet are tied, probably blindfolded, you're dumped in, and then you don't realise that the water's not deep, you know, so you panic because you don't know how deep the water's going to be. In a pool, you know, because there's a bottom of a pool. Pools, in most Olympic pools, 8 or 10, 20 feet deep, whatever. So you're basically in the shallowest end, and you take a breath, you know something's going to happen, so you automatically, you know, and then you're thrown in. And by that time, you can hold your breath, you know, more than a minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, you know, 4 minutes, you know. I know some guys could hold 6 or 7 minutes, you know what I mean? I was lucky enough to be able to hold my breath for just under 5 minutes. But it was a lot of practice, and it didn't come naturally to me, you know. So I would practice in the pool, holding my breath and stuff, when I had my own free time. So drown proof, when you're thrown in, you kind of let your body upright, and then it will sink slowly, and then when you feel the bottom, you kick, and you get to the surface, and you take a breath, and you allow yourself to go down again. And then you kick, and you get to and you allow yourself, and you can do that for quite a while. You know, you're not going to do it forever. I know, like I had heard of a couple of guys who drowned. You know what I mean? Because they just got physically tired in the water. Now remember, if it's cold water, it's going to sap your strength as well. You know, your body heat's going to dissipate. I think it's 20 times quicker in water than it does in air. So you've got shivers and cold, and then your body's going to fight for the organs to survive and everything. So you're hypothermic or whatever, you know. But there's people in the water that there's a doctor, you know, there's medics, you know what I mean. We did it at night time, we did it in the daytime. We've done ice swims, we've crossed lakes, you know, really, really freezing cold lakes, everything like this. Your training becomes more intense. Your free fall becomes more intense. It gets higher. You know, your rock climbing becomes more intense. Your skiing is more intense because you're carrying heavier packs. You're going to different countries now for Arctic warfare training, and we trained with some of the Norwegian commandos who were just absolutely phenomenal. We trained with German commandos. You know, brilliant. We've done little bits of training with SBS and SAS and this type of stuff, especially in the jungles. When we kind of ended up going back down to Belize. So yeah, life became life again, and I found what I wanted to do. And after, you know, a good intense few months, I graduated MARSOC, and my world just opened up big time, you know what I mean? Then I got deployed. I was getting deployed. And the fun began, you know. So my life took from a massive implosion in Belize, you know, with Fiona and her dad, to, you know, 5 years later being the best that I could ever possibly be physically. I still had... I wouldn't say I still had mental issues. I still had mental health issues, you know, because it dragged a lot of trauma around with me, you know what I mean, and a lot of abuse, which is really kind of... It's hard to deal with, and it's supposed to be from people that's supposed to love you. But then you find a brotherhood with guys and girls, Marine girls, like, you know, who accept everything that's in you, the good, the bad, the ugly. You know what I mean? All that's all acceptable because everybody around you had the same thing, the same life. Most of these guys and girls that I'd met, you know, had been abused and raped and beaten, and, you know, and all this in their lives, and then just wanted to make a better life for themselves. You know, so when they say that that's your family, that's your family, because I would die for the guy on each side of me without hesitation. I would put my life down to make sure. And I know that they would do the same for me. So there's never a question. That's a question you never have to ask anybody. You know that that's going to happen. And the only other person who would have done that for me would have been David. So I kind of remember the stories that he told me when he joined the military, because he was some small Irish guy, Paddy this and Paddy that and this, that. And the abuse that he got, you know, joining the British Army from being from Northern Ireland. You're just a Paddy, stupid Paddy, you know what I mean, all that type of stuff. So the stories that I would listen to him telling me, as I got older, I understood the things that he was telling me, whereas when I was younger I didn't, because not that I didn't care, I just hadn't experienced it. And then when I started to experience the own crap, you know, I then understood, you know, and David always said to me, look, you know, Col, you'll never, until you experience this, you'll never understand it. And so this is in life, I don't understand why people give an opinion of something that they've never experienced. You know what I mean? I hear, like I heard, you know, the other day people talking about, you know, certain topics, and I'm like, I said, oh, excuse me. I said, I just overheard you, but, you know, yeah. Because this guy's sitting right here, and he's like, yeah. And I said, well, you know, were you there? Because that's fascinating. No. And I just looked at him, and I said, well, how can you have an opinion on something you've never experienced? And he just kind of like, oh, mind your own business. You know what I mean? Quite abruptly and rudely. But I just wanted to put this guy in his spot because I knew that he was talking crap. Yeah. You know? Because I'd been in the situation that he probably saw it in a movie. You know what I mean? And then he was talking about this experience, and I said, oh, geez, you know, when did that happen? Then he couldn't answer the question, and then seen his face go red, and he'd seen him getting all tense and getting a bit angry, and I just was right, okay. You know what I mean? So didn't want to put him on the spot, but it was just, I genuinely thought that he'd experienced that. You know what I mean? So then I began to understand more the things that David would tell me, you know what I mean, and the things that he would try to teach me. He never forced anything on me. He would always make a suggestion. And I'd go and think about it, and then I thought of that. And he was just planting a seed in me. You know what I mean? And then, you know, I think more now about people's conversations when I'm on my own than I do when I'm actually talking to somebody. Most of the time you're talking, I hear about 15% of what you're saying to me, because I'm still stuck on the first sentence that you've said, because my mind, even like at home, people could talk to me, and if I have nothing in common with them, my mind just goes blank. But I'm like a nodding dog in the back of a car. So I'm like, just, yeah, and I'm not really listening. And I don't mean that to be rude, you know what I mean? But I process things in a certain way. Things have to be in order for me. And like I was saying, I can't compartmentalize everything. I think about it, it goes into file 13, that's locked, and then that's pushed away at the back. And I think about it, and I don't think about it no more. If it's not important to me, I don't care. Yeah. If it doesn't bring anything positive into my life, I'm not interested in your crap. I'm not interested in your make believe or you shoulda, coulda, woulda type of stuff. You know what I mean? There's a lot of Walter Mitty's out there. You know what I mean? There's a lot of stolen valor. You know what I mean? As Si and I were talking about one day, and I don't understand that. Why somebody would go out and buy a uniform and and then read up on stuff and then pretend to actually have been there. You know what I mean? I have a Purple Heart at home. I have that stuff, but I don't brag about it. I don't talk about it. It's on my shelf in my house as you go in. It's there for everybody to see. But I don't brag about it. I got this for, this and this for this. I don't do that, you know what I mean? I have a Bronze Star, I have a Silver Star. I've got other clusters. I've got that stuff. I don't brag about it. I've been in situations that would make your hair curl and that things you would see in movies. But I've also had brothers and sisters in the military with me experience that as well. You know what I mean? So unless you've done something or, along the lines of don't lie about stuff, don't lie and don't do that to yourself, but don't do it to the people that you're supposed to be respecting. You know what I mean? So when I joined and I got through all that and through all the training and was able to exit subs, which is not it's not a very comfortable feeling when you're sitting in a little tube, sitting there with 6-8 other guys with your gear on, waiting for the light from red to go green, and then you're exiting and then you're coming out of a tube at the side, and and it's pitch black, and the guy in front of you is tapping the sub with a little metal thing to let you know, and you're carabined onto him, and you can't see diddly squat. It's like looking at that wall. Your heart's boom, boom, boom. I mean, it's going fast, and when you look up, you can't see anything because it's nighttime. So you follow the directions of your bubbles. You're letting the bubbles go, and the bubbles, so that's up. And then you've got your board with with your lumen on it and your compass and everything, you know what I mean? And you're deploying your little rigid radar and gas it and up it goes, you know what I mean? So it's intense. So I got to do all that stuff. I got to jump out of perfectly good aircraft, 25, 30,000 feet oxygen jumps. I got to rappel down the side of mountains, you know, all that type of stuff. I got to play with some crazy guns, some crazy toys, technology, you know, and I got to experience the worst that people can do to each other, you know, but I also was able to give some of the best stuff, being a medic, being a paramedic, you know, not only, you know, we built schools and houses and, you know, little churches and helped villages and, you know, and all that. We had engineers come in and they built wells and, you know, and they put electricity and they brought generators, you know. So you're not just fighting a war, you know, you're deployed to a country that's maybe had a hurricane or, you know, that's been devastated by a flood and you're able to give back. But people don't see that.
Yeah.
They just see you as a killing machine. Mm-hmm. And it's always the bad crap that the military get. They never really see the good stuff that you do. You know what I mean? But I don't care. Mm-hmm. Somebody else's opinion, me, it's none of my business. I don't care. You don't know me. I'm going to worry about what you say. You know? So I've done the good and the bad. And I've been involved in that stuff. But I would never say the good outweighs the bad because it really doesn't. But they go hand in hand. Mm-hmm. Hand wash hand. They go hand in hand, you know. So I had a great, you know, time in the military. I did nearly 13 years, you know, and I had a brilliant time. I learned some really, really tough life lessons, you know, in the military, you know. And, you know, there's been times that I shouldn't be here, that my friends are no longer here, but I am. And it makes me question how and why that happens. Because, you know, 8 inches from you, your friend gets 4 or 5 rounds in his chest. That could have been you, but it's not. You know what I mean? And in 1 minute you're calling mag change, you know, there's a mag, you know, grenade, you know, whatever. And all of a sudden you look around and there's a corpse. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? So there's so many times that I've been in those situations where, I mean, I've been shot twice. Not a nice experience. I got shot in the shin here and then on the side of the knee, just by small rounds. And that'll probably come down the line talking about that. But that wasn't in a combat situation. You know what I mean? And I've had dislocated shoulders and arms, and I've got a broken arm. I can't straighten the arm no more. That's done now, you know. So I carry injuries, you know, and things that have happened. But I was fortunate, really fortunate to still be here. That's why I'm grateful every day. One of the reasons why I'm grateful every day that I can wake up, you know what I mean? But, you know, you learn...
Would you say that, how you word that, is it easier to be more thankful from the experiences you've had than it would be for the likes of us?
No, I'm not saying for the likes of you guys, you know what I mean? Because I don't know what you've experienced. I understand.
I'm trying to find a way to word that.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying.
Would it be fair to say somebody who has
your life before
many times to go, actually, I'm very thankful to be here today because I know how easy it is to not be here.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a lesson. That's a lesson I relive every day. I wake up and I'm grateful for more than anybody could really understand, you know. So, and that's something that I take with me every day. How can I say this? I don't plan for the future no more. You know, I live through the day, and if I wake up the next day, I'll live through that day. And then if I live through the next day, I'll live through the next. I don't plan to go anywhere. I didn't plan to come here today because I didn't know if I was gonna wake up. You know, so when I woke up today, you know, and had my couple of cups of coffee, I knew I was going to be here. But tomorrow, I don't know what's going to happen. Yeah. So I'll never say, yeah, we'll go here tomorrow. So I don't live like that. You know what I mean? And I don't know if that's I don't know if that's you know, a crap way of living. You know what I mean? But it's how I live. You know what I mean? So, and that's why, like, I am grateful for all that type of stuff. So, but my life has been amazing. And I'm thankful to be able to have been in positions where I've had, like I learned from Si, like I've learned from him what it's like to be spiritual, because I'm not really like that. You know what I mean? And I've had loads of friends who, like in the Marines, they would go to Bible class, and I'd be one of the only guys kind of like sitting there, you know, drinking a cup of coffee, you know, and everybody would be prayers, because you've got Catholics and Protestants, you've got Jews, you know, you've got Muslims, you've got all different. And there's me sitting there, you know, Billy No Mates, just waiting for people to finish the prayers and stuff, you know what I mean? Because it just wasn't my scene. It just wasn't me, you know, anything that I was interested in, because I'd seen so much happen and I'd asked and prayed before and got no answers. Now I know that, you know, God, you know, doesn't work, and He doesn't always answer, and there's not always an explanation, and there's not always, you know,
the answers sometimes don't look like we think they're going to look.
Exactly.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
sense.
So, but I'm more spiritual now, you know, because I wouldn't say it's because, well, maybe it is because of the things that I've seen and experienced that, like I said earlier on, there has to be better than this. There has to be somewhere else that we go, you know. Are we just here to eat, breed, live and die? And then once we die, we cease, and that's it?
Well, we'll answer that in the next episode.
You know what I'm saying? It's just really, it's kind of like, it's probably one of those questions that you know, I don't know. Because I'm not a faithful person.
Yeah.
You know, I don't go to. It's not that I don't believe in God. You know, I believe that somebody created us. Somebody better than us created us. Whether it was in His image or her image or whatever the way that people want to say it these days, I don't know. You know what I mean? But I think it's one of those questions. For me, I don't think I'll get a definitive answer. But I do like to think that, you know, if my time comes and I do expire, that I go to the nice place. That's what I'd like to think.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So, but yeah.
Colin, again, I don't know. We could be doing this in like 10 years' time. It's like, would you come back for one more
I'll
episode?
come back anytime.
Just tell about the month of July in 1985. That should do an hour or two.
Yeah.
No, Colin, I appreciate it. There's
No problem.
There's lots left to talk about.
Yeah, no worries.
We opened the series now, I guess we can call it a series. We opened the series kind of promising we talk about PTSD. You've already shared quite a lot. I'm sure you'll share some more next time, but it'd be good to unpack some of that and see how that, I'm going to use a terrible word and say that season of your life or the things you have experienced, how you move forward through the after effects of some of that as well today.
Yeah.
Would be interesting.
Yeah.
Thanks, Si.
Thank you, Ben.
Roscoe, thank you. Adam, good to have you here. Thank you for listening and watching. Catch you again next time. Unbelievable. Back again. Here we are. Colin, thanks for coming back.
Thank you for having me.
Very, very cool. We're just going to see where this goes, as always. Is this part 3? Is this part 4?
3.
Unbelievable. Part 3.
Yeah.
So we left off last time where you were talking about the start of your military career.
Yeah.
And let's pick up from there. What is important for you to tell us?
I think for me, I think because I don't really speak about, you know, the things that I've experienced, and I get this question quite a lot, was what I did or what my role was. I was part of a CQB team, basically. It was an 8-man team, and our job was basically to clear buildings for Overwatch snipers or whoever was going to occupy, whether it was intelligence or whoever was going into that building. My job was to clear them. So anybody that was in there that wasn't supposed to be or offered resistance with firearms or whatever, we cleared those buildings out and we made them safe. And so Overwatch would come in, they would take the top floor and they would set up. We would take the bottom floor just below them. And we try and aim for the tallest buildings possible. We hoped that the intel that we got was reliable, which it really sometimes really wasn't. And we were quite often in the middle of hornets' nests. So, and quite a few times things didn't succeed and we had to pull back. But what we would primarily do is we would hey-ho or halo in. and I don't know if you know what that is.
I don't.
Halo jump is high altitude low opening, which is an oxygen jump, and you jump at certain heights and then you deploy low, and vice versa, basically. So we would fly in, drop, open, and tab in. Tabbing is walking, and so we would walk, I don't know, it could be 8 kilometers, maybe less, under cover of darkness. We would go in, we would pick the target, and we would enter that building, and then we would clear it. Make it safe, as said before. Then whoever came in. We would stay for a couple of days to make sure that everything was good, and then another green team would come in, and they would take our place. We would move on to the next one. So basically, sometimes, not all the time, there could be 3 or 4 buildings that were cleared, and you'd have overwatch from those positions. It depended on what was going on in the area, or if it was just intelligence gathering, or if it was there to basically arrange a meeting somewhere else, basically. And that was it, and that's what I did. And the rush doing that is like something you never feel. Nothing can ever, I don't think anything I've ever done has ever replaced the adrenaline rush that you get from that. And the scary thing about that type of job is you become a sponge and you soak it up. And the more you do it, the more you want. You know what I mean? You don't worry about the first guy in through the door, because that first guy could potentially take whatever's coming at him entering that. But the amount of training that you do and the amount of rounds that you put down to be able to do that, it becomes second nature. So, and you rely on the guys behind you 1,000%. You know what I mean? So sometimes it doesn't always go to plan. Sometimes there are fatalities, and you do lose team members and stuff. But
can I just ask? I've always wondered this. If someone is protecting a door, let's say there's 5 guys, guns pointed at the door, and your job is to go into that room, how on earth do you go about even remotely attempting that?
If there's somebody on the other side of the doors, well, you would put a charge. The charge would be applied, that door would be up, and then frags would go in, or flashbangs would go in. And not like in the movies where you see one flashbang go in and you chuck these things in, you know what I mean, rapidly. On each of our packs, we carry flashbangs at the back, so the guy behind you will take a flashbang, he could pass that forward, or they could step up and throw it, but it goes in. And
so you want to create as much chaos as possible on the other side.
As much chaos as possible, noise, chaos. But if it's a silent entry, that's a different thing. You know what I mean? Again, it depends on the intelligence that you're given, how many people are on site. Alphas or tangos are on site, if you want to put it like that. Your method of entry. There's a lot to play in it. Things change. You might have a plan, and then you get on site, and then something else happens, and then you have to think and reorganize that plan and then come up with something different. That's why in a team, yes, there is, there's one guy who is the leader, but everybody has a say. There's no, oh, that's a stupid idea, or no, I'm not going with that. You all have a say, and you formulate a plan, and that's it. And then you go from that, and that's what you do. Everybody's trained hard to get to where they are. Everybody's done the same training as you. So, there's nobody better. We don't look like in the regular army, you have a sergeant or a corporal, but for us, it was different. We had teams, and because we relied on each other, and we believed each other, and we loved each other, and we worked, and we slept, and we ate, and we fought, and we played together. There's a bond there that's never broken, and you never say, no, that's stupid. You sit and you think on your feet. You train to think on your feet. It doesn't work all the time. Things can go pear-shaped, as they quite often do. And sometimes you have to bug out. You have to just backtrace your steps and leave. You know what I mean? It's not all like it is in the movies, where everything is successful. You know what I mean? A typical scenario is when they went into to get Osama, and one of the choppers broke down, hit the wall, and so forth. And those guys had to reorganize and do different things, and he just carried on with the mission. You know what I mean? So things don't always go to plan. Machines don't always work properly. Sometimes people don't always work properly. I've been in teams where I had one guy freeze, and he just froze, and that was it. And he was just catatonic. You know what I mean? And we just left him, and we just carried on. But we went back, and he was safe. He was put into an area that was safe. We couldn't leave anybody with him to watch him because we needed everybody to complete the mission. But we went back, and he was still there, and we got him out, and that guy was hospitalized.
Wow.
And whatever clicked in his head, whatever reminded him or whatever made him do that, he was never the same again. I've never seen him since. I don't know whether he's living or breathing. You stay in touch with somebody, but it's certain elements come into play, and you hope that they're okay, but you just move on.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So yeah, that's it.
That sponge idea you talked about, where you developed this kind of itch for it.
Yeah.
Did that ever, I don't know, I want to say get you in trouble? I mean, more on the personal front, where you're hungry for it, or you're looking for it, where maybe you should have pulled back. Or... Yeah,
that only happened to me when I became a contractor. When I left and went into contracting. Being a contractor is not glamorous. It's not like, it's not glamorous at all. You're a glorified armed babysitter. And the amount of crap that you have to deal with from clients who have absolutely no idea about what you do or what you've done before, whether it's in the military or, they have no clue. They just come in and they want to be... And I don't like that. I don't like people clicking fingers at me or being rude. As an example of that, I worked for a very well-known security company, two very well-known security companies. I'm not going to say the names, obviously, you know what I mean. And I worked for one for 7 years, and the guys were great. The guys that you worked with were great, but it was the people in charge of the camps that you had to deal with. A lot of these guys are all ex-military. The stores, especially, guys who are in charge of giving you kit that you're supposed to have and you don't get because you think that these guys paid for it themselves. Medical kit. I took a very bad IED in 2011, which I was involved in, which I was lucky enough not to be injured in. And I had no medical kit. I had none. I had black duct tape. I had a couple of lollipop sticks for splints, broken fingers. I had 2 tourniquet cats, quick action tourniquets, and a bag of fluid. That was it. And I was working on a contract with Shell Oil. Okay? And these guys had no clue that what we didn't have. But if you went to complain about something, you lost your job. And that was it, And the guy that I worked on, a guy called Steve Johnson at the time, an ex-para guy, his driver was blown to bits. I think I mentioned this before. His driver he took the blunt of the brass, Louis, because he was quite a fat type of dude, quite a jolly type of guy. But he took the whole blast, and Steve was lucky because Louis had shielded him, but it peeled Steve's face like an orange, and it blew his eye out, and it blew his nose and his ear. And his hand, he lost it. He ended up losing his arm, his ribs. Everything was peppered. His face was just basically plastered on the windscreen, along with Louis' head, basically. And when I opened up the door, I drove through the blast. We didn't know it was coming, but it was weird because everybody was on the side of the road with cameras, and I'd pass this information from 3 to 1, vehicle 3 to vehicle 1, and everybody's standing there, but the road that we travelled on was also travelled on by the American military. And if anything usually was going to happen, contractors very rarely got hit except for the early days. We weren't really a threat to them. We just carried clients back and forth to meetings, to oil fields, to other camps. So we weren't really targeted that very much. And yes, contractors did get killed, and they did get blown up, and I have a couple of quite gruesome documentaries on that, and you know what I'm talking about, Si, because I think you've seen that. So they did get killed from time to time. And I found out later the reason why we got hit was one of the guys in, I'm not going to say his name, on the move that morning for us, we went through a funeral, an Iraqi funeral. And one of the guys were giving these guys the finger.
Crazy.
Okay, so they targeted us, but they targeted his specific vehicle because his vehicle was gold and ours was white, you know. And usually the first vehicle would usually get it, but they didn't. His was the second vehicle. And so they let the first vehicle through. And I was behind him about 5 meters, and my camera, because we carry cameras on our dash, and I had a pair of sunglasses with a camera on it, and I also carried a small camera here too, because sometimes the Iraqi security guys would try and take them off you. So I always had backup, you know. Anyway, this guy was giving him the fingers, and none of us knew about it. And they targeted us, and they targeted him, and he got smashed to high heaven, and he was very, very lucky. After that incident, and I didn't know the guy that well. I'd stepped in as a medic to do 2 extra weeks, and guys like, no, go home. You know, this when shit happens, you're gonna get, you know, you just go home. And I was like, nah,
is that kind of the superstition where if you overstay your job,
if you've gone through your 12 weeks with no dramas, go home.
Right.
Take your leave. Take your 3 weeks leave. Go home. You know, get drunk. You know, do whatever you're going to do.
Yeah.
Get it out of your system and get ready to go back again. You know what I mean? Because each time you went out there, you didn't know if you were going to go home.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? And like the early days, I'd met guys that had gone through. I mean, I've gone through a lot of stuff because I've worked in different countries, and I'm just a shit magnet, basically. I think, you know what I mean. To be honest. I'm just one of those guys that, I don't know, that crap follows. Nobody really wanted to work with me. My nickname was Lucky Charm. You know what I mean? But I was a floater medic. I was never assigned to one team. I would go to different teams each rotation I went in. But, yeah, it's you never knew if you were going to go home. You know, so, and I went through quite a long period of time where nothing happened, you know, and then all of a sudden shit would happen, you know, and it, they say things happen in threes. Well, I survived 3 IDs in 1 month. And, yeah, that was quite a colourful period. I don't know why it didn't affect me. I don't know why, to be quite honest. When we took the ID in 2000, it was Father's Day. It was a Sunday, 7:30 in the morning, 19th of June, 2011, when we got smashed up. And I remember, you know, I think I've told you this. We had this when we left the camp. It was just a shitty camp in the middle of Al Zubayr, and Al Zubayr was run by Katabi Hezbollah. These are the guys that put you in an orange jumpsuit and just relieved your head from the rest of your body. And then they would post videos online. The morning that we got smashed up, we all lined up. I think our call sign was Sierra 6. So you had 9 call signs in the morning. So we get up in the morning, go to the gym, go for breakfast, get a shower, you know, meet the team, talk about the plan, go to your vehicle, make sure the vehicles are all clean, water for the clients. You get your gun from the armory. You had a pistol, which was I think it was a CZ 9mm, Czechoslovakian 9mm, which looked like a P226, like a Navy SEAL pistol. Not a bad pistol, heavy, but I liked them. They did the job. If you squeezed, and you know they would send the good news downrange. And you had a short AK. Which was probably an M92 or something, very loud. It had the big flashbang on the end, which made a lot of noise. So I think the noise would scare people more than actually getting hit by the round. Anyway, we'd load up, get into the vehicle. Each, you know, the TL would call out, yeah, we're okay, good to go, leave. And I remember we pulled out, and you could go 2 ways. You could go left, which was a dirt road, which just took you a shortcut to where you were going, but you never knew if there was anything on them. I mean, you saw the tracks of the vehicles that went through these all the time. You didn't know if there was something on that was buried that it was going to go boom. So every day was a chance that you took getting to your destination. The morning we went out, we took a right 300 metres onto the main road. So once we got to the main road, I was the last vehicle. I would call 3 on the main, which meant 3 vehicles now on the main road. And that would go from 2 to 1. And then we travelled up about another half a mile, and we came to a railway crossing. And on the railway crossing, I never really seen a train on it, to be honest. But this, you know, there was a small Iraqi cabin, and this guy was a guard. And every morning he would do this, and that's water. Or he would say "my" and water. So I'd throw 2 big, 12 cases of water out to him. The poor guy would just be standing there all day. This particular morning, guys are standing there with cameras.
Right.
The minute we hit the main, and I called, I says 3 to 1. I says cameras everywhere. Something's going down, We didn't have any reports that morning of anything untowards, but you never know. I never took nothing for granted. And so anyway, we travelled up. We got to the railway crossing, and this big 2 Ford F-150s pulled up beside us. And on these Ford F-150s are 2 big Browning mounted machine guns. And in my window there's a small port. I locked my AK and I put that through the window. So I don't know why. I put it through the window. And the Iraqi guy turned at me and he went, throat slash. You know what I mean? I did this to him at first. They either do this or they do this. If they do that, they're not interested in you. But this guy did this to me, okay? So I put it out the window, and I just, okay, that's all right. He didn't do nothing. Climbed out of his truck. He went down to the security guard. Usually he would wave at us, not this morning. And the Iraqis kiss each other on the cheek. The Iraqi guard said something to him. They got in their trucks and they just about faced down the other side of the road. And I said to my TL, I says, we're going to get smashed. We're going to get smashed. No, it's okay. So we're going to get fucking smashed. And that was the one time my spider sense kicked in. And I had tingles, and my heart was beating. I could hear my heart in my ear. And no, everything's going to be okay. But no intel this morning. Blah 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 blah. So we were going to Rumaila, which is a big oil field, and it was about a 2.5 hour drive. Now we drove this 3 or 4 times a week. You know what I mean? With no dramas. We'd get stopped by dodgy checkpoints, and they'd ask you for water. Or they'd try and check your ID on your weapons. All this type of shit. This particular morning was just. It was different. It was just different. And so I just says, 3 to 1, we're going to get, no, it's okay. A big truck pulled in once these 2 Ford F-150s went, because in Iraq the roads are big. But the traffic comes down the same way. There's one road this way and one road that way, but the traffic will go up and down on the same road. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? There's just that much traffic. They don't give a shit. They'll cut each other out and swearing and cussing and all this road beeping. And the police don't care. The security don't care. And at the top of the road was a big roundabout. On each side of the roundabout was a mosque. We called it Twin Mosque Roundabout. Never had any dramas there before. Never, But just because there's no dramas doesn't mean to say there's not going to be one. Yeah. So anyway, this big lorry came in, pushed in between vehicle 1 and 2, and it pushed Liam, a guy called Liam, an ex-barra guy. Big unit, real nice guy. Very easygoing, very slow talking. His vehicle was pushed up, way up. So they pushed his vehicle, and they separated him between Steve and me at the back. So when you're moving through a city, you're uptight, you're close into each other, there's no spaces. So you get as tight as you can so no other vehicles can come through. You might get a sticky bomb, magnetic bomb in the back. When that goes on, you can't get out of your vehicle to get it. You're going to go boom. It's going to be night. So Liam was pushed up, and he says, I'm being pushed, I can't stop, to go with the traffic. He says, I'll stop, I'll pull up, and I'll wait for you. No worries. And in our vehicles, there's a red button, and it's a transponder. You hit that button, it sends a panic back to the ops room. So they know exactly. They're monitoring you anyway on the screen because your vehicles have transponder. So they're monitoring you anyway, so they know where you are, and you're in the TL's in constant communications with the ops team, and they're somebody. You just hope that somebody in the ops room is not watching porn or something like that, and paying attention to what's going on, because a lot of them just chat. Anyway, Liam got pushed up. A few minutes later, we were cleared, and I said to Steve, "We're going to get hit." "No, it's okay, Liam. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine." In the middle of the road, there's a grass median, and on that median there was a little fruit stall. And every morning, you see the little guy chopping his fruit and drinks, and and people would pull in and buy stuff. So we drove up, and I was about probably 5 meters behind Steve, and next thing, boom. And I saw this blinding flash. That was it. And the little guy disappeared. The IED was where he was, so he disappeared. They blew him up as well, so he had no idea. Poor guy had no idea what was going on. And that's when it hit Steve's vehicle, and it went through Louis. And now the glass on the armoured vehicle is 2 inches thick, and it's armoured glass. So whatever went through his window left a perfect 6-inch diameter hole, but just above the sill. I have a picture of it on my phone. And it went through the vehicle, straight through. And we were only doing 10 miles an hour. So they targeted Steve's vehicle. And my vehicle rocked going through the blast. It was just black. I couldn't see anything. My driver just automatically white-knuckled, and he peed and pooped himself. I don't know if he knew what was going on. I have no idea. And as we pulled through that, I saw Steve's vehicle veer off to the right, and the brake lights were coming on, and he hit a metal barrier. And for some reason, when we got through that, I just said to myself, I can live without my legs, but I can't live without my head. And I pulled my seat back as far as it could go. I just dropped it like this. And my driver, Ali, they're all Ali to me. I couldn't remember the name. So I had Ali number 1 to number 8 at times, you know what I mean? And they all thought it was funny. It wasn't derogatory. It was just a joke with these guys. Because really nobody took time to joke with them, you know what I mean? They're all called derogatory names and all that type of stuff. The guys I work with, I just tried to have a good rapport, you know what I mean? They would call me doctor. Nice. Which was, pretty cool. And I would have a coffee in their room. I would go and see them. I would make sure if I went to the States, I'd bring them back a little cheap Casio watch. They all had the same watches, or a cheap set of Ray-Bans or something like, so they all kind of looked the same. And I think I was probably only, and I wasn't a TL, I was just a medic. I think I was the only guy who did that. I'm not too sure. I could be wrong. Anyway, pulled in. My driver knew exactly what to do. He pulled up alongside the vehicle to do emboss-deboss drills. And I remember I just hit the panic button straight away. Contact. Alzabay roundabout. Steve's vehicle's been hit. You know what I mean? Liam's been pushed up. And I'm sure Liam was on his frequency talking back. And so I was on my own. And it wasn't the first time. I just had a feeling that this time was going to be different. I looked at Steve's window, and it had blown out like a white snow cone. I looked at that, and I was like, what's that? Because the brake lights were still kind of going. And I was like, fuck. He's been smashed. And so checked. It was all loaded from before. I took my driver's pistol, because they didn't carry AKs. And I didn't know if this guy was going to turn around and give me the good news. I had no idea. So I took his pistol. And on my body armor, I had my pistol was here, but I had an empty holster. So when I got out of my vehicle, I took my pistol from here to there, because in a vehicle you can't really pull. Mm-hmm. So I kept it here, and it was easy to pull and launch. So when I got out, his pistol went here. I just racked it, took the hammer off, and put it in, so it was good to go. And I got out of that vehicle, and I looked around, and I was on my own. My driver was glued. God bless his cotton socks. He was glued to the wheel. I mean, he went from being brown to white to grey, you know what I mean? And he just, pooped himself and vomited and everything, you know what I mean? So that guy had never seen anything go boom before. So he was just glued to that wheel. And it was just like talking to a corpse. I'm like, don't move anywhere. Don't you fucking go anywhere. Don't leave me. Because these guys would drive off and leave you, you know. So I got to open my front door and the back door to give myself a bit of protection. And I thought, well, if somebody's going to come for me, they're going to blow my legs off. But I had protection from these two doors. And I went to Louis' door and I pulled up. And I looked in there and this guy was just a mess. Guts everywhere, no arm, everything, just a mess. Half his head was shaved and, you know, he was sitting like a goldfish out of water. His face was gone. There was nothing I could do for him. He was just done. I could hear Steve screaming. Cleared around my vehicle, checked right. There was loads of people on the street with cameras. I didn't know what was going on. I saw a vehicle come down with a large lens. And I thought it was a RPG. And I sent the good news over to this guy and changed mags and moved around. I got round the side of Steve's vehicle and he was screaming. And there's a small village on each side of the road. And these guys, I just saw guys in black and white. Doesn't mean anything because people wear black and white all the time. But I just saw these guys, black and white, about 8 or 10 of them coming out. They didn't have anything in the hand, but it didn't mean to say they didn't have nothing in the pockets and stuff. They could have had grenades, they could have had a pistol, knives. I didn't know. And I put it up and I, imshi, stay back. And these guys were like this. And my heart was beating. I thought my head was going to explode. And I thought that was going to be my last day on this planet. And I just basically said goodbye to everybody that was in my life. I just said, I hope to see you in the next world. And but I remember being really calm, really calm, because I said to myself, if I panic now and something happens, I'm going to die. I'm not going to be able to defend myself. But at the same time, I said to myself, if they do come for me, I'm going to fight. And I don't mean this to sound like a Hollywood movie or to be all bravado. I'm going to fight to the last round that I have, and I'm going to try and take as many of these guys as I can before I eventually go. And if they don't get me and I've got one round left, that's for me. You know, that's going to be my good night pill. That's it. I'm not going to be taken. I'm not going to be put in a room, videoed. I'm not going to have none of that stuff. Sure. I'm just going to eat one. Thankfully, that never happened. My most immediate drill at that moment in time was to get Steve into my vehicle and get medications or give him some type of... I didn't know what was wrong with him. And I opened up the door and he was alive. He was screaming. You know, I don't know what pain that guy was going through. You know what I mean? And I remember saying to him, you have to get out of this vehicle, Steve. I've got to get you into my vehicle. I had all the med kit. I've got to get you into the back of my vehicle. And he stopped screaming. And he got out and he walked to my vehicle. Just stopped. You know, just switched off. And I got him into the back of the vehicle. I couldn't get any veins in his hands, so I took his boots off and I got fluids, and he got big veins on the side of your ankles. I got the fluids into that.
Did you shout at him? Did you talk calmly to him?
I shouted at him. I just basically said, shut the fuck up. Yeah. You know what I mean? You need to shut your mouth. You need to listen to what I'm saying. You know what I mean? We're in a shit situation here. Mm-hmm. You know, we need to get you.
What do you think that activated in him that enabled him to get out of the car? Stop screaming.
Survival.
Is it training? Is it human-based
survival? I don't know what it was in Steve. You know what I mean? I didn't know Steve. I spent 2 weeks with him. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? The guy's a para. You know, I've met airborne guys from different countries who are just animals. You know what I'm saying? I think in certain situations, he knew that he was hurt. He had 2 daughters and a wife. And he said, Cole, get me home. Because he was taking them kids to Disney World a week after he got home. You know what I mean? And he says, get me home. And I says, I need you to shut your fucking mouth. I need you to wind your neck in, pin your fucking ears back, and get into my vehicle, Steve, or you're not going to get home. And I think that did it. I said, you're not going to see your kids. Get into my vehicle now. And he stopped. And he staggered. He didn't get out walking like he wasn't in pain. He suffered. You know what I mean? And I says, listen to me. Watch what I'm doing. I mean, his face was covered in blood. His eye was blown. He couldn't see. I can't see, Cole. I'll see for you. Get out. I'm not, like, there's nobody else there. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I had to watch him and watch these other guys and constantly, looking back and checking and hoping that my guy wouldn't drive off, you know what I mean? So I got him out of his side and walked him round the back of my vehicle to get into the back of my vehicle. So that 10 or 12 feet was, in my mind, an hour. But see, he was leaning and walking, and he was on me. And Steve's a big dude, he's got body armor on, you know what I mean? And I'm walking with him, and I'm trying to get him into my vehicle, and I'm checking arcs at all times, you know what I mean? Is somebody going to throw something? Is somebody going to come down again? Are these guys going to pull something? Is there a sniper? I don't know, you know what I mean? This was playing my mind. But my immediate drill was to get him into the vehicle and get him fixed as much as I could. I noticed when he got out that his hand was just hanging on by skin. And there wasn't much blood. But he had, he had wounds. His eye, obviously his nose, he had a dent in the side of his head. He was in bad shape. So I got him into the back of my vehicle, I laid him down, went to the back of my vehicle, got my bug out bag, because I had no kit from these guys, so I brought my own trauma kit in. I took a cat out, I took out a bag of fluid, and that was it. I couldn't give him any morphine. We didn't have it. You can't give morphine to somebody with a head injury. I just hoped for the best. So his face was bleeding just really bad because you have loads of small capillaries. That's why when you get a head cut or a face, it looks worse than it is. When you get nicked with a shave, it bleeds a lot. So it's not really bad, but it was because it wasn't a avulsion, it was a flap. I just basically had to pull it on and bandage. I covered both eyes because he had glass in this eye, and I couldn't take it out, so I bandaged both, and it relieved the pressure of him blinking. So I cleaned his face as best I could. Assessed the damage on that. Loosely put a pad over it, bandaged him up, and went to his hand. There was not much blood, which was really weird. So I took that hand and I taped it on with duct tape. That's all I had. And a bandage. And I put a cat tourniquet just up above it a little bit and got it on the side as I could. And all the time Steve's screaming, you know what I mean? So, and all the time I'm trying to watch to see what's going on, you know what I mean? And trying to give my driver instructions to calm down and get ready to move. And I had Liam in this ear, I'm coming down, thank you. I'm coming down, Cole. And he had to run the whole way from the Twin Mosques, which probably was a good mile and a half on his own, because his vehicle got stuck. And I could hear him coming in, and I said, Steve's been hit, Liam, blah, 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 blah. I never heard back from our comms room. So whether I knew Liam was getting, but they're not going to directly say to me. So he was making his way down to me. When I got Steve in, I got fluids in. I couldn't hang them, so I put the fluids under his body armour and pushed the fluids in quicker. So I only had one bag, got his bleeding stopped. He started screaming again. And then he asked me to shoot him. Shoot me, Col. Just shoot me. And I says, no, I'm not going to do that. You've got your kids, just fucking shoot me. It's too much. And I says, you're a para, Steve. You're a para. Just wind your neck in, shut your mouth, listen to my voice. Well, you're going to get home. You're fucking lying to me. You just did, all this type of stuff. So the amount of pain that he was going through, I don't know. You know what I mean? And then he stopped. And I thought he died. His breathing just went way down. The guy's gone into shock. And I was checking him, checking pulses, making sure that he'd vomited. I turned his head, cleaned his mouth out. He was white, you know what I mean? He was going into hypovolemic shock, losing blood. I had one bag of fluids, you know what I mean? I thought, he's going to go, he's going to die, you know what I mean? And anyway, Liam came down, and all of a sudden, out of the blue, 8 or 9 little flatbeds pulled up, all armed to the teeth. Just from straight across the road. And these fuckers had sat and watched the whole thing. I don't even know if they had set it off, I have no idea, but they were supposedly the fire brigade. They had no insignia, no cap badges, just dark blue uniforms. And there was one guy, and he looked like a rat. This little skinny guy. And they all have Saddam moustaches, you know what I mean? And this guy had his finger on his AK, and he just stared at me. He had a cigarette hanging out of his mouth. It was like Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid. And he just stared at me, and I said, Salam alaikum. And the guy says, alaikum salam. And my Arabic or Farsi back then was quite limited. You know what I mean? So I says, I can't remember what I said. Ishmi Colin, Abu Connor. My name is Colin, father of Connor. Something along those lines. You know, and usually they would do this. You know, it's okay, like that there. And I just went like that, and not one of them did that. Nobody did nothing. They didn't give me this. They didn't give me just, you know, kind of looked around, and they were trying to look in at Steve and take photographs and fucking pushing people back, like, you know, they're trying to get into the back of my vehicle to get my kit. I pulled the back down because we had Toyota Land Cruisers, but they were more interested in taking pictures of Louis dying, you know. And next thing, Liam landed on scene, and I had another gun. So my AK was racked, the safety was off, and I just stared at this guy. I said, "You're gonna fucking get it first. I'm gonna kill you first. You touch that and you point in my direction. You're gonna fucking go and meet Allah, mate. I'm gonna arrange that meeting for you." And it was then I started to get angry. You know, and this guy's just staring at me, you know, and everybody else is kind of like interested in going to see what was happening. And the commander of this ragtag fucking fire brigade team was trying to speak to me, and they speak very quickly, and I'm like, you know, shway, 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 you know, easy, stop, shway, shway. And then Liam came down, and then Liam started engaging this guy in conversation, you know, and I saw Liam rack as he came down, and I just thought, I have another gun, you know what I mean? And I just thought, we're equal now. You're going to get it. This one guy just looked at me, and I just turned, and I just put it on him. And I shouldn't have done that. I could have been arrested for that, you know what I mean? And I just put it on him, and I stared at him, and then he just kind of, you know, dropped his head down, and he took his finger off, and I just stared at that guy, and I wanted to give him the good news. I wanted to smash him to a red spot at that particular moment in time. And all I could say was, these guys have done this, they've set this up, because they just appeared out of nowhere, you know. So when Liam engaged with this guy anyway, I went back to check Steve. Steve was quiet. I just thought he died. I couldn't see him breathing. My driver had loosened up a bit, and I says, "Ali, we're going," you know what I mean? So then Liam's drivers came down, and they went straight to Louis. And there was nothing could be done for him. And they were, why you not fix Louis? Why you not fix? I said, "He's fucking dead. You can't fix dead." You know, but these guys didn't understand. That was their friend, you know what I mean? And so they started to kick off a little bit. I just took the weapons off them, and they just got in the vehicle and drove off. They stole one of the vehicles with Louis and left. That was it. Steve's vehicle was left on the side of the road. Liam, you know, got in, and we up the road. And then Liam started to give a sit rep to the guys back. I couldn't hear what was being said. I'm trying to get into the back to check Steve. Steve started screaming again. He just shoot me, Cole, shoot me. And then he was like, "Do I have my nuts? Have I got everything down there?" And I just ripped his pants open because he had taken shrapnel. And I ripped his pants open. I said, "Steve, you're all there, buddy." I said, "All there, mate." And he goes, "Oh," he says, "my wife will be pleased." You know, he was always joking about something, you know. And even in that moment of the pain that he was in, he found time for a bit of humour. You know what I mean? And I've worked on guys that have been blown up and shot and all this type of stuff, and most of them cry for the mum.
Interesting.
Most of them cry for the mum, and all he was interested in was giving his wife a bit when he got home.
So funny.
You know what I mean? And I was just, I just cracked up. I started laughing. You know what I mean? And and then a couple of minutes later, I was telling Steve, we were about 50 minutes out from Basra Cobb, from the airport, because the camp was at the airport. You had the airport one side, and you had all the contractors camp on the other, but you had an American hospital there. So Liam was arranging, you know, to get straight through to the med centre, you know what I mean? And so I'm in the back, and we're hitting potholes, and I'm getting bumped and bashed all over the place because we don't wear seatbelts. And there was nothing I could do for Steve. That was it. He was either going to live or he was going to die. You know, the Heavenly Father or whoever was in charge of that at that particular time. I left him in his hands. You know, I couldn't do nothing more. So I'm speaking to Liam, and then I remember I'd never been in the area before, so I wasn't familiar. I just saw the river was on the left-hand side. We were on a dirt track, and then all of a sudden, the American military came towards us, and these fuckers brash you up. These guys will just rip you to pieces and drive on.
What do you mean by that?
I mean, if you come at the American military, you know, you stop and let them by, otherwise they brash you up.
mad.
They think it's a threat. They think there could be a VBID, vehicle-borne, device,
So they just shoot first, ask questions
we were just
later.
flicking lights and everything, and luckily they just flicked back at us, you know what I mean, and they just let us, they just zoomed past us, and these guys were saluting us and all this type of stuff. Whew. Wow, you know what I mean, and I just thought, there's another drama we don't need, because, everybody think the American are just killers. They're not, you know what I mean, they were put in a shitty situation, a place they didn't want to be, and they had to deal with the crap that came at them. You know what I mean? Yeah, there was some bad. Don't get me wrong. There's some bad guys out there. You know what I mean? That went there for killing people. That was their main goal, was to go there, because they may have been in a couple of conflicts and never fired around. So this was their time now to go over here and have a license to just shoot. You know what I mean? So they let us past and we drove, and I think it was about another 20 minutes, and we turned right onto this really bad dirt track and then up onto the main road, and we turned left and we went to a place that was called Cloverleaf, which is the 4 big roads that you sometimes see in the States that overlap, you know what I mean? We called it Cloverleaf. Now that was a bad area as well. We used to get smashed up there too, but for, good luck was on the side that particular day after the bad luck, and we cleared and we got into the Cobb. And we got to the gate, and it was triple canopy, I think it was. I think they were an offshot of Blackwater. And it's run by Ugandans, the security, and these guys wouldn't let us in. Steve's expiring in the back of the vehicle. These guys wanted to, I jumped out. And Liam was going mad. We had clearance to go in, but they wanted our ID, and they weren't going to let us in because they didn't want to do their job. And I remember one of this big black Nigerian guy standing there with a big Bellini shotgun, and he cocked the shotgun as I got out of the vehicle. I was just looking. That's going to get rammed somewhere. You're going to look like a lollipop. You know what I mean? And he wouldn't let us through. And then Liam was kicking off, and they were trying to take photographs of Steve in the back. And I'm pushing this guy back, and so tensions are quite high, and and I just wanted to again get Steve, to somewhere they could care for him. I just wanted to start dropping guys, to be honest. I was infuriated that, it had been cleared, and yet, anyway, this other guy came out and he cleared us to go through. I shook hands with the guy. This black guy just stared me out, and he just got and he gave it back and started shouting in, Ugandan or whatever language they speak, and we got in, and next thing we got to the med centre, and they were waiting outside for us. And I remember there was another guy called Steve Gibson. He was also a medic for the company I was working for. And these 2 female medics, American medics, came over, and they'd already been told what had happened. And one of them said, "Who's the medic here?" And I said, "That would be me, ma'am." So what's your name? I says, "Colin." She says, "Can we take Steve?" And I said, "Yes." And then this other guy steps in and he goes, "I'll take it from here, Col." And I just looked at this guy and I says, "You're going to take something in a minute if you don't step out of the way," you know what I mean? And I knew Steve. Steve was okay, but he just stepped in to take over, and I pushed him back, and Liam got in his face and stuff, and Steve wanted to walk in. "I'm walking in, Col, I'm walking in," you know what I mean? And I says, "You're not walking anywhere, mate. You're barefoot." "I'm fucking walking in, Col. They're not going to see me." And I said, "Steve, wind your neck in, mate. You know what I mean? Get on the gurney, get on the bed." You know what I mean? "Oh, I want to walk in, Col." And I said, "Steve, you shut your face, get on the bed." So me and Liam just basically manhandled him and got him on the bed, and they wheeled him in, and he was fighting a little bit. "Oh, let me up." And, so we got him in anyway, and there was 2 surgeons, and this guy, Steve, came in again, and there was about 20 people in there. A lot of people there that shouldn't have been, and a couple of student medics that were to watch, and the surgeon says, "Do you mind if they watch?" I said, "Ask Steve." And Steve's like, "Yeah, that's okay, that's okay." So anyway, they just stripped him straight down naked, and they were just assessing him. These girls are assessing him, you know what I mean? And I felt embarrassed for Steve, to be honest. I just really did, you know what I mean? And he's like laying there, he goes, "Yeah, check me foreskin." make sure, and he did, he goes, make sure there's no shrapnel in there. Again, that was his sense of humour, you know what I'm saying? And people are just, these two girls, American girls, are just looking at him, you know, and one did, you know. And I'm like, Steve, why didn't you not me? You know what I mean? So these girls were just checking him, and they check everywhere, you know what I mean? They check between his toes, they check every orifice, basically, you know what I mean? Because you don't know where something's travelled. Anyway, the Steve guy steps in again, and he goes, can you feel that, Steve? I'm like, what are you doing, you dickhead? And the doctor just says, you can just leave here now. In fact, everybody that's not been on this, get out, you know what I mean? So it left the two medics, the 4 or 5, maybe 6, you know, trainee medics, you know, that were there, the 2 surgeons, and me and Liam, and a nurse, something like that. And they just went to work on Steve. And the doctor says, can you tell me what happened? What did you do? And I told him, and he says, well done. He goes, you probably just saved this man's life. I didn't want to hear that.
Sure.
I didn't want to hear that, you know what I mean, to be honest. So they just says, look, we're going to get you to step out. We're going to take care of Steve, you know what I mean? And he says, we're probably just going to... I said, his hand's off. And I says, it's just hanging on by skin. And he says, don't worry, we'll send that with him. See if it can be reattached. You know what I mean? So they says, we're going to send him to Balad. We have a Navy SEAL team in the area. They're going to be here in about 30 to 40 minutes. So they're on 2 choppers. They're going to fly him up, you know what I mean? And I went, fuck, that's good, because, you know, this is the best taxi ride you're going to get, Steve, you know what I mean? It's just a pity you're probably not going to be lucid enough to enjoy it, you know what I mean? Anyway, we stepped outside, and Liam walked off, and he just broke down, started crying. It was his friend, you know what I mean? I didn't really know him, so I just gave him his time and stuff, and I just walked off another direction. And then we were called back and forth, to, you know, get news on Steve and stuff. And I just remember going sit down in a corner, and I just couldn't believe that had happened. You know what I mean? That from start to finish of that, I was getting smashed. That whole scenario took about 20 minutes, but it seemed like the whole day. But the traveling, which was only like 45 minutes to 50 minutes, it seemed like it was all day, you know what I mean? And because I was preoccupied with getting Steve sorted out, I had no clue where I was, what time it was, what day it was, you know, everything just disappeared, you know what I mean? I just had tunnel vision, you know, and so we met the doctors coming in and out and stuff, and we got reports on Steve, and they'd stabilised him, and he lost his eye. They weren't going to be able to get, you know, they took as much of the glass out as they could and stuff. They didn't take his eye out, but they just, you know, they did what they could. They checked the avulsion in the skin. I didn't realise he'd just been peeled the whole way across. So his face just basically was, you know, pushed over. They cleaned it and washed it, and they sent it back on again. His nose was just hanging, his side of his face, everything, and they did a great job patching him up. And then we heard chuk, 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 and I saw the 2 Black Hawks coming down, you know what I mean? And there's a unit stepped out, and this guy blocked some light. He was a big dude, you know what I mean? And then saw all these other guys just looking out like this, and it was the SEAL team guys, and I was fucking, you know what I mean? I just forgot about Steve. I was like, just looking at these guys anyway, and came over, and the doctor says, this is Colin, this is the medic, you know, this is Liam, and he shook hands and he says, good skills, great job. Again, that's not anything I really wanted to hear, but I shook his hand and I says, thank you for taking care of him. And he says, you can walk us up to the chopper, stop when I tell you to stop, he says, and keep low, and see you later. So we walked up, the 2 girls pushed him up, Steve again managed to mumble something to whatever they'd given him, Demerol or whatever. He did just manage to mumble something that we never got to hear. He gave us the finger. I think it was like, see you later, and did this or something like that. And then he put him onto the back of into the chopper, and we watched it turn into a black spot. That was it. And then we were taking, these 2 men in black appeared. I called them men in black. They went in black. I think they were intel belonging to the group, the company we were working for. One introduced himself as Reese, a big handsome, dashing, square-jawed, you know, handsome, big dude. Giant rugby player of a guy, came up, shook hands. Again, great job. And this is when it really started to get on my nerves for some reason, you know. I didn't want to be told a good job. I didn't want that, you know what I mean? I just wanted for Steve to be okay, and I wanted to go back on task. I just wanted to go back out. You know what I mean? Anyway, I went to the intel room. My camera was the only camera that picked everything up. Steve's was busted. Picked up his screaming. Liam was not anywhere to be seen. Liam and I were separated and taken into 2 different rooms and then interviewed. Liam couldn't say nothing, obviously. He was up top. He didn't say nothing. And there was a guy there called Steve Schultz, and he looked like a vulture. And I think he was the in-country manager at the time. A fucking horrible guy. I wanted to get over the table and just smash his teeth down the back of his neck. Arrogant. And he kept questioning me. You know, and I says, "You've seen the footage. I'm telling you what happened." "Yeah, but..." And I says, and then Reese just says, "I'll tell you what you do, Steve. You're finished, mate. Leave the room." You know what I mean? And I just was... Anyway, so I give it, and Reese says, "That's perfect, Colin. That's, you know, that's perfect." He says, as a statement that anybody could ever give.
Mm-hmm.
Appreciate that. And never seen him again. Gone. He says to me, "Do you want to see the footage?" I said, "Yeah." They played Steve's, and it just picked up the bang, and then the windscreen cracking, going black, and that was it. And then him screaming. And then they showed mine, and I'd developed tunnel vision. I was glued to the screen, and it picked up so much more that I didn't see with my eyes because it happened so quickly.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I saw the little guy on the side of the road in slow motion just go pop.
Yeah.
Seen him disappear. You know what I mean? And it picked up everything. And yeah, that was it. They flew Steve up to Belize, and then they sent him across to, I think it was a few days later, they sent him across to the American hospital in Dubai. And they didn't allow me and Liam to go back out on task. They kept us in the camp. They moved all our stuff up from Al Delma, which was the camp that we're in, from Zubair up to where we were at the Cobb. And we had 3 days, 4 days, all traffic was stopped. All tasks were stopped for 2 or 3 weeks, a month maybe, and I'm not too sure. And yeah, I got into this air-conditioned room that was about the size of this. Like our accommodation was nothing like it. I had a shower, TV, I had a mini fridge, you know, Cokes, everything in it, you know what I mean, laundry, you know, everything was perfect. And my headaches began. And they just started banging, you know what I mean? And I was eating painkillers, going out of style for the next 4 days. They invited us that evening to go to the embassy bar. Reese and this woman, Caroline, I think her name was, who was an attaché. And they wanted to find out what was going on. And I fucking lost the plot. I didn't want to talk about this stuff. You know what I mean? Everybody knew Steve and Liam. They're all paras. You know, the company, they're all paras. The company was started by 2 para guys, brothers in SAS. Good skills, mate. Fucking well done. But everybody wanted to know the story. You know what I mean? So I was on repeat. I fucking hated leaving my room. I didn't want to leave the room, but I had to eat. You know, and everybody was like so nice. You know what I mean? There was very few guys there that had went through what we went through that morning. You know what I mean? And loads of guys wish for it. Oh, fuck, I hope we get a contact today. And I'm just like, no, you don't. But I never said that out loud. Oh, you fucking take these guys out. And yeah, we do this and that. And I'm just sitting there going, no, you wouldn't. Because the minute you kill an Iraqi, you're going to jail. You know what I mean? If you're going to go to jail and you're not going to get out of there, you know what I mean? Because your rules of engagement changed, you know, as things progressed. You know what I mean? You basically just had to drive through most of the contacts that you had. They were just small arms fire. You ping on your window, and you wouldn't get out and engage anybody or put rounds down or, you know, start return of fire or something. That very rarely happened. You just drive through it. If you're unfortunate and unlucky enough to get hit with an RPG, you dealt with the situation as it unfolded. So yeah, I didn't want to go home. I spent 4 days in a dark room, drinking Coke, eating painkillers, and not wanting to see anybody. Now, I had never been affected by that before because I'd been in situations where things went boom, pop, bang, wop, wallop. You know what I mean? From working on oil rigs to seeing a Filipino guy have a 40-foot container fall and push him through grating like a cheese grater. And I had to go down with a black bag and pull him into that bag to send him home. Mm-hmm. I'd seen stuff, you know what I mean? Onshore, offshore, in different countries. And so seeing that type of stuff never bothered me. Mm-hmm. I didn't go to bed at night and not lose no sleep. But this started to affect me.
Why do you think Steve's was more?
I don't know. I think I felt guilty because I felt I didn't do enough for him. You know, I felt that if I'd had better kit,
But this is the thing that you've always told me as well. From that encounter, lots changed with the way that people triaged on the scene and the whole tampon thing you told me about as well. All that stuff changed because of this.
Yeah, I used to carry tampons and sanitary towels, and guys used to laugh at me, but I did that because they were great for soaking up blood. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean?
They were the same size as the bullet hole.
And usually you could get a tampon in there, you know what I mean, and push it in. You always had the little string, obviously, you know, you'd leave that out and you'd push it in. And sometimes I would use super glue and just glue the top of it to keep it in there, you know what I mean? But then again, it was into long toxic shock, you know what I mean? A couple of young girls have died, not knowing how to use them, and they sort of ended up, you know, dying and stuff. So I had always right above the wound tampon, and I'd leave the little string out, you know what I mean? And they would just slit it open and do whatever they needed to do, like, you know, that type of stuff. Or, you know, you would, you know, you get bandages that you can smash in there as well, you know what I mean?
You were saying, like, whenever people were asking about what happened, lots of people were interested in learning from you, like the idea of putting the fluids under the body armor underneath the back to compress it in instead of having it up high. And
it's like like
loads of guys wanted to soak up this information that you.
Yeah, I had loads of guys come to me. The 4 days that I spent in there, I fucking didn't want to know. I was on repeat, and I know the guys didn't mean any harm by it. I had 15 minutes of fame, and it's not what I wanted. It's not what I wanted to be known for, and it's not what I didn't feel great about it. I wasn't like, oh yeah, fucking I did this now, fucking Steve, you know, did this to Steve and blah, blah, blah. I didn't want that, you know, I wanted to be left alone. I didn't want to talk to nobody. I wanted to go back on task. I wanted to go back out again, and I don't know, you know, I don't know, like any viewers watching this that, you know, that'll end up watching this, oh, he fucking, you know, sounds like he's in Hollywood. It's not Hollywood, you know what I mean? And I'm not being bravado. This is how I felt, you know what I mean? And I'd never had those feelings before. I was quite cold. I was quite, you know, I didn't, you know, I not emotional, you know what I mean? I've seen guys killed. I've dealt with my friends being killed in different countries, Mexico and other countries, you know, Afghan and you know, Sudan and places like this, working on other projects and that. And I've seen loads of dead guys, and I've pulled in accidents, road traffic accidents, people have busted in too, and I've offered to help. You know what I mean? I'm a paramedic. You know what I mean? You can't become a paramedic and be queasy at blood or somebody smashed up. Mm-hmm. Why be a paramedic? You know what I mean? Not to saying that we're special in any way, but I just wasn't emotional. But I don't know what triggered me with that IED that put me down a rabbit hole. I think I felt guilty because I didn't have proper medical kit. I didn't have enough fluids to put in Steve. I didn't have the bandages that I needed. I didn't have, you know, I didn't have proper kit. And I felt that he lost his hand because of me. Even though he didn't, I'd felt he lost that because of me. But he ended up losing his arm, not just his hand. He had his arm taken off to here. And I carried guilt for the longest time. I didn't go and see him. I went to see him in Dubai on the way home. They diverted us, because usually we would go through Jordan sometimes, but they diverted us to Dubai, and they made sure that our flights were later so we could go to the hospital and see him. And I got there, and his wife was there, and his mum and dad was there. You know what I mean? So I'd spent 4 days avoiding everybody as best as I could. You know, they had guys knocking on my door. You all right, Cole? Yeah, I'm fine. I'm fucking, you know, come and have a coffee with us, you know. And they were genuinely nice guys. Sure. Like, you know, they were concerned for my mental health. Like, you know, they were concerned for how I was feeling. And I started rapidly declining, but I wasn't going to show these guys. And it was the same story. And I fucking, how can I just keep repeating this over and over and over? And I felt like they were trying to catch me out, but they weren't.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You just wanted to genuinely know.
Yeah.
And I just started to get paranoid, thinking these fucking guys are trying to catch me out in a lie, the same way that the Steve guy did in the interview. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I started to decline. You know, I started to just not want to be around anybody. I didn't eat for about 2 days. I just ate painkillers and coke, drank coke, and slept in the coldest room possible, with the lights out. I had blinding headaches. You know what I mean? And I never felt that before. And it was the weirdest sensation for me to be emotional, you know. And then when I got home, I didn't care about nobody. I didn't want to be around anybody. I want to go back to Iraq. You know what I mean? So the 3 weeks, when you go home, before you go home, you get 1 day downtime, so you can decompress. You might sneak a couple of free, you know, drinks in your room and get some of the guys over and have a few drinks or something like that. And then hopefully you don't get drunk enough not to wake up to get your early morning flight. And then guys get to the airport, they get drunk in the airport in Dubai and miss the flights. You know what I mean? I didn't drink in Iraq. You know what I mean? I would buy a bottle of Jack Daniels for other people, you know, and then get them to my room and a bit of crack and just watch these guys enjoy themselves. You know, I didn't drink when I was working. I didn't drink on task. And I never really was a heavy drinker. I got home and I drank every day. I drank a bottle of Jack Daniels every day for 3 weeks. You know, so for the time decompressing for that day to going home, I didn't want to leave. I felt like a coward. Something in me just made me feel like I was leaving as a coward. And then when I got home, I didn't care about nobody. I didn't want to be around anybody. I didn't want to go and see nobody. You know, I went and stayed in a hotel, and I didn't talk to nobody. And I drank every day for 3 weeks, or for the 2 days prior to going back again. And I couldn't wait to go back. And then when I got back, I had 15 minutes of fame. Oh, did you do this, Colin? How did you do that? So then I got asked to train medics by the company. Would you run medical courses for us? Because I was an instructor anyway. Would you run medical courses for because when you went into Iraq, you know, you had to have continuous training. You weren't getting clinical hours anywhere, you know what I mean, unless something happened to you, or, you know, and most camps didn't have a med center. They had loads of medics, but they didn't have a designated med center, you know what I mean? So we would meet in the TV room. And yes, they had loads of training kit, and I would meet in the training room, and I would get my slideshows on, and, you know, viewpoints, and would train these guys. I would let them cannulate me with needles. I said, no, fuck, you got to learn to do it, because why do it on a rubber hand? People are going to go like this. You know what I mean? You're going to have to you're going to have to do it on a real person. You're going to have to see what it's like to miss a vein, because that vein's there. It's not going to move anywhere. Veins move, so you got to get in. And I sat there, and I'd have 30 guys cannulating me, and I'd have fucking pinpoints all over me, like on each hand. I just let them get on with it. You know what I mean? And I'm like, nope, that hurt you, didn't you? No, you know. And I'd be sitting there like just letting these... And I was punishing myself for some strange reason. Because some of them do hurt. I mean, even when I go to the hospital now to get blood taken and they miss the veins, you want to reach over and slap the shit out of them, you know what I mean? You know. So I got a task to train and run medical courses. They had a new project coming up, which was going to be more down south. And so they wanted the medics that were coming in trained a bit better than they were. So I was running continual day medical courses for these guys: cannulations, gunshot wounds, you know, trauma, you know, amputations. Because I've done 4 amputations in my lifetime of limbs, foot and fingers and a hand. I've done 6 tracheotomies. You know what I mean? Crikes. A trachea is when you cut down here. Crike is just on your Adam's apple. So I've done 6 of them in my lifetime. And I've delivered 2 babies, you know what I mean? And various other stuff. But I started to train these guys, and I felt good again. Because I am a teacher, and I like to teach. And then that disappeared. And then I got offered to not be on task anymore, but to run a new medical centre that they were opening in West Kurna. at a place called Energy City, which is one of the biggest places in Iraq now. I said, no, not doing it. Put me on a team. I want to go on task. Yeah, but we could use either fucking put me on a team or I'm fucking leaving the country. I'm just gonna leave the. Oh, jeez, okay, And they offered me good money, and they offered me, but I wanted to be. I felt like a coward. I felt if I do this, I'm just gonna let teams. Not that I'm super special, but I just felt I was better at doing what I was doing. You know what I mean? And I just got to the point then where I just didn't want to be there no more. And then I moved and I went to Nigeria. I just left for a while, went to Nigeria and other adventures, you know what I mean? But that, I have no idea why that particular morning affected me the way it did. I stopped speaking to Steve. I couldn't speak to him anymore. I went to see him twice. I saw him in the hospital in Dubai. And he kept ringing me, and I kept avoiding his calls, sending the messages, I'm sorry, Steve, I'm busy at the moment. I'll get back to you as soon as I can, His mum and dad were lovely. I met them. They were just absolutely lovely. And then I think it was about 4 or 5 months later, I got a phone call from his mum, and they'd put Steve into a hospital, and he started to go mental. He tried to kill himself with the phone that was on the side of the bed. He wrapped it around his neck and stuff like that. He wanted to see me. So I went downstairs and I got on the phone and I said, Steve, I'm sorry. I said, I can't face you, mate. He says, okay, Carl, I understand. I understand, mate. You know what I mean? I said, I'm sorry, mate. I fucking feel like no, Carl, I'd be dead for you. You know what I mean? Don't ever think that. You know what I mean? Now you owe me life. And I'm like, no, you fucking don't owe me nothing. Just, And he says, come and see me. I said, give me 2 days. And I went and seen him. And he was lying in hospital. He's fucking... Sorry. I was... He'd had a metal plate. I went to see him and he had a metal plate put on the side of his head and he lost his arm and his eye and they'd rebuilt his nose and it was stopped seeing him. And then stayed with him the whole day and met his mum and dad again. And I met his girlfriend Sarah. His wife had left him. Took all the money that he'd received in payment, and I don't know what happened. She left for a reason. I never asked Steve. Then I'd heard a few rumours, which I'm not going to say afterwards, of why she did, because that's not my business to tell anybody. But they split up anyway, and then there was a girl, Sarah, a lovely girl who was there, and she was friends with Steve. And I think they ended up dating and met her, his mum and dad again. And never seen him again afterwards. I couldn't see him. I stopped speaking to him. Yeah. The guilt that I felt was... I've never felt guilt like it. It put me down a rabbit hole. I started drinking. The day that I got home, I seen him that morning. I stayed the whole day with him. I got the flight. The parents wanted me to stay overnight. I said no, I had other things to do. I got home and I went and I bought the biggest bottle of Jack Daniels I could find. And my fucking life went down a rabbit hole for years. For about 5 years, I drank myself to death. Attempted suicide twice. Tried to hang myself twice. First time was on a punch bag, a speedball, hook on the ceiling. And if I'd had a gun, I'd have put it in my mouth. But I went out anyway, and I got this flexi cord, like off a TV aerial, and I tied it up, and I put it around my neck, and I jumped, and it snapped. and I banged my head and knocked myself unconscious. And I don't know how long it was. I woke up later on, choking, decided it was not a good idea, and had a sore throat for my throat. My voice hasn't been the same since. It's still a wee bit croaky.
You said you jumped?
Jumped off a table. I was on the table.
Force,
Just see, people don't realize when you hang yourself, okay, you're choking yourself to death.
Mm-hmm.
When you get hung, you drop down and your neck breaks, your spinal cord snaps, so sometimes your head comes off. But when most people hang themselves on something, they choke themselves to death. So within 10 seconds or so, you know, your carotid arteries and your jugular veins are blocked and you suffer. You go unconscious, but you can't breathe for a few seconds. So you're choking yourself to death. So when you get hung, it's completely different. It's the force of dropping down, that 6 feet or so that kills you, you know.
Yeah.
So yeah, I just woke up with a sore throat, and my throat's been croaky ever since. And decided that night wasn't a good time. I just decided that drinking was better. And I went back to drinking again. And and then it was another while later, I took some Jack Daniels, and I think I took about 200 pills, and didn't do nothing for me. I just started vomiting. I think maybe because I had too many drinks in me, started vomiting, and then decided that wasn't going to work either.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So, and then I couldn't speak to nobody. I didn't meet anybody that was in my position. So when you try to talk to somebody who... I went to psychologists and psychiatrists and all this type of stuff, and they're like, yeah, I know how you feel. No, you fucking don't. How do you know how I feel? You know what I mean? And when people say that to me, I just couldn't believe. And then I went to a drinks counsellor, and he goes, did you attempt suicide? And I go, yeah. And he goes, why didn't you go through with it? I got up and slapped him in the face. I just banged him, and he was just real cheeky. He was just really obnoxious to me, and I just looked at him, you know. And he wasn't trying to help me. He was mocking me. And I got up and I said, have you ever had a really hard smack in the face? And he goes, no, and I gave him one. I just fucking slapped him across, and I walked out, and he sat there, and I walked out, and I says to the two ladies at the desk, who the fuck is that in there? And I says, that's one cheeky bastard. And she's like, and they knew, because I found out later there was several complaints about this guy, and then they removed him. You know what I mean? So, and then I went to various counsellors and stuff, and nothing was done for me. I didn't feel the benefits of anything that anybody was telling me. Every time I went twice a week, so I was going 4 times a month. And the lady was lovely, don't get me wrong, Rachel. I'll never forget her. The loveliest lady, you know, and she never once said to me, I know how you feel. Her husband was an ex-soldier. He killed himself with PTSD. And she never told me that until I stopped seeing her. But she kept asking me the same questions all the time. Now, in the midst of that, I was having audio and visual hallucinations. And what I was seeing was werewolves. And I've told you this, there's a movie called Dog Soldiers. These giant werewolves, you know what I mean? And I would see werewolves almost every night. And I would be sitting quietly, you know, maybe having a drink or a coffee, and I would hear the scratching of the nails coming down the hallway. And then I'd be sitting on the couch, and the next thing, the head would come around and snarl at me, or I'd wake up in the night and they'd be standing on the bottom of my bed, and I mean, it was like a movie, you know what I mean? And most of my life, I always had a pistol beside my bed or something. I always had a gun in the room, like, you know, in case the shit hit the fan outside, and, you know, because most of your weapons are put in the armories, but most... camp, you know, bosses were good enough. You can, keep your pistol. You know what I mean? And you just kept it, and mine was always beside me. You know what I mean? So when I got into airsoft, it was the only way I could be around guns. And even though they were just the replicas and they're just toys, they are quite lifelike. And I kept my Glock pistol beside my bed. And it was only BB bullets, but it was fully loaded, but it gave me comfort. And that's going to be really real to anybody watching this, like, you know, it's going to be, this guy's a nutcase. But it gave me comfort because it was familiarity to me, you know what I mean? And I'd have bad dreams, and I remember having a bad dream and waking up and seeing this thing at the bottom of the bed, and I pulled it out, and I just emptied this 30 round, whatever it was, at nothing. And the door was peppered, because they come out at quite a rapid speed, you know what I mean? And the door was peppered with these small holes in it. That's something else I'm going to have to fix now. But I just pulled it, and I just saw what it was, and I just pulled it, and aimed and squeezed. You know what I mean?
See, when you squeezed it, like, what happened to the hallucination?
It was still there.
Did it
You know,
stay?
it didn't put
kind
it
of
away or
went- it
nothing.
went through it. Yeah.
I still have them. I still get them, you know, from time to time. Not as frequently as it used to, but I still get them from time to time.
Mm-hmm.
Or I'll smell burning. I'll smell something. Or I'll hear somebody. I'll hear somebody's voice. I don't know who it is, but I'll hear somebody's voice and, you know, try and find them.
Mm-hmm.
And I still have it from time to time. Not as much because I've kind of dealt. It's within me. It's not outside me. It's in me. You know what I mean? And a lot of my friends were not fortunate enough to be able to rationally deal with that, and they've taken their own lives. And because I did it twice and it didn't happen to me, somebody told me that I'm still here for a purpose.
Mm.
You know, that it's not my time to go yet. We've all got a number that's going to be clocked in one day. You know what I mean? You know, we're going to go at some point. You know what I'm saying? So, and I just decided that I'm worth something, and now I'm teaching again.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Even though I've got health problems, health issues and stuff, I'm still able to function, whereas there's some people who are not. You know what I mean? But I don't know why that day put me down a rabbit hole, because I'd been through a lot before. Now, maybe that was just the icing on the cake. I don't know. But the guilt that I felt, and I still feel guilty now, and I don't think that guilt's ever going to leave. I know that there's not really much I could have done. Wouldn't have mattered what trauma kit I had. You know what I mean? But I felt because I wasn't given what I needed.
Mm.
I did less than I could have. And there's loads of medics that I've met over the years that have been in similar positions and felt the same way. You know, it doesn't. Not everybody lives. You know what I'm saying? I've done CPR on people and they've died. People die because it's the time to go. You know what I mean? I don't know why it affected me in that way, and it still does. You know, and that's the first time I've talked about Steve outside me and Si.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So, but that's, you know, that's the job that I did, and there's always a repercussion to it.
Mm.
There's guys who can go through. I mean, I've met guys that could sit beside somebody's decapitated head and have their dinner. But I don't know if that's all bravado, or does he curl into a fetal ball when he gets in his room and cry like a baby? I don't know. I mean, you know what I mean? And I was like that. I, you know, had been in so much stuff, you know, stuff over the years that I was empty of emotion. You know what I mean? I just, like in that, when the guy looks at into the mirror,
yeah.
there's a thing with a guy who was
It's a
invited
documentary
by...
called Only the Dead.
Yeah. There's a guy that was a journalist that was invited by jihadis to film them. They promised they wouldn't kill him, and they didn't. And it shows this guy smiling, and at the very end he's looking in the mirror to himself, and he's a shell. He's empty. You know what I mean? And when I look at myself in the mirror, I don't see me looking back again. It's not me. My eyes are black, you know what I'm saying? And that's a reflection of how I am now, you know? And I don't think that stuff ever leaves, but you just learn to deal with it a little bit more, because I think you understand that you have worth. You know, that you do have worth for something. Now, I could talk to other people about my experience, but it's not necessarily going to help them. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? It might trigger them. Mm-hmm. It's a chance you take when I was invited to talk in a few places, and you know, one guy killed himself shortly afterwards, and I did that because I triggered him, and I did that because if he hadn't spoken to me,
I'd be inclined to disagree with you.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You know,
to be honest with you.
Yeah. So
because if you take you out of the equation there, and I've lost multiple people to suicide, I understand the guilt. Don't understand what you've been through, but I understand the guilt of losing someone to suicide. Take you out of the equation there, you don't know. So I won't turn on you and say, no, it's not your fault. I'll turn on you and say, you don't know.
But in my head it is.
In your head, yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Because if I hadn't spoken to him, whether it would be somebody else that might have done, but I did that because he spoke to me. If he hadn't have spoken to me, would he still be here?
We don't know.
So that's a double-sided coin, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And a double-edged sword.
I think a safer way to refer to it is I'm linked to that rather than I did that.
But even, like, who knows if the guy would have killed himself? Yeah. You know, take Colin out of the picture. We just you can't play the game. You can't play the suicide game.
You know,
that's
he
why
did
I'm
it.
saying
He did it after speaking to me.
Yeah, but 2 days later, you know.
So
he
still
maybe went on a journey in those 2 days, and at the end of it,
I think we all carry something. You know what I mean? You don't have to necessarily be in the military to have trauma. You know what I'm saying? My life was shit growing up as a kid. You know. I don't know if yours, or I don't know if you might have had great parents. I don't know, but my life was not good. You know what I mean? And there's a lot of stuff still follows me around now, which I make sure that, you know, my son Connor's 32. You know what I mean? And I made sure that he didn't have the life that I had. He lives in Dublin now, and he's doing his own stuff, and he's in the military. But I made sure that he wasn't treated the way that I was. You know what I mean? And people, you know, my family, like, oh, you weren't treated that bad. They went in my shoes at the time it was happening.
Sure.
You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, you know, that was like one incident. Going back to that IED, and I don't know why that made me feel that way.
Yeah.
Because as I said, I mean, I've been on this earth a long time and worked onshore, oil rigs, seismic vessels, oil platforms onshore in really hostile countries, and saw and dealt with loads and loads of stuff, contacts, you know, assisting other people, and I've seen a lot of stuff, you know what I mean? And there's guys out there seen far more than I have, you know, but I can go from my experiences, I don't know why that did that to me, and I carry the guilt of that. And I just couldn't speak to Steve again. Yeah. I couldn't look him in the face. You know, I couldn't look at the eye that he lost. You know, he had a plate in his head. His head was like Frankenstein. It staples all the way down in this plate, and he's all right. I mean, and I was, oh my, you know what I mean? Yeah. And then seeing his arm gone, and he was like, my hand call, I'm going to get him to taxiderm it for me, and when I'm going to turn it into a toilet roll holder, and I'm going to that's going to be in my bathroom. He wanted his hand to be preserved and put on a plaque so he could have a lump of toilet roll in it for people to use the toilet. Yeah. That's his sense of humour. Yeah. And I said, Steve, because, fuck all, he goes, I've got another one. He never complained. He had over 60 operations, and he never complained once about, oh, woe is me. Sure. You know what I mean? And he carried that sense of humour on all the way through stuff, and in the most outrageous of times. You know what I mean? And as like I say, I'd only met Steve 2 weeks prior. Yeah. To go into fill in the medical gap where their medic wouldn't come back again. Yeah. Would you extend? And I never extended again after that. I learned a lesson that day. Go home. You know what I mean? Because if you can get through your 12 weeks, 10, 12 weeks, with no dramas, you know, the shit is going to hit the fan. You know, you're going to take on somebody else's crap by extended. And not that I would wish anything to happen to them, don't get me wrong. Of course. But I never ever put myself again where I would volunteer to stay. I worked away 15 years and was home for 2 Christmases because all I saw was dollar signs and I wanted a better life. Yeah. And that was it. And I never extended after that again. In fact, I continued to work in Iraq until I took a break in 2013 and went to Nigeria, to Apapa in Nigeria, to quite a more easygoing job, running a medical centre and training a team, and working closely with other guards. I did that for a year. I went back into Iraq for another year, and then I left Iraq permanently and went to Sudan to work on gold fields. I should have just stayed in Iraq.
Yeah, Colin, I just wanted to ask you, we've talked about this a few times, but I think it'd be interesting for people to hear. After everything, sitting now at the age of 43.
You or me?
You
59.
Are you really 59?
Yeah.
Unreal.
I know. Blessed and blessed for easy.
Such a baby face. Sitting now, what do you, how would you describe this phrase, I guess? What are you left with? What are you carrying? Is anything feeling like it's missing?
Normality. I don't think I'm ever going to be the same. I can't remember what being normal is like. And I don't know how to explain being normal, because what's normal these days? But I remember as a kid I was free. I felt like really free. Had no, you know, when you grow up you have no cares, no worries. You know, time doesn't mean anything, you know, until your parents tell you to be in at a certain time.
Okay, let's take it a different way.
Yeah.
Where would you be now if you had not joined the military? Where do you think you would be now?
I would be teaching scuba diving still.
Right.
I would be there. I would die in Belize. I would have died on that island. I've been to some amazing places in my lifetime. Belize, San Pedro and Burgers Key was where I was allowed to be me. Where I had no dramas, I had no worries. I had nobody telling me I wasn't worth anything, I wouldn't be anything, I wouldn't achieve anything. The freedom I got when I was underwater and just hearing the bubbles go past your ears. I don't think there's a sound like that anywhere. You know, skydiving, you just hear the wind rushing down. That's freedom. That's an adrenaline rush that I just think people should experience once. Scuba diving, I think, is something that people should experience once in a lifetime. Being able to walk in paradise with no shoes on, no shirt, a pair of shorts, and a smile like a Cheshire cat, knowing that you wake up to that every day. It's not free because obviously you work to live there, but the freedom that you get, or that I got there, I've never, ever had that in my life since.
So is there no way back to that life?
No, I don't think so. I think that, again, that was a once-in-a-lifetime experience that can't be replicated. And I've been to loads of other places. I've scuba dived in loads of phenomenally beautiful countries. But that was the first time that I was allowed to live with no rules, no regulations, you know, with my cousin David, who gave me the opportunity to go there. I had never experienced anything like that in my life. I'm very visual colours. I'm a very colour-oriented person. I don't know if that's an autistic thing, but I've been like that since I was a kid. But I love colours, and the colours that I saw in Belize was just unreal. It opened my life to something I never thought was possible, and was always jealous of seeing other people live in movies or in advertisements. The Bounty advertisement years ago that we used to have, that's what San Pedro and Burgers Key was like.
Wow.
Looking up and you're just seeing 30-foot, you know, coconut trees, and just walking through what they call it, seagrass, which is very thick, coarse grass. Kind of hurts your feet. Having that experience, because I ground myself a lot. I take my shoes off when I'm out and just sit under a tree and feel the earth and the grass and everything, and just on my feet. I think it's a really good way of grounding yourself, you know, because when we expire, we're going to go back to nature. You know, we're going to go in the ground, we're going to go back to nature, whatever way that you look at it. But having that experience of no time limits, not being asked to go in, not getting beat when you go in, you know what I mean, not being shouted at when you go in, you know, not living in a place that was full of rules and regulations, but just having complete freedom on yourself, you know. And I've never had that feeling since.
I think maybe the second conversation that we had, where we talked about Belize a lot, I'd written down on the page, Belize is his Garden of Eden.
Yes.
And in the story of the Garden of Eden, they eat the fruit of, what is it, the knowledge of good and evil, and they can no longer go back.
Yeah.
And I've heard a lot of people say that in some ways that's also like growing up. You leave the childhood, like, but for you, stepping into the military was like that bite of the fruit that once you bit into that, you can't go back. No. It's not even possible to go back.
No, you can't. And you know, that is something that's a very biblical. I like that analogy. That's really good. I've never heard it explained like that before. And I've had this conversation with the few remaining friends that I have left. And I've never actually quite heard it like that. And they all feel the same way. You know, America, a lot of people frown on America, but America's a great country. There's a lot of freedom there, you know, and it is really taken for granted because it is free. You know what I mean? The way that things are now, probably not as much. But, you know, you pretty much live to do what you want over there. You know, you work, you live, you work and you live and you have a great life. Here it's different. You know what I mean? There's too many rules and regulations here. You know, there's too many things forced on us here, you know. Can
you give me an example? Like of how America is more free than here?
People are just nicer. You know what I mean? There's much more to do. It's changing now, obviously, with the way that the climate is and the way that wokeness is coming in, and you can't see this and you can't see that and you can't, you know, do blah, blah, blah. But when I lived there and I was growing up there, you know, you didn't have anybody knocking on your door because you put something on Facebook.
Yeah.
You know, you didn't have that type of stuff. Yes, there was always racism, you know, but that was on all sides. You know what I mean? It wasn't just white people saying names. It was, you know, you went into somebody else's neighborhood, you felt the wrath of, you know, not being there, you know. I just think the freedom was just much easier because you weren't scared to say how you felt. You know what I mean? Whereas now, I don't care about, I'll say whatever I want. I'm not going to live under somebody's thumb and say, you can't say this or you can't say that. I'll never live like that. But I'm cautious in what I say to a point, but I'm never going to let anybody tell me how to live my life. America growing up there to me there's just more freedom. It just felt better. You know what I mean? The places are bigger. You had more space to run, you know. And like I said before, a family doesn't raise a child, it's the neighborhood. Because there's always a parent on watch when the children are out playing, and each household took that responsibility to do that. So I could have done it today, so I could have done it tomorrow, you could have done it the day after, and you could have done it the day after that. So you sit and you watch the kids play and have a good time. So the neighborhood is raising your family. You know what I mean? So everybody's connected. You know, you don't get that here. Nobody gives a shit. Nobody cares about your children running across the road. Nobody cares anymore, you know what I mean? And it was just about a time... for me personally, whereas now as I'm older and things are just changing more rapidly, there's just not the same freedom. There's not that feeling of it.
So if you can't go back to the past, if you can't go back to the garden, where do you go?
I just take one day at a time. I don't plan anything anymore. You know what I mean? I never say, oh, I'm going to do this next week. Oh, I'm going to do that. I never do that anymore. I get through each day. Because I'm still struggling mentally, you know what I mean? And it is a bit of a challenge at times. I don't sleep and not feeling sorry for myself or, you know, but this is just me, like, in a nutshell. I just take one day at a time, and I'm grateful for each day. You know, I don't really pray like in going to church, but I pray that if I wake up the next day, I can be a better version of myself than the day before. You know what I mean? And that's how I live.
So what does better look like for you?
I have no idea. I have no idea what better is, to be honest. I just try not to be the person I was before, because I can be short-tempered with people. You know, I can be stubborn. You know what I mean? And that's just the way that people are. I just try not to repeat those moments the next day. I just try to be a better person. You know what I mean? So I always try to meet somebody new. I try to start a conversation with somebody, and I always learn new words, whereas I never really did that before. You know what I mean? I might just hear a word, somebody says something, and then I'll go and look it up.
Yeah.
And that's what I do. I just try to learn something new. You know what I mean? And now that I'm teaching again, now that I've got my own teaching center and things like that, you know, it gives me enormous pleasure to watch people learn and smile that they've thought that they couldn't do something, but you know that they can, and you break that barrier down for them. And at the end of the day, thank you for that. That's, and that makes me happy. You know what I mean? Whereas if someone will say, oh, well, Carl, yeah, I'll see you tomorrow, and say, I really thank you, I learned something, I feel I'm failing them. You know what I mean? So I'm just blessed for each day. I never plan anything. If I wake up, I have a plan for the next day, but I don't wake up to plan that day. I just know, well, this is what I'm going to do if I wake up tomorrow. I'm going to teach this subject. So if I see the next morning and I feel good, then I'll go and teach that subject. But I don't say, I'll do this next week. I'm just grateful for each day that I wake up. Yeah. You know what I mean? And that's just really how I live now.
Tell me about your teaching centre, your business.
I
love to know.
Close protection bodyguard. I worked in that once I got out of the military. I worked for that with various in Iraq, but that was like also a paramedic. So I'm teaching that now. So I'm teaching. My company's called, I'm going to push this if you don't mind.
Please.
It's called Talon Security Training, NI.
How do you spell that?
Talon, Talon. And basically what it is, it's a shield. It's pretty cool actually. It's a little shield with 2 bodyguards on it, gold on the outside, black and silver on the inside, and a eagle's claw holding the shield, Talon. But how I got Talon, I had a very good friend 25 years ago. His name was Mike Talon. And him and I went through a lot of life together. And Mike took his life. About 10 years ago, just went off and just, had a bullet, basically. Didn't really tell anybody what was going on. I didn't know that he was suffering. And you don't with people who suffer, because they just laugh and smile. The reason they laugh and smile is because they don't want to see anybody going through what they're going through. So they don't want to project, their karma on other people. So they laugh and smile, hide everything. Robin Williams was a great example, of what he was going through. And so Mike and I had planned years and years ago that if we got to a certain point in our lives, we would open a security company. We didn't have a name for it. And I just thought, Mike. Wow. So Talon, I think Talon was a real catchy name. I was always jealous of his last name. Gibson, Talon, what would you do? You know what I mean? So, and it's Talon. So, and I thought very deeply about that because there's a big connection to it. So that is my company. And I now teach close protection through the SIA, Security Industry Authority. I teach the QN UK, which is qualifications, United Kingdom. And I'm a registered instructor with both of those. So I teach close protection top-ups. I teach all the SIA door stuff. I teach first aid, pediatric first aid, food hygiene, you name it. I'm kind of teaching it at the moment. You know what I mean? So, and things are going really well.
Good, man.
I've got my own registered training centre in Portadown, where I live.
Class.
And things are going really, really well. And I just actually had a phone call last week of a young first-time mother. He said, are you the guy that owns Talon? And I said, yes. Do you teach first aid? I said, yeah. What's up? And she goes, do you teach anything for children, to learn about? And I said, yeah, pediatric first aid. She goes, yeah, that's it. And I says, what's wrong? She goes, well, I was breastfeeding and my baby started choking. And I got really, really scared. And I said, well, children do choke, you know what I mean? And I says, babies are greedy. You know what I mean? They are greedy, you know what I mean? Unless you remove them, they're going to chew all day. They're going to feed all day, you know what I mean? And I says, pretty much like a puppy, basically, I said, you have to pull the food away. Oh, there's a few of us, And I said, the only day I'm free is Sunday. Could you come on Sunday? Yeah. I said, how many? She goes, there's 6 of us. Wow. And I said, all new mother. Yeah, there's, my baby's 3 months old, 4 months old, and my friends are slightly older. And I said, yeah, sure, no problem. How much will you charge us? And I said, nothing. What? And I said, nothing. I said, it's £70, £80 for the course. But why won't you charge us? And I says, well, that £70, £80 will buy you diapers, or it will buy you baby food. That £70 will allow you to feed your child for a while. I says, if I can't give a little bit back, I make enough money from the courses I do. I'm not going to rob people, I'm not lacking money. You know what I mean? So, and I don't believe that people should just be greedy just to make it. And I'm at a position where I can help somebody, and if it's new mothers, we were all babies once. We all choked at one point. You know what I mean? And because I heard the fear in her voice that she might lose that child, that kind of struck a little chord, you know what I mean? I said, come along. I says, come down, bring your babies. Oh, I said, bring your babies, put them on the floor, do whatever. They can be in the classroom with you, you know what I mean? If you need to, breastfeed, there's 2 toilets, you can use them, or you can sit whatever you want. I'll leave the room. She goes, no, you're okay, don't worry about it. So they brought the babies, ran the course for them. I didn't charge them. All they paid for was a certification, which I think was like £10. And I just felt happy doing that.
What is it about teaching and seeing that penny drop moment in people that gives you great joy?
I was told I would never be anything. I was told I would never achieve anything in school. And my attention span in school was 2 seconds, because I hated being there. And I'm bright, don't get me wrong, I was always bright in school. I just didn't study, I just couldn't be bothered, I just wanted to leave, you know what I mean? Because you just, when I grew up in, like, I'm a 60s baby, but I grew up in the 80s, and there was lots of trouble here, Bobby Sands and all this type of thing, and people were dividing and people were hurting each other, and friends and neighbours were falling out because, of religion and things like that. And I grew up in that era. And I had a really, really hard time because I come from, a mixed family. And I was told it would be nothing. And for the longest time in my life, I believed that. I believed that it would be nothing. I believed I would never get anywhere. I believed I would never achieve anything. And I proved those people wrong. And I set out to prove those people wrong. I knew it could be something because I'm not stupid. I just didn't know what I wanted to be. Mm-hmm. And now that when people say that to me, I say, never sell yourself short for nobody. Don't ever let anybody tell you that you're not worth anything. Don't ever let anybody tell you you can't do something or be something, because you can. Elon Musk didn't go to school. He's a billionaire. You know what I mean? All these, Richard Branson, all these people who are billionaires, didn't have great educations. You know what I mean? So it made me happy that I'm in a position now that I can help somebody and watch them smile when they know it's not difficult to do what they want to do. And all it is a bit of patience, because not everybody learns at the same pace. When I'm teaching, within 10 minutes in the classroom, you're going to know who the smartest people are. And you're going to learn who the slowest people are. I teach at the slowest person's pace. I don't go by the smart people because they're going to pass. So I will move the slower people more closer to me, to focus on them. And I'll explain this to the smarter people. Look, I'm just going to set you back a little bit, like bring these people in. That's no problem. And then you'll find as classrooms go on, the smarter people get comfortable and then start helping the people who are a bit slower, which is fantastic. Because I've taught in classes in the past where the smarter people didn't give a shit about nobody and just cared about themselves. You know what I mean? I'm still going to teach them because they paid for a course. I know I don't have to spend that much time with them because they're smart, but I teach at the slowest person's pace because you have to make them feel comfortable. Mm-hmm. And so for these young mothers who came in, they all got pregnant before leaving school and didn't really finish school. So they just thought of themselves as nothing. So when they did this, it's only 6 hours. Actually turned into a bit longer, to be honest, about 8 hours or so. But they had fun, and they were smiling, and they were laughing, and they were breastfeeding. And they did it in front of me, and they didn't care, and it didn't bother me, you know what I mean? I did the same thing when I was a kid, I don't really think I ever left my mum alone until I was 13. Joking. Joking. But no, it's just... It's fantastic to see people smile. And I hold what's inside me so I don't project it on other people, because I hide a lot of stuff, you know what I mean? And I know what it's like when other people do that. Hurt people attract hurt people. You'll always find a hurt person with another hurt person. Yeah, and that's a disaster waiting to happen. You know what I'm saying? Because you project everything onto each other and it can never be fixed, I think like a first argument in a relationship, you never come back from it. You're never the same again. You know what I mean? So if I can make somebody smile and make them feel, for that few hours, that they've achieved something that not only will help them understand that children do choke, and yes, it can be scary, but there's also a way to fix it and take care of it and feel better about it and be more confident. And that makes me happy.
Yeah. Would you include, if I asked you, and this is part of your question, I'm not going to take it for you, but you're just a bit more specific than this. If I asked you what has helped you the most, would you include that kind of stuff?
Yeah.
In what's helped you?
Yeah, teaching. I've from when David brought me to Belize, I went through all the basic scuba diving, to advanced scuba diving, to night diving, to in-water rescue, to underwater photography, underwater. I think the only certificate I didn't really get was underwater knife fighting, because I didn't really have one. But I have loads of little certificates, like for macro photography, and night dives, and night dive leader, and all this type of stuff, deep diving, And he gave me an opportunity to learn, because I didn't want to really learn anything again with the experience I had in school. And David just set me down one day and told me to wind my neck and pin my ears back and shut them off and listen. You know what I mean? I always say that to people, the same things that he said to me. And he taught me, and David's small redhead, really crazy, mad, angry little Irish guy, but he was so patient with me. You know what I mean? And he showed me that I could do this. And I always looked at stuff and said, no, I can't. That's Archimedes' principle, displacement of water. I'm like, what the hell? I never knew what that was. And then he explained it to me about a penny and about why they displace water and why the penny doesn't. And then it was Boyle's law and Dalton's law and all this physics stuff with scuba diving. And I was like, and it was easy. Once I started reading it, it was easy. Mm-hmm. And I was just putting mental obstacles in front of myself. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? And I just let them climb higher and higher. And I told myself I couldn't get over them. You know what I mean? And all I had to do was walk around them.
Wow.
Didn't have to climb them. Just walk around them.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. So kind of piggybacking on Sai's question there, what kind of advice could you give to someone who's experiencing hallucinations in a way?
Well, that's a good question. I haven't been asked that before, to be honest. You know what I mean? I just think that people who are suffering with hallucinations, whether it's visual or audio hallucinations, it's horrific. Because there's somebody there that's not there. Now, that person can be a good person or bad, but my cousin Andrew, God bless him, Andrew was an ex-Marine, and he died in his sleep in 2013 on St. Patrick's Night. His stomach burst and he bled to death. He had ulcers and stuff, and he was drunk, and he didn't feel any pain, thank God. And Andrew suffered with audio and visual hallucinations, and he had the devil on one shoulder and Damocles on the other.
Who's Damocles?
It's the Greek. You ever heard of the sword of Damocles?
Nope.
It's like a freedom fighter.
Okay.
That type of thing. He fought evil.
Unreal.
Something like that. But I'd never heard of Damocles before. And Andrew, you'd probably know this better than I would say, you know what I mean?
But better than you, but...
Well, you're more biblical than I am, you know what I mean, and more spiritual, you know what I'm saying? So, and you are quite a smart guy, because you pull stuff out that I've not heard of before, you know what I mean? And I go back and I read about that, So you learn something from somebody every day. And it's always good if it's a friend that is giving you things, not, or you need to go and look at this, but just saying something that makes you think, And Andrew dealt with this for years and years. He wouldn't open the door to me at times. Andrew, I'm kicking the door in. I kicked his door in many times to get him to make sure that he was still alive. You know what I mean? And he's sitting struggling in the corner, sitting crying, struggling. And his parents didn't even know this, and his brothers didn't even know this. And I knew it, and I would see this all the time. And I says to Andrew one day, "What's wrong, Andrew?" And he'd always cock his ear like this. And one of them would be speaking to him. And the devil was usually, what he described as this person who said that he was the devil, was temptation for Andrew, and Andrew would always drink when this entity was speaking to him. Then Andrew would get conflicted when he was drinking, because he would cry because this other person would be telling him not to do that, it was bad. It drove him mad. So each person's experience of hallucinations, visual or audio, it's pretty hard in the beginning to deal with it, because you don't know what's right, what's upside down, what planet you're on, what day it is, because it takes over you, I learned mine the hard way through drinking and just hitting the lowest point in my life, which was attempted suicide. And when I had a wake-up call when the second time it didn't happen. I heard David in my ear telling me to get up and push on. So the worst advice in life is advice to people, but what I could say is get help. Talk about it. You don't have to go to a psychiatrist. You have at least 2 good friends that will always be there for you. But you don't think that you can count on anybody, and you don't think that people want to listen. I'm wasting my time. People don't do that no more because mental health is a massive thing these days. And mental health is more recognised. And there's more people sitting there. There's helplines. I called helplines. You know, I preferred to speak to strangers than the people I knew because I thought they'd use that against me. You know, I thought they would use it against me. You know what I mean? And it doesn't happen overnight. Nothing. There's no quick fix. There's no quick answer. I'm talking. That IED was 2011. It's 2023 now. And I still have episodes with that. Not just that, because there's a lot that's happened. But I still deal with those things. And they're not going to go away, but I've learned to accept the fact that they're there. That I can deal with it and I can ignore it sometimes. But it always raises its ugly head. All I can say to people is talk about it. Find somebody you can talk to. You know what I mean? And if you can't talk to your friends or your family, ring a helpline. Ring Samaritans. You know, there's helplines there that people on the other end will listen to you. And if you need help, they'll get you help. They'll take you to a hospital. They'll take you to some facility that can help you, whether it's with medication, or whether it's through therapy. There's help. But the only person that can help yourself is you at the end of the day. Yeah. You know what I mean? So,
what do you think talking does?
For me, I learned to talk basically when I met you, Si, in Airsoft. I never really spoke about anything to anybody before. I never wanted people to know, oh, you're a tough guy, you've done this and you've done that, you're macho, like, you know what I mean? It's not that I didn't want that ego, because it wasn't an ego with me. It's hard to talk to people who've never been in your shoes. Unless I speak to my friends that I've worked with in close protection and Iraq and Afghanistan, these places, almost on a daily basis now. The only person I didn't speak to was Steve, because I just carried too much of that with me. But I have other friends that have been in the military 15, 20, 25. The guy I spoke to today, rang me today, Dave, is one of my TLs. He's opened up his own security company in the UK, and you know, he wants me to do some training for him. You just have to want to be helped. You just have to want it, you know, because it's not going to work unless you take the first step.
What brought you to that point where you decided was there a time period where you just didn't want help and all of a sudden something happened?
I didn't think there was anything wrong with me.
Right.
I didn't think it. This is going to sound really stupid, okay? And I saw this on TV one time. I would sit and watch the TV when it wasn't turned on. And I would see stuff or I would hear stuff on the radio. You know what I mean? And I'd be listening intently to this stuff, or I'd just think the TV was on. And that sounds stupid to some people, you know, but when your mind is telling you something, your body pays attention. You know what I mean? I mean, unless you've been in that position, you can't really fully understand that. You know, and it's like when you see something that's not there, your mind is telling you it's there, and you're going to be either scared or you're not. You're going to have fight or flight. You can't deal with it rationally. There's no rational answer to that at all. It's there for me. When I would see the werewolves, I'd get frightened sometimes. And I used to see them. I used to see them around Black Skull. I'd be playing airsoft, and next thing I would see something just walk across, and I would be taken really back by it, you know what I mean, in the daylight. This is stuff that just happens at night time, but it doesn't, you know what I mean? And I don't know, you just, I don't know, Si, you know, it's...
Was there a point?
Sorry, just one quick before you... what was it about Si that made you want to talk, or...
Si is one of the most easiest going people I've met. He's not judgmental, you know what I mean? And when he came to me one day and says, oh, you know, God has asked me to come and speak to you, I didn't feel offended by that. I didn't go, fucking nutcase. I didn't, you know what I mean? Because I'm quite a spiritual person, you know, and I've become even more. But Si was just easygoing. And when he came down to me that day, you know, I was like, okay. And we started talking, and I think almost immediately we became friends. You know what I mean? And then he started coming to the site and, you know, started hanging out a little bit. And, you know, but he never ever pushed anything on me. He never says, oh, come to church and, you know, you need to find God. It never did any of that. When I had other people do that to me, and that just kind of put me off, you know. But Si was like, Si is, and not because he's sitting here, Si is one of my best friends. And I don't really have what I would say best friends. I have acquaintances. But we've known each other since 2015, 2017.
I have no concept.
I think 2017
anymore, so
when I opened up
maybe.
when I opened up Black
Is that
School.
when you started?
And so Si would come on a regular basis, and I met Ali, and then when Si had children, I brought the children along.
That's right.
And we've been friends ever since. You know, but Si is not judgmental, and if I say something, I know it's not going to go any further than him. Because when I talk about things, my things are private, and I'm very careful who I speak to. Not because I'm scared of being judged, because I'm worried about people not understanding and saying, oh, you're full of crap. You know what I mean? Because they, oh, fucking, you know, that's just all in your mind. I had, when I was living in France, this guy, Tom, that we were staying with, was supposed to be old school SAS from Borneo and these places. And he used to come out with all these stories that were just, I found out later wasn't true. But PTSD is all in your mind. And that was the way him and his wife was, you know what I mean? And I never told him I had PTSD. And he started talking to us one day, and, you know, and people with PTSD, it's all bullshit, it's all crap, it's all this. And I said, well, you being SAS, Tom, you know what I mean? You're mind over matter, mate. Because I have friends in the SAS or ex-SAS guys, and they suffer. Some of them suffer, you know what I mean? Because they were, you know, they went through soldiers before that. A lot of the special forces guys that I knew were orphans. You know what I mean? Or grew up in really, really bad families. You know what I mean? And their way out for them back in them days was to join the military or go to jail for fighting. So, you know, it's 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. You know what I mean? So, but Si was very kind, and he was easy to talk to. And he was the first person that I basically opened up to. Si's quite an emotional person. I don't mean that to put Si on the spot, but he is quite an emotional person, and he understands what emotion is. He's quite empathic, you know what I mean? And Si can display his own emotions without feeling less of a man, you know what I mean? And it takes a strong person to do that, you know what I mean? Is to be able to maybe get teary-eyed, or to, like, today I don't really experience emotion very much, but certain things like today bring back bad memories. You know what I mean? And having a little bit of a teary eye kind of helps sometimes, because you're not holding it in.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Even though I try to do that. But Si is very kind. He's when he speaks, he's very explanatory. There's no half measures with him. He'll tell you the way that it is. We had a good talk coming up on the train today. And we're, you know, kind of going through similar things that we're trying to figure out. But Si's always also had a disruptive childhood, and I identified with that. You know, so you always meet somebody that has something in common with you. Might not be necessarily be military based, but we all share some experience of something that's very lifelike. You know what I mean? So it was easy. It was easy with Si, and plus, you know, we liked airsoft. You know, and we used to shoot against each other and have a bit of fun and stuff like that, you know. So it was
oh, man, the time you got me in the teeth.
It's a very good friendship, you know what I mean? It's symbiotic, you know what I'm saying?
In the car, hiding in the car. I forgot to put my grill down. Got me right in the teeth.
Around the corner.
That's fantastic, yeah.
I thought I'll be nice because I could get him here and not that'll hurt him. So I'll wait a bit, and he just went bam, straight in the teeth.
Snooze you lose.
Snooze you lose, brother.
Yeah, he'll have it down every time going forward.
Like another thing I want to say as well is the way that I am in my life now. If you don't bring a certain type of happiness to my life, hit the road, Jack. Mm-hmm. I'm not interested in any flack anymore. I used to be surrounded by people like me. You know what I mean? I used to live in the past a lot. I used to remember things that were great and things that weren't great. You know what I mean? And you relive the glory days over and over and over. And you never let yourself get out of that bubble. So I don't associate myself with that anymore. You know what I mean? And if you can't bring a good, happy day to my life, I'm not going to be bothered with you. I'm not going to project my luggage onto you, and I don't want you to do, excuse me, the same to me, because I'm just not prepared to live like that no more, because it puts you in a rabbit hole that sometimes you get down in, and Alice in Wonderland isn't going to come and get you. You know what I mean? You're just going to hit a dead end, and you're going to go down that spiral staircase again. Bleak. You know what I mean? So, Si's a good influence. You know, I know that Si's only there on their phone if I need to speak to him, and vice versa. You know what I'm saying? So, and I'm not a judgmental person, and I'll listen to people now, and I understand that people are having hard times, and I can recognize somebody who's masking their emotional feelings to make other people happy. It's something you pick up on quite quickly, you know. So, Si's a good influence. You know what I mean? So
would you say one of the best things that somebody could do who was going through what you were going through is to find community, to find brothers, to find sisters to talk to?
I don't think it's that easy for a lot of people. It's good if they can do that. It's good if they can, they have to reach out themselves. Most people sit back to wait for people to find them, in my experience. I thought, well, if somebody cares about me, somebody's going to notice that I'm in a bad place, and they're going to pick up on that, and they're going to say, what's wrong, Col? But it never happened. So I was waiting for something that was never coming. So that's why when I hit the rock bottom and tried suicide, I knew that it was down to me to reach out for help. And I didn't want to, because I'm a man. And I am a man. I'm not an alpha male, but I'm quite a masculine male. You know what I mean? And I'm always going to be that way, but you have to reach out yourself. You have to take that first step of opening the door, knocking on the door, and walking inside. You know what I mean? Always remember that if there's an obstacle in front of you, you can walk around the obstacle. You don't have to climb it. Because, you know, sometimes it's like one of those, you know, Stairmaster climbers that you get on and you're just like walking and getting nowhere. You know what I mean? Whereas there's a way around things. You don't have to go through it or over it. There's a way around it. And reaching out and asking for help is the first step. But you have to want that help. And that's how it starts.
Yeah.
This is really, really good. I feel like we're kind of slowly the plane's landing. If there's anything you guys want to... Do you have anything, Daniel?
Not particularly. Actually... what kind of suggestion could you give for someone who's doesn't really know how to, you've said it yourself, like properly express themselves and all that? What kind of advice could you give to someone who's trying to look after someone else in a way, trying to be there for someone? Like, is there anything else they can do?
Okay, looking after somebody else takes a heavy toll on you. Okay, and it can cause detrimental damage to you if you're doing that, because you become a sponge. You want to help that person, you know what I mean, and you fall into this trap of doing your best every day to help that person, and then your own mental health starts to decline, and then you ignore that because it's your friend and you want to help your friend, but meanwhile you're deteriorating. You know what I mean? And you can only do so much. You're not trained to do that. Wanting to help your friend is natural. It's a natural response, because you don't want to see people suffer, especially somebody that you feel close to. Again, you can only advise them to get help for themselves, because you have to watch yourself at the end of the day. You know what I mean? We fall into the trap of, you know, taking this responsibility on that you're not prepared for and you're not trained for, and it's a slippery slope that once you get on that,
Yeah.
you know, it's very, very difficult to come back from. You know what I mean? It's like I say, I don't like giving advice. I'll talk to people, I'll share my experience, but I refrain from giving advice. You know what I mean? Because a lot of people don't want it. Then a lot of people get offended. Well, you think that you know, and that causes a roller coaster effect.
Yeah.
So, do your best by helping them for them to seek help, and accompany them there if you need to. Go with them, make sure they get there safely. Wait for them if they're in therapy. You know what I mean, and come home with them, and ask them about their experience. Ask them, do they want to talk about it? But remember, once you're on that merry-go-round, it's pretty hard to get off.
Yeah.
You know,
I would say 2 bits of advice that I was given years ago. One was never work harder than the person you're trying to help.
Oh my God.
Right? Because that leads to burnout.
yeah,
And then, And the second one would be you can't lead anybody where you haven't been yourself.
yes,
So if you're still struggling with stuff similar, then it's hard to, the blind leading the blind kind of a thing.
Yeah.
You know? I think the best thing you could ever do is just listen, because
Yeah.
you don't have to have the answers. Half
Yeah.
the time they just want to get stuff out of their head. They just want to say stuff out. And
agree.
a lot of times they say stuff and go, I don't even believe that. I don't even believe that, but I just need to say that out loud.
yeah,
So it's not about having the answers for people. It's
No.
not about giving advice, you say. It's
Yeah.
just about listening.
yeah.
Letting them
Some
talk.
people just need you to listen.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And sometimes listening for people is the hardest thing.
Yeah.
You know, because they'll sit like a nodding dog in the back of a car and agree with everything you say while the head's going like this. And most people don't care.
Yeah.
They just want to. Most people pretend that they're interested in what you're saying when they, okay, yeah, and then you go like, yeah, and that's how you know somebody's not interested.
Yeah.
So, yeah, you know what I mean. Great sign. That's 2 things that I would say is definitely 100%.
If your heart is with somebody, then that's 100% right
Yeah.
there. If you're not interested, if you don't actually care, then don't
Yeah,
step into that ring.
yeah,
But if you love somebody and you're like, I just feel like I'm meant to be there for you. Do you want to get a coffee? That's the battle right
it's
there.
an amazing thing to ask somebody, how are you doing today? Everybody I meet, hey, how's your day going? Sit with a stranger, hey, how you doing, bud? How you doing, ma'am? Yeah, how are you feeling today? And then they go, well, this happened to me. My dog's teeth were pulled out. And I just say, okay, yeah. And that person wants to talk. And I'll sit and I'll listen to them. My God, that's terrible. And I genuinely mean that when I say that. I'm not mocking them. You know what I mean? And it's nice to spend 5 or 10 minutes of your day asking somebody else how they're doing, because you don't know what they're going through. You have no clue. And I think I'm more aware of this today than I was 10 years ago. To say to somebody, hey, how you doing today? How's your day going? What's happening? Makes a huge difference.
Something we talk about for your close friends
Yeah.
is you have to ask, how are you 3 times?
Yeah. Yeah.
And each one is just peeling back a layer.
Yeah.
It's like an onion.
Yeah.
You're gonna some things are gonna make you cry. When you pull it like an onion apart, you get tears sometimes, and sometimes people's going to tell you something that's going to make you cry because you feel if you're a good person and you care about it like size, you love that person, you care, it's going to hurt you, and that's when you become an emotional sponge, and that's the slippery slope because you generally want to help, and then your heartstrings are pulled and tugged and everything, and you become a sponge. And it's more and more, and then all of a sudden one day you sit there and you're sighing, and and then you feel, I don't really want to go through this today, and then you feel letting that person down because you can't deal with it anymore. Meanwhile, you're suffering. It's a slippery slope.
Yeah.
People in my position, or people in positions like this of themselves, seek help. Take that first step. Knock on the door. Ask for help. It's not that hard, but it is. You know what I mean? So, yeah.
This might seem like a very, very strange place to end. Cursed be the ground for our sake, both thorns and thistles it shall bring forth for us. For out of the ground we are taken, for dust we are, and to the dust we shall return. Why is that your favourite quote?
That's one of my favourite movies of all time. And
The Book of Eli.
Book of Eli, you know, as hyped up as it is, I like action. I am just one of those action junkies. Denzel Washington has always been one of my favorite actors.
Yep.
Always been one. He's an incredible guy. If I could, you asked me a question one day, if I could sit with somebody that he's not expired, obviously. But other than the answer I gave you last time, I'd love to talk to him because he's one of those guys that is just genuinely nice, and he never says anything bad about anybody. And all the interviews, and Morgan Freeman's another one as well. He's just such a good guy, you know what I mean? And yeah, some of his movies are corny, but I like those movies. But that, to me, when I heard that, I've got a friend, Harry, and I quoted that to him one day, and then what he quoted me was, what was it? I said the Book of Eli, and he said the book of the Life of Brian. You know what I mean? So he came back with one, you know. So I came out with this here, and I thought it was fantastic. Yeah. You know what I mean? And he says, so he came back with the Life of Brian. You know what I mean? And he started quoting all these quotes from the Life of Brian, which just for some reason had me in fits. But I don't know. That kind of just struck me or something because, you know, they say that we're born from the dirt, and we'll return to the dirt when we die. You know what I mean? And that's going to be your forever sleep. That's going to be your forever place. You know what I mean? And I have so many friends sleeping there, but that, I don't know, that just kind of hit me. So, great movie and a good quote, and plus it's from the Bible, as well. So it goes on a lot more in the Bible. That's just adapted from it, but that's actually in the Bible. So, but it's a good one, sure.
Roshka, do it. Hit us.
All right. If you can go back to in a time machine to an 18-year-old version of yourself, what would you say?
I'd give him a slap. I would give him a good slap, and I would use what my cousin David said: sit down, shut your mouth, and pin your ears back, because you don't know everything at 18. You know what I mean? You just go. Most people go through a stage in their life where they just think that they're absolutely invincible and they know everything, and they don't care about nothing. You know what I mean? And I was that kind of person before I went to the military. When I got to the military, I just saw a different life. I saw a better version of myself. You know what I mean? So, you know, we all grow up differently, but there's not very much I would change in my life, to be honest. I don't really have many regrets. At 18, I don't know. I wasn't a know-it-all. I didn't think I was better than anybody, but I think I would have applied myself a bit more. You know, I think I would have learned a bit more rather than wait until I was older, because I wasted a lot of time. I've wasted a lot of time doing things that I just shouldn't have been doing. You know what I mean? And if I could change the growing up part, you know, I would have changed a little bit to better myself, just to be a better person back then. Because I grew as I got older. You know what I mean? And I realised, because I didn't know my worth back then, because I was told that I just was just a hothead. You know what I mean? Back then it was different times, but I would just pin my ears back and wind my neck in and just listen a lot more rather than, I know that. I know that. You know what I mean? So if I could change that, I would change that. So,
brilliant. Colin?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Really
No
appreciate
worries.
it. Si,
No worries, buddy. Thank you for having me back.
Daniel, thanks for making it all happen.
It's definitely been an experience. It's nice to be able to talk about this stuff, you know what I mean? Because it's not anything I talk about. So, but it's nice to have people who sit and, you know, want to listen. So hopefully the people who listen to this, I just hope that I touch somebody and help them. And if that happens, I'm happy. So, because life is worth living, you know, and don't wait to live it till you're older. Live it while you're young and make the most of it. Because one day you're going to wake up and you're going to be my age. You're going to be 59. And you're just going to really want to wish that you did more when you were younger. But I've had a great life, and we've done some amazing things and met some amazing people. And I'm, you know, quite grateful for that. So, yeah. So.
That's a wrap.